also, what people don't expect is, yeah, he's willing to be a little messy, and you don't expect it coming from him. And when he does it, it's amazing. I wonder why Beam Abster's not coming up. I don't know how we can have an anarchist room without Bima coming up. Maybe she'll think about it. Bima, are we getting along better these days? Okay. I've been told by my friends that I've been too harsh on you, so I'm walking it back. I too can learn. So you have friends on this app that are mutual friends of mine that have asked me to be kinder to you. So there it is. All right, let's get some people up here. I'll start inviting people.
I stepped off into my other room when Anson supposedly dropped this F-bomb. What was he referring to when he said it?
Well, first he apologized to MG for tone policing him for using profanity, and then he indicated that, hey, we all cuss sometimes, fuck. It was a very senior version of the F word, but it was unexpected and it was good. It's kind of like if you're watching network television and they drop like a curse word that you weren't anticipating. It just has much more impact than people that utilize the word all the time. It was probably the most impactful way of using the F word since yesterday when Abdul typed it in the chat.
Today's room title was not in competition with Gary Baumgart's room, was it? Because I didn't see his room.
It was not. And if it ever is in the future, it'll just be a coincidence. Anson and I have discussed, and we think that it was important to kick it off. It was kind of a shot across the bow to them. But this thing can live on its own. It's its own thing. It's different enough. In fact, if you think about the format, it's the fact that there is a dialogue that goes back and forth with the people that are on the stage, the fact that the chat is open on Clubhouse as opposed to on Facebook, those alone are differences. Not to mention the diversity of thought in the room. These polls that we've had, we've done these rooms now. We've done 3 of them, and each poll has been very close, meaning that it's not an echo chamber. Which some people would accuse the other room of being.
When I hear TDS, if it sounds effeminate and it sounds angry or frustrated or full of anxiety, and you ask someone, what's one thing that Donald Trump's done that you like or approve of, or even suggest? I mean, it's like an attitude about, no kings, resist always, Orange Man bad. It's very rare you'll hear like a breakthrough, therapeutic session for some type of TDS, individual. I mean, I like to call it therapy for Democrats or therapy for liberals because I don't know. I mean, talk therapy and creating dopamine, but talking about Trump for some people seems to be their fascination. Who's that pseudo-intellectual guy? What's his face? Part of the Dark Horse philosophers, Sam, or what is his name?
Sam Harris.
Sam Harris. I heard him do a podcast and somebody edited, all the Trump slips that he made in like a multi-hour review, and you're like, holy shit, this guy talks about Trump nonstop. That's like a example of TDS.
I also want to thank people that participated in the poll that we had earlier in the month, where we were asking about the best moderated spaces on Clubhouse. The options were politically correct, health healthy debates, In the Muff or Chillism, and In the Muff had 2/3 of the vote by the time we closed out down the polling, and the other three were pretty close, tying for second. So look, nobody had to finish last. Everything else finished second, but 2/3 of the people thought that this is the best moderated space. And I would say that I'm probably the thing that kept us from getting 100% of the vote. If I were to just get out of the way and allow beautiful women like Tiffany and Scarlett to lead the efforts of moderation in this space, I think we might have got 100%. Aww. Now we need a topic. I'm going to go ahead and create a poll because I think those are fun. I'm glad that Christy enjoyed the last room in the rational discussion group. Hopefully she can spread the word to people that are looking for good conversation on this app. So Christy, if you could spread the word, we would appreciate it. We'd like to have more Christys in the audience listening to these rooms. And Akima, you were holding your own. You and Brad going back and forth. No personal attacks. Just going back and forth. It was great. It was beautiful. Thanks for the participation.
You know what else I've noticed about echo chambers or eco chambers is that there's an eventual implosion that happens in the discourse where so much toxicity, so much negativity, so much hate speech eventually tips the ship. And then the party starts again. It's kind of like, you'd have to watch it to kind of notice the tipping point in a room where people actually can't listen to negative linguistics for that long and so much toxicity. So, sometimes they'll start playing a song and sometimes the song is, I will vote for Donald Trump. And it's like this African tune, came out of Africa about a bunch of Africans who supposedly like Donald Trump, and it's a real music video called I Will Vote for Donald Trump. I don't know what country it's from, but in the politically correct room, they seem to use it as like a backdrop to clean up the messiness, you might call it.
Sorry, I got a message from Hanson. Tomorrow's room, which I will not be able to attend, is going to be about K through 12 education. I don't have a title yet, but he wants to identify the problems with K through 12 education and ask the question, how do you fix it? So for those that care about education, maybe Joe B would consider participating in that. That'd be fun. I'm gonna get a poll going. Just give me a moment. Oh, welcome, Nye. I like how Nye has emerged as the app's default moderator when people are looking for that balanced approach. It's gonna be a blessing and a curse to be that middle, that neutral person. I know that you caught some strays today because of it, but I thought you did a good job. Mediator. That's what Bree says.
Yeah, no, there was no way I was going up on that stage.
Yeah, well, somebody has to do it. If I'm the go-to moderator, mediator, not moderator, mediator, the fuckery. It's a hat that I wear occasionally. Cray and I have battled before, but when I left the room, he and I had a nice little cute discussion in the back channel. We settled our grievances. We're not fighting. We're not enemies. And, we've had heated exchanges before, and I'm glad we reached some common ground. So going forward, we might be cool, maybe. We'll see, hopefully.
Oh, so he's here. Oh, he left. Damn it. We need to get his thoughts. Bring Brad up. We got a poll up for everyone to vote upon. Which house or clubhouse is the most entertaining? We have journalism, health debates, politically correct, or in the month. If you got another option, you can always comment in the chat. We do hear those.
Clearly, this club, I had someone say to me today, two things. People were like, y'all might not find this funny. What's this great trick? Someone said to me they popped into this house for the first time yesterday during Grand Crash Out, and they left clutching their pearls to the point where they went on TikTok and talked about it to a mutual friend who was hosting a room. And that mutual friend was in this room. They have sparred with JB and they have sparred with Brad. And that person said, if you ever find Nine on this app with white men named Brad, JB, or Mojo, get your popcorn ready. It's gonna be wild. And I thought that was hilarious. A perfect, accurate response to his house coming in any room that Brad pops in. I like it.
Oh, you guys have like wow issues, man. Holy shit, I'm glad you folks know, man. Unless you have you had your entire life to another platform. You decided to publish a diabolical plan to insert kryptonite to this superman. Just saying.
Yeah, you know the person, Brad. You were in my room like 2 weeks ago. Remember you were trouble going at it in the chat. You were hard to write something out. Yeah. And you ran JB out of that same room.
Iranians were dying in the streets. Back to the national command for
Clubhouse days where it's just clubhouse and I just like kind of, political different points and I just kind of have this debate. And my military brothers and sisters all kind of check in and call, go to healthy debate meetings. Kelly like historian group of a bunch of guys who thought that they were going to, be big daddy to that, and Roger just watching in the background because he knows what's about to happen. And this was fun. Today was not necessarily fun. It was just, it was boring. I'm just going to say, it's not my best work. I apologize, Roger. I did not give you my best work today. No, your best work came when you offered an apology to Shirley, and I appreciated that. I think, as you and I have discussed, I am highly entertained with a lot of your rants. There are some things that you say that I find, I don't get offended on behalf of other people, but I feel that you could communicate better as I've seen you do it. And I hope that in the future, the enemies that you duel with are enemies that it makes sense to have a duel with. And so I really appreciated you for offering that apology to Shirley, and I appreciated her gracious acceptance and forgiveness, and I'm glad that the force is been reestablished. Yeah, we're balancing the force. I will say that my best work was really against the Grippers. I think that was the one that I went hands down. And of course, Goat or whatever moniker he goes by these days. I think those were some of my most epic debate challenges on the advent, and particularly the day that I took on Isaiah, Goat, and Antoine, the quote minister out of South Carolina. I think the three of them trying to gang pile up on me. I think that was some of my finest work. Like I don't know. That may be my masterpiece. I'm just saying that might be my Mona Lisa.
Did someone say my name? No? Okay.
What just happened there? Are you okay?
Oh, Mona Lisa.
I hate that Starbucks. Never mind, I'll keep my
But you have to hand off actually perfect clubhouse full without a lawyer. That's the best. I mean, after I got done excoriating Keegan, and they did this quasi court, and I didn't even have to go next year. It was just like, all right, let's get into this. And he took it on and made Keegan the force.
Dumb shit was the same the whole time. It was just fake outrage over shit while having Pepe Mott. Like, that's the part that like, he loses the whole argument over the moral outrage against Pepe Mott when he's just talking in the room he's currently in about so a story about a black man that was raped in a white woman, etc. He describes the black woman with his big gorilla hands, with his gorilla blah blah blah, etc. And then afterwards, this guy was glad it happened to that white woman, and not a white woman that wasn't liberal or leftist, one of those fine, which is blah blah, and all that stuff, which were diversity, etc. So I really don't give a fuck about what he says or has to fight about, but he said more people want us someone like Pepe. He really doesn't give a fuck about what he said.
Brad, do you recall what you said to Jane yesterday?
Probably something I don't be saying. I might have called her an Ozempic candidate. I'm not sure.
No, it was worse. It was worse. I don't even want to say it out loud and repeat it, but I'm gonna back channel you what was said, and then again, just I'll leave it in your court. You decide. I mean, you probably heard. Her and I have had a lot of discussion, but I thought there was at least one thing that you said that shouldn't be said to any human being. I guess. But I will back channel what it was, and then you let me know if you think that I'm wrong or right, and I'll just leave it right there, and I'll shut up about it.
XG, can I ask you a question there? And again, I said ask. XG, what is your favorite book, or what is a book you've read recently?
My favorite book, or a book that I've read recently?
It's gonna be something about K-pop.
Now, my favorite book, Fury's Gospel, that's a really good fucking book. And let's see, one I read recently, or the only one that's close to me is the fucking Marx, so if Marx counts, sure.
So if you could give me maybe like a Cliff Note edition of Karl Marx, or a brief, summary or compression, what would you like to say about Karl Marx?
Pretty cool dude. A lot of people blame for some shit that is not attributed to him. Yeah, that's all I'd say. It's a pretty good dude. I like his economics, some people don't. That's about it.
You know what I like? The quote that I like about Marx best was the one from his mother. Are you familiar with the biography, the quote from his mom?
Which one are you speaking about?
That she wishes that he spent more time building capital than talking about it.
Yeah.
I think when your mom roasts you because you're a broke hoe and you had to borrow money from her, she was annoyed that her son didn't make more of himself economically. It's actually a great quote. Like if you think about it, like I don't care who you are, if your mom is roasting you, that's pretty fucking bad. I'm gonna send an invite down to Ann Hero. Some days I really like her, other days I don't. It all depends on the way she behaves. Invite her up. Hi Ann, how you doing?
Hi, I'm blocking you now.
Oh, that's ironic. I just unblocked you. Amazing.
And what's one of your favorite books, or a book you've read recently?
Well, as of late, I've just been reading the Bible. I haven't read anything other than that in a
but I do like recommendations.
Is there something in the Bible you recently read that you remember that you enjoyed?
Well, I'm not sure that was Huber's personal God.
It looks like politically correct is making a little comeback here in this poll.
He's called that. He's always been vigorous and like aggressive there.
But no, I mean, as far as people in this room voting for most entertaining, they're up to 12%.
For chillism was only 6%. I went in there the other day, Monica, no disrespect, I know that's your house. But I went in there the other day, Monica, and everybody was screaming over the mic. You could not hear anyone talk, especially Concrete. It's the only voice in there worth listening to.
And for chillism. Roger, is that back still on that you were asking about Monica? If anybody had any documentation showing Monica was spreading racist information or posting racist information? I mean, what were the terms of it? I forget that. And the dollar. I thought it was 500.
It was 500. That bounty has expired. I would consider putting a new one out. The last time this has been brought up, though, was brought up by Rich. The one thing I would just caution people of doing, because I do not like dragging people that are in this house. I have respect for everyone. I want to show mutual respect to everyone. And so when Rich brought it up, I'll just say this. Rich brought it up and said, hey, I've got evidence that so-and-so said this really bad thing. And then, right after that being said, two different people put something in my back channel about Rich saying the same fucking thing, but repeatedly on a loop. You can't make these things up, right? And so, Brett, I would just say, if you want to go down this route of accusing somebody of saying bad things, what's going to end up happening is people are going to send me the audio clip of you saying those things. And I just don't want to, I would rather save the embarrassment for everybody. And just, why can't we just move forward and acknowledge that all of us have done and said things on this app that we probably regret, and we should just move forward.
So that's progressive, understand, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think a lot of people should regret the things they say before kicking out the hornet's nest. I will say terrible things to people. I will, and you will probably get a listing of all of those things. I doubt you will get a listing of all the people I individually helped or groups that I've helped.
Brett,
but hold on.
Yeah, just real quick. Yesterday, 3 different people sent me things that you supposedly said. In the audio clips, I haven't listened to any of them, mainly because I have a personal relationship with you on this app, and I have my own interpretation. And I think, and I think you're hilarious, but I'm bold enough to tell you as a friend when I think you've gone too far. And I'll be honest, I think some of the times when you get yourself excited and you get caught up in that gladiator mode, and I don't even necessarily know if it's fully your fault, because people will put you in these situations of like, oh, it's Brad, he's gonna do battle. Brad's a fucking warrior. He's gonna put on his helmet, he's gonna grab his sword, and then he's gonna do what warriors do. I just personally think we need a little bit better rules of engagement, and if we were to do that, I think that everybody would get along better. We would have more respect for each other. We need to learn that this has been an experiment, and during this experiment, all of us have done things that we regret. Like again, I mentioned this yesterday. There was a time when I treated Ann terribly in this app, terribly unfair, and she was kind enough to forgive me when I apologized to her. And so I am at fault for doing things on this app that I'm not proud of. And so, I just think there's room for all of us.
whether that's people with two T's or one K or whatever initials happen to be letters that happen to be in your name. I think that we should all give each other a little bit more grace. That's all.
Or if they have a bush garden. Roger, just to clarify, can you, because Brad's gonna put the blame on me, will you let him know that I did not send you whatever recordings you have?
You did not, and I can honestly say, well, hold on, let me look. The people that sent me they're not even in this room right now. But yeah, but I don't care because I know Brad, I like Brad, and when Brad goes too far, I think, hey, Brad, I think you went too far. But it's up to him whether he wants to rein it in or not. But I respect Brad. Because here's the thing, and Brad, please continue because I interrupted. The thing people forget is some of the great things that Brad has done on this app and off this app. We're serving this country. We should all say thank you to Brad before we say fuck you to Brad.
I appreciate that. And I wasn't the one bringing forward this. I was just asking if the offer was still out there on the table because it was brought to my attention today. There looks like there is evidence. I will not be bringing that forward. I'm leaving that for somebody else.
Was that Rich?
No, it was not Rich. I wouldn't accept it if it was Rich. I will say that I'm going to allow those individuals to discuss it amongst themselves to bring it forward. I just had one clarifying question. Is that it has to be on Clubhouse, or can it be related to Clubhouse through a Discord channel? Because it appears that there's a lot of communication about that was downloaded. So if that offer was still standing, I think these individuals would be able to win that prize.
Yeah, no, this has been an ongoing saga, and I will say the bounty is down because I don't like to bring more oxygen to the topic at all. And I'll tell you why. I have had my issues with. Let me see. Let me go across this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Shit. There's 10 people on this fucking stage, and 8 of the 10 people at some point in time I have been cranky with, and probably an asshole too. And that's just the people that are on the stage. Forget about the people that are in the audience. I've made a choice since I've come back that I want to let bygones be bygones. In fact, I'm going to actually unblock everybody I have blocked. And I'm going to start anew, and I'm going to start the only people I'm going to block are people that decide to break the rules of the house. And I think that it's time for a spirit of forgiveness. That's what I'm encouraging.
Mojo, does that mean Rich can come back?
I would love for Rich to. John, have you talked to Rich? I would love to see him apologize to 2 people, and then confirm that he's willing to follow the rules of the house. In which case, I will unblock him, but I don't know if I'll bring him into this space until the apologies are done.
Mojo, I wanted to kind of just say how much I appreciate and I'm happy to see you back here. And you've stood me corrected many a times, and typically I just hit leave quietly because I can't stand up to the arguments when you own my ass. You've owned me many times, for sure. I do want to say I am disappointed today that a replay was deleted in one of the 2 rooms, which we all know we're talking about.
Which replay was deleted?
Shy and Jasmine deleted their replay. Keegan kept his.
Well, hold on. Please refer to rule number 9.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk about other. Okay, so I just wanted to keep it anonymous, so I won't say. But one of the replays of 2 regarding today was removed, and I'm disappointed in that. Because if you have replays on and then you delete them, what's the point of a replay?
So can I ask you a question? And
please.
Why do you think that I can do something about somebody else that deleted their replays? How does this grievance? I know people think that I'm the wizard, the guy behind the curtain that's got all the levers that can do everything. How can I fix that?
Well, I think that you're very cerebral and you always provide a lot deeper
Sean,
content.
just put a name on it. Who deleted? Whose replay was it?
It was shot.
That's
It
not
was-
to be talked about.
He violated rule number 9, but I'll bring it up.
And I apologize for violating the rule.
That's okay. There's worse rules to break. That's probably one of the more pedantic ones, and I break it probably more than you guys do. So I'm just giving you a hard time. But no, look, I will say this. I've always found Shy and Jazzy to both be very annoying, and I thought today their handling of the content, I think it was the least messy I've ever seen them, and I found myself enjoying the content they were creating. So yeah, very interesting. So
I agree, and that's why I was disappointed, because I thought that replay was far better than the other replay.
yeah, well, look, it is what it is. Everyone's got different opinions. Can I just call out my friend Hakima here, and he is a friend. He's also a liar. He says he could swim better than me. But Hakima, how come you haven't voted yet?
My bad. I'm literally just here. I've been hearing you guys away from my phone.
Kristen hasn't voted. I feel like if you're gonna be on the stage, especially like everybody's getting mod badges, especially if they have vaginas. I think it's important to participate in the polls. I won't put pressure on T's because I don't put pressure on her. I learned my lesson with that.
Well, I feel like I can't vote if I'm part of the contestants. I'm part of in the muff. And I don't think that's fair. I think it's a little bit of my bias.
Yeah, Kristen, I feel the same way, considering I sometimes co-mod with JB. I absolutely adore JB and our conversations. But then I really like this house too, because it is wild and crazy. So it was tough. Kinda.
Just be honest, and who cares?
Well, I will admit that I don't like even taking sometimes the vote, because I keep getting bombarded with this flash screen thing. It's pop up in my face. And I have to hit X multiple times just to get the thing out of my face. So once I vote, I don't have to see it anymore. So I'm like, okay, I'll just go with the one I believe the most.
Hold on. Somebody's trying to come in with a weak mic stand. Hello. I want to say something to somebody in the chat though. Miss DeGroot never had a scrapple with Mojo. It's funny, you might not remember, but I remember in an abortion room, you came in very strong with your opinion, which by the way I agree with, but I was doing the whole heavy moderation thing, and I cursed you out. That was my first interaction with you, was in an abortion room, and I cursed you out because you went on this rant, and I felt like, oh, this woman's not shutting up, and I cursed you out, and then over time I was like, I can't believe that my first experience with her was me cursing her out. It was fucking crazy. So I apologize for something that you don't even remember happening.
Wait, did I yell at you then? Because Roger, I don't remember us ever really squaring off.
You and I, Brad, we've had a couple of things, but usually what they were was, do you remember the time when I was going really heavy on criticizing Republicans, and I came into a space with you and Gerard and KK. Am I allowed to say KK's name? I know there's people that don't want to.
Yeah, you can.
I like KK. Just full disclosure, I like KK. I like everyone. Anyways, Brad, you and I got into a discussion, and I remember you accusing me of being a leftist, and I fucking lost my fucking marbles, because you were the first person on planet Earth that's ever called me a leftist, and that was and so I got into your ass, and then you did a Brad rant, and that was pretty much, that's the only squabble I remember you and I with elevated voices. You calling me a leftist, me responding, and then after me responding, you doing the Brad thing.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up and we got past that, because I don't even remember that. So it must not have been that serious.
No, I was just shocked. I'd never been called a leftist. I didn't know what to do. I was really in my feelings that day. All right, let's go squiggly line with the accent that's with no friends. Go ahead. What do you got to say?
I did a Google translation. Apparently, it translates to Mohammed. Go for it.
Wait, Mohammed is assume the prophet?
Yeah, Mohammed. This is Mohammed. Down here at the bottom left.
Okay, well, hey, look, the spirit of forgiveness, please, Lord, do not let me say the thing that I typically say when I think of Muhammad. If you want to join in, go ahead. This is the time. Unmute yourself, say your words, and don't say anything about underage girls because I might respond in kind.
Zero friends.
Yeah, he has zero friends.
This is your chance. Yes, you, with the Arabic language.
Come on, this is your chance. You could be famous. All right, going once.
Mohammed!
Does he not know that he's muted?
Okay, say it differently. Mohammed.
Hey, Mohammed. You've got a the mute button in the lower right. Sean, I got this. If you tap the mute button in the lower right, you can do this thing called speaking, and we'd like to hear from you. Go ahead.
All right, fuckface, I'm moving you. So much for that.
He's
Sorry for the
charitably moving you with grace and love and kindness into the listening lounge where you belong.
Did I just hear before you said an angel?
No, and not Mona Lisa either, apparently.
Mona Lisa had a crooked smile. You have a perfect smile.
Alright, before we make Brad ill, how has the muff been running lately? We've been delivering pretty much, if not 18-hour, if not 24-hour programming, 18-hour at least.
Yeah, no, it's
Okay,
been
what
remaining
did you say? It's been moist?
Yeah, it's been moist most of the day. Here's necro. Try it out.
I was asked what topic I want for the weekend replay, because I get to do a weekend room in here that's almost all my own with some great help. I'm thinking it's going to be on woke fatigue. Cindy Watson came out with her video this morning or yesterday about woke fatigue, and I'm interested in exploring it with people.
Cindy never.
Oh,
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ann. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the room that, well, no, we won't talk about the room that we discussed yesterday. You remember or no?
Which room are you talking about?
The one about the whiteness thing.
Oh, yeah. Proximity to whiteness. That's going to be a title coming soon. Proximity to whiteness. It's probably the funniest term I learned on this app. Proximity to whiteness.
You never heard him before, Roger?
Not by
This is why you should never mess with your coach, because when the students of this Taekwondo Academy...
Yeah, no, we'll do it. Maybe we can get Hunter Shackelford to come in as a guest speaker.
Yeah, spending our time around the pro-black crowd, the militant blacks, you hear that term quite often. And Monica, I don't know if you heard me, but if you do the woke fatigue room, please meet me. I'd like to hear that conversation.
Well, if you have time, I'd be honored that you co-moddy with me.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know in advance so I make sure I have the time.
Oh, hold on. We got the Muslim back on the stage. Go ahead. You want to speak?
Oh my gosh.
Do this even if I wanted to. Gaming commission would never give me a license. I'm at least too done in gambling and bookmaking. You want to fight and protest? Yeah, I don't have to have a license to work in a
I
casino.
guess. He's on break from fucking little girls.
State law says that you can work in a casino while they're
Monica, that does sound like a good room, but how did you bring it in?
But what happens when they do find out? had the dates with the cashews yet?
Dude, I'm glad you brought that up. Yes, and it's fucking delicious. And, but you know what?
First time doing that?
Yeah, but you know, I figured out a way to take it even to another level. First of all, it's plenty sweet on its own, but because I like to overdo things, I put a little fucking B-grade maple syrup over top of it. Fucking bomb, dude. You don't need like a fancy dessert. You just need simple flavors. It's amazing. So, thank you.
All natural.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Can we agree that Hakima's the best Muslim on the app? Can we?
Thank you.
Maybe we'll get a poll on that later.
I know from personal experience how uncomfortable the journey can be. The truth is, we need your help. We'd hope that somehow
I don't think
persuade you.
You don't need to persuade me. I came to help. Daenerys Stormborn is the one who was promised. From the fire she was reborn to
I don't
make
see a human doing that, so I can't say he's
She has
the
freed the
best,
slaves from their chains and
Islamic
crucified the
person on
masters
the
for their
outside.
sins.
I'll just say, look,
Her
you guys
dragons are
give him
fine.
shit over all kinds of things.
I
You know,
came
his
from
claim
Lord of
about,
But
you
you
know,
heard all
blacks
this
being
beforehand.
indigenous to the
The long
U.S.
branch of
or
Atlantis.
his claim
The
that the
dragons
earth
will
is not
purify
round.
non-believers by
But
the
his
thousands,
most fucking
burning their
egregious
sins and
claim that
flesh
he's
away.
ever made
Ideally,
is that he's the
avoid
strongest
purifying too
swimmer.
many non-believers.
Like,
The Mother of Dragons has followers of
this
different
cannot,
faiths.
it
You
cannot
want your
stand.
queen to be
We're
worshipped and
gonna have to
obeyed.
bring this to a
And
close.
while she's gone, we
Akima,
want her
I am gonna be
advisors to
making a
be
trip.
worshipped
I
and
have to
obeyed.
talk to Marshall
I'd settle for
when
a
Marshall's free.
I will summon
Because I want to
the most
coordinate the
eloquent
trip with
priests.
Marshall
They will
to go
spread
to
the word.
Illinois
Daenerys
to
has been
help
sent to lead the people against the
Kitover
darkness.
takeover.
In
But
this
when I'm in
war,
Illinois,
the
I'd love to
Great
meet
War
up
still
with
to
you
come.
and maybe
It sounds
come
most
join us
absolutely
at
status
the
quo.
campaign headquarters
Was
on
anointed
the
as the
Lady
chosen
Hawk.
by one of your police test.
Kitover, we can
He
welcome
too
Muslims
had a
to
glorious
to the Lady Hawk.
Well, I mean, we'd have to do some type of, background check or purity test, like they're not going to kill me or something, when they decide to come on board and have a cocktail. Maybe a vodka martini would be the purity test.
Hey, John, I love my freedom too much.
Section 10 of the United
You don't
States.
have to worry about that.
I'm just gonna tell you guys that, the last time we let the Muslims get too close to a U.S. ship, the USS Colt happened. Just saying. Hakeem ever say that he has to pull out a blanket to do a prayer? Ever. I'm just saying. Okay. Or a magic carpet.
Hey, Mike Moon, are you with us?
I am, yes.
Mike Moon is somebody that has taken some unfair abuse on this app. And I just want to point out that since day one, I've always liked Mike. Mike is a fantastic photographer. He's passionate about photography. He's got nuanced political views, which is something that most people on this app do not have. And his battles with GOAT, I would actually say the Moon GOAT debates were some of the best that this app has ever had. Mike, you don't seem to get engaged like that anymore. What's going on? You're like more zen.
Yeah. Well, two things. One, I used to smoke a shit ton of weed, and I was high whenever I was on the app, and it made me super argumentative, and it made me like a quick thinker. I mean, I'm ADHD, so it really kind of cleaned up my thinking, to be honest, but it also made me super argumentative. So I was just obnoxious as fuck back then, more often than not. And I stopped like a year and a half ago. But the other thing is, I think I just got tired. I just got annoyed at like being hated all the time and attacked. Like, to be honest with you, I never try to like, I never pretend like I'm somebody else in an environment so that other people get along with me. Like, that's not my shtick. And so because I'm also kind of a contrarian person, that's my dog making that squeak noise. Because I'm kind of a contrarian person, I had a hard time finding places where I'm like fully accepted to just hang out. And so I kind of just started listening in the audience all the time more. And then I just started, there's a couple people I trust and I have a couple on stage. But otherwise, I just do like 90% listening for 10% talking. And to be honest with you, it kind of helps me keep less stressed because I get stressed out when I talk and shit like this on here.
That's fair. Do you remember you coined a term, and I thought it was brilliant. some people ignore it. Do you want to walk us through the democratization of mediocrity?
Oh yeah, so I was a photographer for 30 years, and it got to the point where I couldn't really make a living being a photographer anymore. It's like I could before, and I still can partially, but so I went to trade school at the age of 50 to become an electrician. And so I'm an electrician during the week, and I still do photography part-time. And so kind of both jobs are almost equal pay. So together I make about what I made before with photography alone. And so what I realized as the years went on, my dog, as I realized as the years went on, is that the democracy so basically people only get good enough at things now, like trades. They only get good enough or learn it well enough to start making money with it. And once they start making money with it, they shift their focus from mastering the thing they're doing into doing other things that will help increase the money flow. So say, for instance, like photography, you learn the basics, you get it down, and then once you do, and once you sell a couple weddings, you decide to spend a lot of your time on social media marketing and everything else while you're not just shooting, right? It used to be people would do something and they would do it with the goal of mastery. And then what they would do is after 10,000 hours, they'd get really good at it. And then the money would just come along with it, right? And that doesn't happen anymore. So basically, I call it democratization of mediocrity because it's much easier now to become good enough at something to make money doing it. And once you make money doing it, you convince yourself that the money justifies to yourself that you're an expert at it. Like, if I can make money doing it, then I must be good at it. And that's not true at all. Mediocrity can earn money all day long because, frankly, the bar's been lowered so much and everything, all the standards of clients in general. Clients just want fast, cheap, immediate, good enough to make money and sell and move on. And they have such short attention spans that basically people don't master things anymore. There's no value in being an expert or a master. And it even extends to like the idea that we don't trust experts of anything anymore, right? We'll argue about flat Earth with a fucking astronaut. We'll argue about COVID with a doctor. And we think that we're so much better off finding information on the internet for ourselves. We think that facts are facts, and our facts are the right ones, and the other facts are the wrong ones. And so basically, I call it the democratization of mediocrity because mediocrity is now good enough for almost everybody. And if you spend your time getting good at something, you're not worried about money, people have less respect for that than they ever did. It used to be like if you had a cool job, people respected your job, and they didn't care what you made. Now it's like it doesn't matter what your fucking job is, what do you make? If you don't make a lot of money, oh, you're lame. And again, that's stupid. I mean, judging everything by money is just the dumbest thing ever. And so I just think people need to get back to caring about being awesome at things, and then give yourself the grace to get good at it, for fuck's sake. I mean, I've shot over 1,000 weddings. I worked in 4 different industries of photography, from Hollywood to fucking retail, product photography, and everything else. And I would just master one thing, move to the next, master one thing, move to the next. And it doesn't matter that like this jack of all trades, master of none bullshit. Jack of 3 trades, master of 2. Then jack of 5 trades, master of 3. So like, don't short sell yourself. And don't expect to fucking master something in less than 10,000 hours. And I probably have 30,000 hours or 40,000 hours in at this point. Like, give yourself 20 or 30 years to do something. Quit worrying what you fucking make while you do it. And then ultimately, don't be mediocre. Care more. Care to be better. Care to be better what you do. Care to do something better than people around you do. And don't worry what they fucking make. If they make more than you, so fucking what? And that's it. Know who you are. Know what you are. Stand on what you can fucking do. And people can't take that away from you. People can take money away from you all fucking day long. They cut it. You can work for a company, they cut you in a fucking heartbeat. There's absolutely no fucking love to you. So, that's it basically. The democratization of mediocrity has now made it so that everything that is, and that's the other thing too, AI is all about mediocrity. AI pulls average and finds the collection of the best of the average. It can never be better than average. It's impossible. So if we're going to AI for things, we're less than mediocre. I mean, and then we go to AI and it becomes good mediocrity. Like, we can get to that level. But you're not going to be great unless you throw that to the fucking trash or use it as a tool to jumpstart what you're doing and forward. Like, that's fine. It's fine as a tool to use, but don't depend on it. on for your skills and depend on it for your political opinions and depend on everything else, it's fucking pathetic. I guess that's it. I mean, that's a lot, but that's, I guess, how it's sort of.
Beautifully said, Mike. I agree with that.
I have to say, attention to the poll, everyone. 11, 11, 11. That's a lucky number. And guess what? In the month, it's 9%. That's a triple poll.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Okay.
but my OCD is having a problem with the result of 102%. I don't know why Clubhouse can't fucking roll out a poll feature that can track these numbers in an accurate way. Like 102? It's fucking weird.
And my part is hilarious. I didn't even see that. That's hilarious.
The title of the room is Kitover Takeover, and I too, for those of you that missed it yesterday, John Kitover, who's running for Congress with the goal of educating the public on how the government's borrowing and spending is a national security crisis, as well as mortgaging the future for your kids and your grandkids. John Kitover, he finally got his website up, and his campaign is set to take donations. And right when he was able to do that, we started a room, and we
Stay
were
around or something like that. Learn about that.
funds. What are we totaled at?
We generated $510 yesterday through Clubhouse users, and I'm gonna match it. So over 1,000 yesterday, and you know, thank you all, you beautiful Clubhouse people. I can't thank you enough. It's a big shock, you know, and they take a little percentage on this antidote website, but the funds will be in the checking account. We've got Craigslist ads up trying to recruit people on the ground to generate signatures on ballots. And Mojo here, Positive Vibration Mojo has offered to fly out to Chicago to knock on doors with me and Marshall Rankin.
Yeah, we're gonna not just knock doors, it will be a training exercise to teach people to knock doors. We will get this campaign going. Hopefully within 2 to 3 business days, we can get enough signatures to get him on the ballot. And if we don't hit that goal, we'll at very least have an army of people trained to be able to help the cause. The first goal here is to raise enough money to have paid volunteers that can go ahead and get the ballot access. Ballot access is the goal. What you're donating for, don't put these lofty goals of what is his chance of winning. Get all of that out of your head. The first thing that we need to focus on is, can we get John Kitover on the ballot? Because once we get him on the ballot, then we can shift our goals into something more exciting. But we have to step one step at a time. The first step is ballot access. And if you're wondering how you can help, you don't have to get on a plane and join people like Marshall and myself going and training volunteers to knock doors. You can simply go to the link. You can donate money. You can make a donation as small as $1. While I recommend the floor should be tree fitting, I think that that's a good, fair entry point to be able to support such a cause. But if you have more money than that, please, by all means, don't limit yourself. And I would also request that those of you that believe in a deity, whatever deity it might be, I request that you prayerfully consider asking your deity to put it on your heart what level of generosity you should use when you go to this site. So if the Lord tells you to leave $1, leave $1. If the Lord tells you to leave $10, leave $10. If the Lord whispers in your ear, hey, you should give this guy $500, you should listen to the Lord. And if the Lord tells you, you know what, I think I'm going to pass, I'm not going to give him anything, you can do that too. But the secret is to ask the Lord for the guidance, and then when you hear it, then act upon it. That's what I would request that you can do. So for those of you that just heard this, if you can go ahead and maybe pray and then visit the website, that would be great. Can you put the link to the website in the chat, John?
Sure, it's in my profile as well. Let me put it in the chat.
Yeah, the profile's not clickable. It's kind of driving me a little crazy. You can't copy it either. You can't do shit from the profile.
Oh, I see. Okay, putting it in the chat.
So you might have to look at every time you enter a room because the profile just, you can't do anything unless I literally write it on a piece of paper and type it in.
I think we've made a lot of progress just on consensus or herd psychology of the debt. And today it's been announced that the July 2025 debt is at 290, or deficit is at 291 billion. So if you multiply that by 12, it's a hell of a lot more than 2 trillion a year we're adding to the national deficit now. So it's only escalating.
Well, can I just point out this poll is taking a shift here? Healthy Debates is breaking from the pack of second place in entertainment houses, and they are now sitting at 13%. They moved ahead of Chillism and Politically Correct.
Yeah, earlier you had a poll, right? That was which house on Clubhouse has the best moderator. And for that, I said Healthy Debates, and it was mostly because I think moderator-wise, JB is the best, I guess, for the format he does. He moderates you a little different kind of format. You're great, but it's more free flow, which is not as hard to moderate as what he moderates. Some of the rooms he moderates, it seems like they're harder to moderate, and he manages it well. And he's really incredible at getting everybody an opportunity when they show up. He pays attention. He looks at the screen. He watches. If you pop in the room, he says hi to everybody. Like he's just highly professional at it. It's pretty strict, to an extent. So there's not a lot of talking out of place and stuff, which you allow more of that, and I appreciate that more. So that's why I said he's the better moderator. He's the best moderator, but I think yours is more entertaining. If that makes sense.
It does make sense. That's why I changed my vote. Because actually, that's what I was thinking of, Mike. Was the moderation when I voted in this poll earlier today. I was thinking of moderation, but in hindsight, that's the changing my vote. While I agree with everything Mike said, JB runs a tight ship, very good at greeting folks, again, from either side of the aisle. But that said, respectfully, I'm not crazy about some of the topics that he chooses, whereas some of yours, I got a head to. I gotta say, much of the reasonable debates wasn't available today, but it's nice to see some actually, people coming together from different sides, talking about sensitive stuff. But I don't want to digress. I know we're talking about in love, and I gave it to my joining the room with the title at the end of the day.
I agree with you, Missy. His subjects get tiresome. I mean, if you looked at the same subject about like what's better, men or women, and he'll carry up like a week. You gotta be crazy.
Moose. Well, I get questions in my back channel about Healthy Debates because, as you know, I spent a few years over there, moderating rooms, and the reason why I don't moderate over there is because Clubhouse has gotten a little more picky about the things that you can do or say, and for whatever reason, I become a target. So I don't want a house that has nearly 50,000 people to be put at risk because I can be controversial at times. And so I remove myself from that house in that regard. And so having a smaller house like this, a growing house, if this one were to get clipped, we could start another one tomorrow. It wouldn't be as painful as a house that has almost 50,000 people in it. But I do get messages asking me, and it's a funny question. They'll ask them, are white people still allowed in Healthy Debates? And I know it's meant as a joke, but there has been a question about the content of how it's shifted a lot around identity, men, women, race, gender and race. It seems to dominate the conversation.
Yeah, JB though is the only one on Clubhouse that can successfully
my opinion, host a room like that and keep it completely professional and actually discuss like white versus black issues. He's really good at that. So if anything, I mean, it gets tiresome and it's annoying and it's not really my favorite. But I think that the platform needs somebody. I think that conversation is worth having if you can get both races at the same time together to have a respectful conversation. So I kind of feel like that's a conversation that needs to happen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on Clubhouse to counteract all of the bullshit everywhere else. And if Jay wants to take that mantle, then he's a great person to do it. But I'm gonna put spending more time in here because the topics here are really
I'm waiting for the rest here. That's a good one.
All right, you hear that, boys? Let's clear her out! What are you doing? Liberating this town in the name of the Republic. Look around. You really got anybody to put these proposals in real combat? Tell your men to set torches and prepare to fire the building. Put a squad, 7 platoon. Roll out to set torches and prepare to fire the town.
Right flag, second battalion,
Polarizing. Well, Colonel, what can I do for you? Me and my regiment is here in the site for combat care. Good to it, Colonel. My age has to make
Valuable to your operations.
I'm not a fan of laws that
Depredations. I can report you to the department.
Let me take you with you.
Yeah, Sheriff, they're specific, but I think I'm been right there in quite a while. They should go in there, I don't want to be
I'm waiting for the rest here.
moderating, but I gotta say that is a complete echo chamber. They actually do welcome, albeit with crash content or content in general, there are several folks who will write that will go up there, and of course, speak their MAGA, or speak, against the wokeism, or so they definitely do not, even folks from the right who have actually gotten pretty spicy on stage. I have to say, it takes a lot to actually get booted off their stage. The only one that's actually more open, laugh or not, is the 420 Lounge. Actually, she loves when folks from the right come on, specifically bring the echo chamber. But again, that said, you look at the stage sometimes on the politically correct, there's something that is mod, and they go on and look at actually modding. That could be
Shut the city down. It costs
I challenge who showed us correctly.
I got 30 minutes in my room.
It was because,
And Mom and Pa's
and I'll start out, my name is Sid, and I got invited to the stage. I gave my team
Stop for there, what for your assembly for me?
and she gave some pushback, and I had preferences, like private charities, things like that. And she started talking about how she has a nonprofit, and I should tell her about private charity because of all the great work she does. And then I just said, well, hey, it's great that you're doing this thing. Why don't you go ahead and put your private charity in the chat, and I'll make a donation of $500 right now. And instead of saying that, she cursed me out. They were and I think what happened is I didn't think it's like I didn't want to give $500 to some cause that she loved. I insist that she doesn't actually have a nonprofit. And when you ask somebody to post it, they don't. Like, for example, if somebody has asked John to post it, John would post his campaign finance because you want donors. She removed me from the room because I called her bullshit. And she does not have a nonprofit. She does not have, she does not do work. If she did, she would have proved it. She would have simply just put it in the chat. And people can make the argument, oh, she doesn't want to dox herself. That's BS. If you have a nonprofit, you should be loud and proud about it. And if there's a critic, listen, even if I would have been bluffing and would have not given the money, and people should know by now, like when I say that I'm going to give somebody money, I do give them money. Like anyone that knows me on this app knows I don't offer it to everybody, but when I do offer it, I give it. I'm a man of my word that way. I would have reluctantly given her the $500 if she would have posted it, and instead she removed me from the room. And to me, that is the problem with, and I won't make this about left, right, Democrat, or whatever. This is the problem with people that pretend that they're involved. They pretend to care. And I see this across the political spectrum. People want to talk shit, and then when you challenge them and go, well, what have you actually done? I don't necessarily think that everybody needs to start a nonprofit, but have you at least voted? Like, did you vote in the last election? Do you vote in primaries? Do you go to city council meetings? Do you like, what do you fucking do? And if you're doing nothing at all, if you never wrote a letter to the editor, you don't have to be shamed for that, but you do have an opportunity to change it, and you could start doing something. I just think that people are so full of shit, and the claims of what they're doing are full of shit. And then we get somebody that everybody in the app thinks is a troll, like John. John saying, you know what, I'm going to go ahead, and I'm gonna run for office. I'm gonna put my neck on the line, and now, what do? We rally around John. We donate to John. We're gonna go to Illinois. We're gonna support him with volunteer hours. We're gonna put effort in to get him on the ballot. What John does when he gets on the ballot, we'll find out. But the first goal is we got to get him on the ballot. So for those of you that like to claim that you're getting involved, if you care about this country, pray about it. Visit John's website. Dig into your pockets. Give him at least $1. I would recommend True Fitty. But if you want to give more than that, that's totally up to you.
I was gonna say, Mojo, one of your house rules is not to bring drama from other rooms, but I guess having a vote on a bunch of dead houses, it was inevitable.
Well, I think when I look at this, like which is like we had one earlier about like which house is the best moderated. I think In the Muff won that one fairly decisively. Which one's the most entertaining? In the Muff is winning this one fairly decisively. That doesn't mean that there's not a place for those things. I tell you, I enjoy going into politically correct to have a laugh. I go into healthy debates. I'm pretty attached to it in many ways, sentimentally. Spend a lot of time in there, and I think JB does a great job of curating the spaces over there. He's holding it down. Like I put in the chat, I think JB is moderator of the year. I think the previous year I would give that award to Kelly. But even chillism, I would recommend that as bad as chillism is, and chillism is bad, for entertainment purposes, you can find entertainment. I sat for 45 minutes in chillism and listened to Concrete and Ike argue about the Hegelian dialect, and then after listening to it for 45 minutes, Tally brought me on the stage. I asked a few questions, and I got both Ike and Concrete to admit that neither of them had ever read Hegel. Now, I can mock that and make fun of it, but it was fun as hell to be in a space where people are making claims about what an expert they are on a topic, and then when you come to find out, neither of them have ever read it. You can't buy this kind of entertainment. What are you gonna do? Go down to the AMC and watch Superman? Like, why would you do that when you have the entertainment here? I would say chillism, as bad as it is for content on this app, it's better than most movies that come out. I don't think it's better than the other rooms that we have listed above. In fact, I think these four should not be the only ones that we look at. I think Lisa's 420 is something that we should look at. I think the rational discussion group is one we should look at. I don't know if I would recommend anyone, unless they're over the age of 70, to go into the critical thinking forum. They're going to require you to download Facebook in order to participate in chat. That's not fun for anybody. So, anyways, I think there's a lot of good things going on in this app. I think that Clubhouse is back. I think the features are killing it. We love this poll feature. And shout out to those that the 65% that say that In the Muff is the most entertaining house on Clubhouse.
Entertaining house, but you want best moderator over JB? I think there might have to be an investigation. I think that might have been rigged. And as far as Gary's room, while I respect him and he's a top-notch journalist, he is old school. It's like, before internet, when you would, call the radio for, to get, all right, next caller, please. Like, he's not really interested in the back and forth. He does allow everybody to talk, regardless of what your political alignment is, but it's not conducive. Like, that's what another good thing about JB's moderating. He'd be like, hey, look, you don't have to mic up. Let me ask you about your point, and flesh it out a little bit versus, okay, next. And you don't do that, but I was, for a while, I thought it was JB, Kelly, and Mojo, but I guess you've been bumped up since Kelly doesn't mod anymore.
Well, I would argue that the poll earlier about best moderated spaces has less to do with me and has more to do with the collective effort of moderators. When I think of some of the rooms that have been ran in this space, I have to take my hat off to Scarlett with 2 T's, who has ran some rooms. She did one on game theory. She did one on Roland Fryer. I think that if we were to say underrated moderators on the history of this app, Scarlett with 2 T's is running incredible spaces, and she keeps the replays on for those that don't get to make it. So, welcome, JB. What's happening?
Yo, so I wasn't here for this earlier poll or vote, whatever, but no bullshit. You are the best moderator, not just currently, but since you've been on this app, in my opinion. So I'll definitely bend the knee to the king, no problem.
Well, I like I said in the chat, and I mean it. I think over this last year, you're definitely the king. When I look back in the past, I think there was anyone that's been on this app for a long time. Ned Kenny, I think, used to run really good spaces. I really like the stuff that Kelly's done on this app. I think Kelly, when Kelly turns on the music or curses somebody out, I think it's pretty good. What I think is really, really important, though, is to recognize some of the people that, even though I disagree with them, have run great spaces. Like Steve Crone, who I think is one of the most disingenuous human beings I've ever seen on this app. When he talks about politics, he's just, I'll just say it like it is, he's just a big fat liar. And he's super dishonest. But when he was running movie rooms, Steve Crone's movie rooms, his expertise, like in film, and the people that he drew into those rooms were fucking amazing. And like, again, it's one of those weird things where, he was good at that. Talking about politics, he's fucking awful. Royfield Brown. Oh, hold on one second. Royfield Brown, who I think is one of the coolest dudes. He and I don't think we've ever found a political thing that we agree on, but we talk offline all the time. We don't have to talk about politics. We can talk about careers. We can talk about family. I consider him a good friend. Royfield is one of the first people that I would go into rooms and be like, now this guy has it figured out. He used to do a room called Superpowered. And Superpowered was where it was a comic book room, and he would talk about themes in comic books. And for anybody that's ever read comic books, or maybe watched the comic book movies, Royfield knows his shit when it comes to comic books, and those spaces were super fucking entertaining. So there's been a lot of people that have come and gone. I think Don Fields, her movie rooms were really good. Daniel Mendoza did really good movie rooms. There's been a lot of like high quality shit that's been on this app. And there was a time in Healthy Debates when there was a crew of moderators where there's been division that separated some people, but like I can remember a time when we would do a room and there was diverse personalities from JB to Rowan to Dr. Jordan. You got Kelly cursing people out, and then you had Bryn, who some people love him, some people hate him. He could add a lot of value if you were talking about like court cases and how the law works, shit like that. I think that this app is on its way back. It's rebuilding. I'm starting to see people that have been off the app returning to the app. And so, yeah, and you know what?
Well, Roger, you forgot Uncle Steve.
Oh, well, I would never forget Uncle Steve, but my best experience with Uncle Steve was off the app in his living room, hanging out with him and his dog, and set to some oldies music, and me and Dr. Jordan got to hang out with him. It was great time. The last thing that I will say is that I think it's so back that Joe Armenia, he came into a room today and he followed me again. So me and Joe are now friends again. So
We are back in the good graces of Clubhouse. Well, I gotta bounce. I'm going to dinner. Great space. You're the best moderator. What's up, Rohan? Good to see you. Catch you guys later. No, I love you like a fat kid loves cake.
Love you too, Lou.
Chillism's dragging behind at 9%. What's going on, man? Where are the chillism people at? They need to represent. Pima, why don't you pin your chillism people and get some votes? Okay. There you go. I got Daniel down there in the goo. Hopefully he'll come up. Daniel's awesome. John, do we accept donations from Australia? Roman would like to know.
It's a good question. I do not know. I don't think so. And somebody in the chat yesterday said I'm already committing campaign finance fraud in the chat. So if anybody has any receipts or is concerned about donations, put it in the chat.
Now, you could collect, you just have to, as you've already deployed a system that tracks who's giving what. What your opponents may do at some point is they'll point out that what percentage of your donations are coming from outside of your district, and they'll try to use that against you. But you just got to remind them that while you're representing your district, you're also representing the United States of America.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, you can try to donate on the link in the chat. At some point, if you want to change the survey out to make it easier for people, you can do that later. But yeah, I mean, you can try to submit and we can see what happens. Because this platform is already working with major congressional candidates, senators, etc., that use it. It's called Antidote.
Hey, Ro.
Ro, are you unable to speak right now? All right. Well, we've had a fun day on the app. We got 38 votes. 2/3 of the people believe that this is the most entertaining house on Clubhouse. I'll take it. Healthy Debates moved into second place, and Politically Correct third. Chillism number 8. 8% in fourth place. It's amazing. I think this is about right, though. I think that ranking is true. I think we're the most entertaining. Healthy Debates number 2. Politically Correct number 3. And Chillism number 4. Does anybody disagree with that order? Rowan makes a good point about being the best mod. Rowan, the issue is that the time zone that you're in, I don't think that you've hit critical mass with the voters. But I would agree. I think Rowan is probably the most. he's definitely the most level-headed and least emotional mob in the history of healthy debates. And so there is that.
To the point of echo chambers, I've been thinking about this lately. So obviously you guys see me coming in here, even modding with Mojo on occasion. So I'm wondering, is it because everyone, you're saying that politically correct, or maybe Lisa's rooms are echo chambers, but yet you don't go in there to break up said echo chambers. So I'm wondering, what is
I went in there and got removed. I just told you that story.
No, not you. This is definitely not directed at you. I don't blame you for not going back after you get booted. But I'm wondering for anyone else who does think those houses are echo chambers, why not go in there? Because I'm telling you, I've seen there's several MAGAs that go in there on the regular. Sometimes it gets a little heated, but usually it doesn't actually. So I'm wondering, is it because you don't have friends over there? We gravitate to where our friends are, or is it I'm going to assume it's an echo chamber, so I'm going to avoid it?
I think there's an element of all of those things. I think moderation is probably the biggest thing. So if you think about all the signals that we have, right? On a personal level, I have a photograph, I have a name, I have a bio, and then I have what I talk about. When I create a house, there's the house and the rules. When we create a room, there's the title, and then there's all the other tools that we have. And so you create like a vibe, and every room has a different vibe. And one of the things that I've noticed about houses like this, or healthy debates, or chillism, for example, and welcome Tally, by the way. Tally's my favorite moderator from chillism. In fact, she might be the only moderator, but actually, if I'm saying his name right, I've newly become acquainted with him. I think he's legit. I like that guy. But Tally's great. I think that the moderators can set the tone. My criticism, I can criticize all these things. The criticism for this particular place, this house in the Buff, is that maybe we're too eclectic. Maybe we have too many diverse opinions, and sometimes it's a mess, and it's hard to stay on topic. Politically correct, I would say that because of the people that moderate the room, and even when they want to hear somebody's opinion, they're very selective of which people's alternative opinions they want to hear from. They would love to get somebody that could go up there, like if a MAGA Republican went in there, they would welcome it because they can hear it, they can rip it to shreds, and then after they leave, they get to all talk about it. That's their choice. If I go in there with a nuanced opinion and I battle and they try to put me in the MAGA box and I go, nope, I don't accept that. Oh, well, you're a Republican. Nope, I'm not that. Oh, you're conservative. Nope, I'm not that. They don't know what to do, and so that's why I get removed from those spaces, because they don't know how to handle nuance. And then healthy debates, I think, really tries to and I did it for years in healthy debates. You try to be balanced, but we have our own biases. The topics now around like race and gender, not exactly my cup of tea. I'd rather focus on ideas than identity, but that's just me. And then chillism, and I'd love for you, Tally, to jump in here and tell me if I'm wrong about this. My criticism of that is that you have incompetent mods, not saying you are, but there are mods that are completely fucking incompetent, and then the rules themselves allow for chaos, so people like Concrete could run over a conversation with impunity, and there's no way to have a real conversation. Tally, do you think that's a fair criticism?
It depends on what you're showing up for. I wouldn't just wave away that critique. There are some people who have more of a desire for order, like myself, and then there are others who sort of thrive in the chaotic element. And I think that sometimes the marrying of the two isn't enjoyable for one who skews more so one way than the other. Now, I will say about our mod team is that there's so many personalities, and people show up for different elements, and at different times in the day, one will shine or be more prevalent than the others. So if you just hang around long enough, you'll get whatever you have a taste for.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I've made it a habit where I only will raise my hand in that room if you're modding, because it just doesn't make sense for me to participate otherwise, because at least I know that there is some moderation. And then sometimes I've been tricked where I raise my hand and you're there, but you're not really there. Like, I don't know if you're sleeping or working or whatever. And then when I realize, like, oh shit, she's not modding, then I'll leave. But I do like popping in and just hearing some of the nonsense that goes on in there. It's almost like visiting a fucking, like, zoo exhibit where, you know, where you just have animals in the wild just behaving badly. And it's very interesting. But I can only take so much of it. But I understand why some people would find it entertaining, because I find it entertaining from time to time.
Yeah, we consider it like an arena. It's a sport. I would say more like the Olympics. Well, there's various sports available, and I would say jump in during the times where you believe you would most enjoy yourself.
Is hate, racism, and brain rot a sport?
Well, as I've said many times, free speech is very empowering. Some people feel empowered to say the most vile nonsense imaginable, and then some other people, like myself, use the free speech to explore ideals that might get us kicked out of rooms like politically correct, just for having thoughts.
Speaking of politically correct, Charlotte with two G's, I don't think you were here before, and I was asking why a lot of you folks, including Bojo, who's been in there with the move, do not go to politically correct for fear of being become evil echo chamber again. I know you've been there. Would you say that you've been disrespected, treated well, or
Patty is one of the homeowners there. She and I have a clubhouse friendship, whatever that means. When she's there and I go early enough, I get to say hello and I get to listen to what people think. And there are a couple mods who have me blocked, so I don't always get in there. And when she's not in there, it can get uncomfortable, but also they get their echo chamber if they wanted it. It's not unlike other places on the app who have a strong ideology and gatekeep and hold fast to their philosophy. So, yes and no.
Tali, how do you think that you and Nathan hold it all together? You know, letting so much intelligent discourse course through your brain for so many years now. How do you handle it?
Alright, so the house creators are actually Nathan and Knowledge, and I think that their personalities are reflected in the way that the room is run, and I will say I have become a better speaker. My thoughts, not that my thoughts were disorganized before, but better communicating in a way that is receptive to the audience or the other participants, and I will be grateful to both of them for allowing me to explore that way and become a better speaker.
Let me ask you this, Tally. We have some rules in this house, and I want to run them by you. And tell me which of these rules you think are bad rules, like, or at least wouldn't fit the culture of chillism. But which ones would, which ones wouldn't? Rule number one, no threats of violence. Is that one good? Is that consistent with you guys?
We have no credible threats of violence, which is to say, once they cross over into the territory of like dropping addresses and it becomes something that could translate into real life, then it is crossing the chillism line. My boundaries aren't necessarily reflected by the house rules. I just, go with what the house creators want.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that can be policed, but I understand. I mean, some people, you can jokingly say, "Oh, I'll fucking kill you." Yeah, okay, we'll just let that one. What about no doxing? Is that a rule?
That is also a rule, and I love that rule. I think that it empowers the free of speech element of the room. You are more likely to say the thing that you were afraid to say before, if you know that we're gonna, to the best of our ability, protect you from real-world consequences.
Gotcha. No, that's good. So it sounds like the first two are in line. This one I think would probably be a challenge over there with people like Concrete. Number three is stay on topic. That's not a rule that you guys have.
It's not a rule, but we do something really fun when we have super long queues where you can actually use your queue time to speak about anything you want. It doesn't have to be on topic. And the most fun we had was people reading like random children's books during their turn to speak, and it's just like a way to lighten the atmosphere of some of the more like serious conversations.
Okay. And then how about keeping your shares brief? That's a rule that we have here. Is there any rule on keeping your shares brief?
No, but you might experience what's called a heckler's revolt if you talk for too long and you sort of ramble on. And, well, I don't think it needs to be explained.
No problem. And then what about do not interrupt speakers? Is that a rule over there, a concept?
If you are, like, incessant with your interruptions, that's going to be a problem. But there's like a natural flow of conversation that happens, and some people might interpret it as interruptions, but an interjection might actually help you stay on topic.
Okay, well here we have mods may interject when appropriate. What about, this is the one that I think would be probably the most outside of the norm for that house. The N-K words are forbidden on the stage and in the chat. Do you guys forbid any words being spoken?
No. That's the free-ish speech, and some of that speech is going to be offensive. That's just the nature of the room. Yeah.
Okay. And you think that allowing for that, because again, free speech, specifically when we think of like the First Amendment, is really more the government not restricting our speech. But when we curate spaces and have freedom of association, we can set up our own rules, and you guys are permissive about it. Other spaces are less permissive. Do you think that allowing that creates a better environment than a space that doesn't allow?
Better is going to be subjective, and I would say that along with the undesirable words, you get a lot of free-flowing conversations about topics that might have been sort of banned elsewhere. So you sort of have to take the good with the bad. Now, it's not that you can say whatever you want with no repercussions, because people definitely push back against not only your ideals, but also your use of such words. I myself also push back loudly.
The man decided to become his disciple, willing to undergo
intense training before heading to prison. At 5 a.m., he was woken up with pig's blood, beginning his day of special training. He lay on ice blocks, his body smeared with essential oils, while the master mercilessly whipped him. His cries of agony continued for an entire night. The man was then restrained by his chest and left hanging under the eaves of the house. The master said that this kind of training had saved his life. For lunch that day, he was given a live scorpion. However, because he was late to eat, the master told him to get back. The man's wife couldn't bear to watch him and decided to leave. After all, out of sight, out of touch, the master...
That's one of our rules. You guys allowed to spam the chat.
I'm not sure what you mean by spam, but I love our chat engagement. And oftentimes, there will be completely separate conversations happening in the chat. And I think it's really empowering for people who don't believe they can talk up on stage.
Yep. What about bringing drama from other spaces into here? Like if people have like a beef from another place, you guys allow that to like manifest in your space?
Preferably not. It's not really that interesting of a conversation to me.
Yeah, I agree. What about English only? Are you guys just free to just jump on there?
Me, I put in the chat all the time, is English only room, America first. I don't care.
Awesome. And then we've added a rule 11. This is a recent rule. Some people call it the brass rule. I don't know why it's called that. Keep families out of your mouth.
Too much kindness, people will fear you.
So specifically, we let's go with rule 1. No calling them individuals unless you're homosexual or a woman. Rule 2, no spouses or kids. Rule 3, no credible threats of violence. We kind of covered that here.
No, that's cool. I mean, I guess we now know, like, you know, kind of maybe the rules of the road a little bit better in different spaces. I will say right now, chillism is third. Which I find is interesting. It's kind of a tight race in second place. Right now, health debates is at 16%, chillism 14%, politically correct at 12%. So, yeah, I guess everybody finds, you have different criteria for defining entertainment. And so it's good that people have different ideas about this because it would be boring if everybody agreed with each other. And chillism just tied for second. So it's amazing.
I have a question around, are we done, Mojo? I didn't want to...
No, that's just good. Jump in, please.
So yeah, Tally, I'm not that familiar with it a couple of times in Chile, but to Mojo's point regarding allowing the N-word or the K-word, or whatever, you know, insert racial elements here, not really elevating conversation, but in the name of free speech absolutism. So what other, I guess, aside from N-bombs, you know, dropping left and right, and again, other racial slurs and such, what other examples of free speech is rocking in those spaces? Again, aside from no one taking offense to the aforementioned racial slurs.
Oh no, I would never try to stop someone from being offended, but how you communicate your offense and being better able to explain why it's offensive is a benefit of allowing those words in there to begin with. I would also say that to the deplorables who, you know, freely launch that sort of speech at people of color, I'm like taking some of their power away by engaging with them to begin with is another benefit, and making them look stupid is always so rewarding. So if you can stomach it, it's a good get rewarded, but I'm not asking for anyone to be able to include some of that engagement for people like myself who sort of thrive in curb stomping idiots and racists.
Yeah, and I hear you. I see that. Aside from the racial slurs, how do you see others who are not empowered by
I had one viewer in it.
outside of racism that you think your room from ours, each of them, I think you said, well, there's discussion because we have free speech that may not be allowed in other rooms. So again, outside of racism, I ask you, like, what other examples of free speech do you think moderators empower you?
So, I, for instance, a few nights ago was exploring anti-Semitism among friends, and I don't need to agree with my friends or to be friends with them. And it was invigorating. And that's me using my freedom of speech to, just before I knew that might get me launched to the hallway in other groups that might purport themselves as safe spaces.
So please make the room who your friends in here even if they're from different houses, or have a goal of, Roger, did you tell me you wanted 100 people voting in the poll, or as many as possible, at least 100? We'll make sure the poll is...
The larger the sample size, the better, so...
I agree.
Yeah, the more the better.
You know, we don't have control of rigging this vote, unlike our elections. So, you know, even though the poll might tally 102 or 105%, that's not us, that's Clubhouse, and we do want as many people voting in this poll as possible.
Tali, how would you describe yourself politically? Like, what's your, American political views? Or if you were the president of the United States, what would you do for your American people?
I would describe myself as right of center, conservative. I try to be measured and analytical. What would I do as president? That's a very, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that. That's a big job.
I have a bigger question for Mojo. How do you not have We Are the Gist or the Living Room or the Anonymous or even the thing? I'm always fascinated how, though, there's biblical smoke that is above all, that is rocking 600 to 700 people more than regular. But I thought this, We Are the Gist, and there's 200-300 people chilling. Like, there's not really a lot of conversation flowing. I don't know what to trust, but they didn't make it on your on the poll.
No, that's why I don't know if you've been in some of those rooms. I have. I will peruse the hallway and check out some of these rooms. Biblical smoke, I mean, look, if somebody wants to create a poll that says, hey, what's your opinion on hotepery, please, by all means, go ahead and create a poll. I list these because these rooms tend to end up talking about politics, and so I think that's the through line with all of these, is that politics is discussed. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the only thing discussed. In fact, I would argue that some of the best moments in the MUF is when we're not talking about politics. When, Abby, who just came in the room, when she's, man on the street interview, going into cheesesteak shops and figuring out, what kind of meat is used in a Philly cheesesteak. I mean, I think that sort of content is highly underrated on this app, because people are limited in what they think that we can do here. And I want to just point out, there's been some new happen. We are now reading on this app, which I didn't think was going to happen. We have reading rooms. We read from, John, can you tell the book we read in its entirety?
Now they can.
Can you tell them about that book, John?
Yeah, it's an ancient Chinese philosophy, psychology book written 2,300 years ago by Lao Tzu, and it deals with wisdom, intelligence, understanding, comprehension, as opposed to endless heated road rage conversations about nothing.
Yeah, and then on top of that, Anson Burlingame, one of the most respected people on this app, he's been creating spaces in a new house, one of the fastest growing houses on this app, called Rational Discussion Group, which is kind of a better alternative to the Critical Thinking Forum. It's at the same time as the Critical Thinking Forum, and the differences are it's more of a heterodox environment where we allow people with differing opinions to kind of share their thoughts, and then chat is left open. We allow people to challenge ideas, so there's a little bit of back and forth for those that have been participating. That's been great, but I would say the biggest achievement that we've seen, maybe the biggest achievement was the fact that we've read a book together out loud. That was amazing. But how about helping? It's a civics lesson that we have a person running for Congress that has launched their campaign on Clubhouse, and we did a money bomb yesterday, and we raised over $1,000 to help John Kitover to get it on the ballot so he can run for Congress, so he can reduce the spending, reduce the borrowing. So if anybody that thinks that we have a borrowing and spending problem, I would recommend that they look at John Kitover for Congress.
John, how many people in the room do you think comprehend that book that you read?
The Tao Te Ching? Well, I would just say the fact that we were able to organize and actually, STFU, shut up, and actually read a book together and do it efficiently was a practice in team development and building. It was a great experience. So I don't know how many people comprehend it because I've read it many times, and every time I reread it, I go, oh my gosh, cannot believe how profound it is, and why. Because it acts as like a gestalt to a certain extent. You can use it as a tool to reflect on whatever you're thinking about. I don't know. It's an important and intelligent book.
It sure is. And if somebody has acknowledged your intelligence from the moment I've met you on this app, thank you for presenting that information in that book to this crowd.
Yeah, and it's interesting is I heard a lot of opposition to the book claiming that the Chinese communists utilized that book as inspiration for their revolution. And I would just say that if you don't agree with some of the phrasings in it, well, then it's a challenge for you to read. And everybody read it like a pro. It was impressive.
Thank you very much. And you're awesome.
We have a very close race for second place for most entertaining house on Clubhouse. I hope that people will fully participate in the voting process. I don't want to call people out, but I can see if you voted or not. And so when I'm looking at your profile photo and I see that you haven't voted, I don't want to call you out by name because that would be uncomfortable for some. But man, wouldn't it be cool if more people voted? Yay. Yay, democracy. Let's see, we've got 49 votes. Let's see if that little shaming can get us to 50. Let's see. Nope. Nobody showed up. Nobody responded to that.
Dude, you better vote. Joe, you better vote.
I'm posting in the Discord, and I'll put it in the Telegram that I have.
I don't care about names. Ro, you better vote. Kristen, you better vote.
I'll just say that's a data point.
So how should I vote?
Which one entertains you the most? And by the way, you can determine what you view as entertainment.
All of them are amazing, and they have, I don't know, it's kind of like, I don't know. I would just rather just not vote right now. Well, how long, we were trying to get to 100 votes anyway, so Mojo, will we have that?
Can
can I just say that that's the most woman thing I've ever heard? Like the indecisiveness. I mean, you're entitled to it. You don't have to vote, but like yeah. Anyways, it's what it is. Let me just.
No, please elaborate.
No, it's like, I don't care. It's like, I don't care what we eat. You wanted to talk about me? I don't want that.
Well, I don't watch it. All of them are just they're incredible. I'm not a very competitive person.
Well, this is more about appreciation than competition. Think of it this way.
I know.
Well, okay, Kristen, do you have a favorite deli?
All right, you want me to make a decision? I'll make a decision.
There you go. That's it. You got what I was looking at. Awesome.
You know what my decision is?
Not to vote?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that for you.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We need nonconformists too. I appreciate that. I would probably not be responding if somebody was pressuring me to vote either, to be quite honest.
Can we get like little stickers that say I voted?
Oh, that would be great. You guys can PTR I voted or use the GIF function.
Well, we could do Clubhouse. God, you got me saying Clown House now. No, Clubhouse. You know how they used to remove your profile picture and used to put your own like the like everybody. Then if you voted, then you need to remove your profile picture and put Mojo's picture.
What's crazy? You know what's crazy when we vote? There's this little thing on our PTR that proves that we vote.
I know, but you're talking about stickers, and then she put the sticker.
I'm gonna guess that Rowan is on Club Deck and can't vote. By the way, if anybody's wondering, what are they talking about? What poll? If you can't see the poll at the top of the room, you probably need to update the app because there's a new feature that you're missing out on, which is really fun. It's the thing we're all talking about right now. Right now we have 53 votes, and in first place, I won't even tell you who's in first place. You just go ahead and vote, and then you can see it yourself. You'll unlock the results for yourself by voting. Adams, I have a question for you.
As long as it's John Kitover unrelated, then I'll be happy to answer it.
I don't know if you're going to feel that way after you know what it's relating to. You might want to go back to Kitover when I ask you this. What would you think about reinstating Rich to in the muff?
I'm sorry, was that a question? Y'all can do what y'all want to do. I'm not going to tell y'all who to spend time with. I'm not even going to go down that road. To be honest with you, I have a lot of things going on, and I may just spend a little bit less time on this app as it is. So that's what y'all want to do. That's what y'all want to do. But I'm going to be very, 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 very clear that I'm going through something right now, and if he makes an effort to either bring that out onto this app or to pry into my personal business, I'm telling you right now, he's not going to have any money to send his kids to college. So I would caution him to be very, very careful reading out people's personal business or giving insight as to how he perceives people's personal business.
That's fair. That's fair. You're not the only one that has challenges with this person, but I went through this exercise where I was unblocking people and his name comes up of like, hey, can he be allowed back in here? And what I had said was that 3 conditions have to be met. You might not care about these conditions, but I would like for him to issue an apology to you, an apology to another person that happens to be on the stage that I cannot mention the name, and then also agree to follow the rules. And by following the rules, I think he would meet the things that you're saying in regards to doxing, in regards to just general overall behavior. If we could get him to agree to these 3 conditions, apologize to you, apologize to another individual, and abide by the rule, would you have any objection to sharing space with him?
I'm just not going to share space with him. So, I mean, there's just certain things that, once the line is crossed, it's crossed. And unfortunately, he put himself in a situation, given the context of what I'm going through now, to really make himself look even dumber. So apology or not, I really don't feel like there's any sort of value in continuing to interact with him, even in saying hello, to be honest with you. I'm not going to be childish, but, you know.
Alright, no, fair enough.
Yeah. You know.
Fair enough.
And actually, go ahead.
Hold up, real quick. It's very hard to rein certain people in, and so if we do bring him back, he will be on a very, very short leash in terms of behavior. Because overall, I think he's a smart guy, and I think some of his positions that he speaks about are important to talk about. But his disregard for people's privacy, his disregard for people's humanity in general, can be problematic. And so I would personally say bring him back if he follows the rules, but I think that's going to be a hard ask because he doesn't really like the rules. But go ahead.
That's definitely a plus for any candidate that I come across. Jay, are there any closing remarks that you wanted to make? Anything in closing to the community or?
You know, just thank you all for what you're doing. And for people that are thinking about getting involved, thank you for thinking about it. I hope you find something that works for your schedule.
Picked up on so quickly. So, Rich's apology would mean very little to me. I actually think I would require from Rich $100 donation to John Kitover's financial campaign for election campaign. I think that would go a long way to mitigate the harm and the emotional trauma and the assholery that he inflicted not only upon me, but the transgressions he's transgressed upon many, many people in Clubhouse. So, you know, I'd like John Kitover to confirm the donation. And
well, I have a question for John. John, what is the fee that Anadot pulls out?
I think after $505 in donations yesterday, it showed like 467 or something in the account.
What's that, like 3.5%, something like that?
Yeah,
let's
6,
figure
7%.
out how much?
Maybe 6, 7%. I'm not sure.
We need to figure out the percent, and because if I like where Two T's is going with this, I think that he should not only put $100 towards this campaign, but also pay the fee. So then it's a full $100 donation.
How about $169? Has a nice ring to it.
I don't know if he has that much money, but I think that's an interesting thing. But John cannot ask for that. That's a suggestion that I'll whisper into the ether, and because nobody that's connected to the campaign can make those kind of requests, because that would violate campaign finance laws. But so that is not officially happening. But we'll see. We'll see if he'll make a donation. See if we can encourage him.
I don't have a problem with it. He's very respectful to me. I just want to say that. Just you asking how everyone feels personally. I've never had a problem with it.
It's likely because he values and respects you, Abby. When he
always had good dialogue with him. I'm being honest. Shit on for saying this, but it's been very normal.
Right. Well,
so Abby, let me just offer this up to you, Abby. And I admire and I respect you as well. You know, but I will just say this: be very cautiously optimistic, because while they may not directly pick a fight with you, they may put words in your mouth to insinuate certain things, using the legitimacy behind the words that you say to win an argument and put you in a situation with somebody else. So I'm just saying, be very, very, very careful.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm pretty cautious, like with almost every sentence someone says, I usually try to hold them to it. But as I said, my experience has been a positive experience.
I've got a question for you, Abby.
Because Abby's kind. Dr. Adams, have you been really kind to people on this app? Do you think do you expect that sort of way that you treat other people?
I don't feel like I really own your bullshit opinion with any considering that you're not the authority or morality to even putting a litmus test to how you think I should be behaving. So I gave you your answer. So let's move on. Let's okay, hold on. I owe you nothing. Hold on, whining.
Hold on, dude, come on. You're messing with the chi. Let's see here, Abby. I have a question. Would you feel comfortable connecting John to talk to the right people in the state of Illinois within the Republican Party that might want to at least hear his pitch of why he's?
I really don't know much about Illinois. I mean, what I'm involved with doesn't interact too much there. I don't think we have, my particular group has a chapter in that state because the state is blue. But I would think he hopefully has been vetted through the local party and through
The local party is actually supporting a cuck that is a big government, inflationary economic interventionist. And so what we're looking for is more of like the Republican Liberty Caucus folks within the state of Illinois.
Can you tell me, John, I never asked you this. Can you tell me your district? What's the, is it D, I assume is it D there now? And what's it D?
No, it's a Republican
Congressman.
yeah.
R plus what?
Darren LaHood. It's in the 16th district.
16th. And what's it? R plus what?
R plus what? I mean, it's the 16th congressional district.
No.
She's referring to like the likelihood of
Oh, it's very high. It's very high. It's very high.
What is it? Do you know?
I don't know. Maybe 85% up there.
No. John, do me a favor. What I just asked you, you need to know the answer to that when you get asked that. If you're running in that district.
I've seen it. I don't know that R plus
in
number.
the U.S. how we rate congressional districts.
John, you, me, and Marshall will have a chat maybe over the weekend, and we'll walk through some of this information that you're going to want to know, especially if you start, publicly speaking on this. These are small but important details, and I appreciate Abby for bringing it up because there's going to be people that are going to want to know this, especially donors are going to ask these types of questions.
It's the 16th district in Illinois. Who'd you say is the sitting member now?
Darren LaHood.
LaHood. Okay, give me a second.
Don't forget about the southern part of the state because it's a lot more conservative down here than it is like in the northern or the bigger like Chicago area.
That sounds like a potential volunteer. Ashley, have you met John?
I don't think so, but I'm near the bottom, like the very tip of Illinois, so we get ignored down here a lot. In fact, our governor was announced before our voting polls had even closed, so we get ignored.
Awesome. Well, this has been a good room so far. I like that we're carrying on we had the money bomb last night, and the Kitover takeover night 2 is in full effect. Abby, we raised over $1,000 for John last night, and we're now setting our sight on $10,000 in donations. Every dollar goes a long way. He's spreading every dollar in important ways in terms of getting people outdoors. The goal right now is ballot access. Getting John on the ballot will be a huge test because there are people within the state that don't want to see him on the ballot. Specifically, the party that he is a part of doesn't want to see him on the ballot. And I can tell you that that's going to be the biggest challenge. But every dollar that we raise is going to mean that his opposition is going to want to raise about $20. So we can at least, at very least, make them waste a lot of their money. So I hope we can come together and do this. I think that the message is important enough, and the ask is pretty clear. We're not asking people to do anything that they're uncomfortable with. It's just simply pray, ask the Lord Almighty, whatever deity of choice, just ask the Lord prayerfully. Just ask Him, what level of generosity should you have when giving money to the campaign? And the Lord will whisper to you. It's a whisper, so you have to listen carefully. The Lord will whisper to you either don't give any of your money. Maybe the Lord will say, well, what's the minimum? $1? Okay, what would that hurt? But the Lord may say, this is your calling. You should give big. This is the thing you've been waiting for. All the things that you believe, those are the things that John believes. And if the Lord whispers that into your heart, that's when you should give big.
I promise any campaign contributors will get total transparency into this campaign. You know, every single issue that you have, I will listen to. Now, I will put it in my list of top 10 priorities, and if you have any priorities for the campaign, put it in the chat now.
If you have any policy papers, writing your position papers, your policy papers, before you just doing that, Tom.
I've written my first position paper. Let me put it in my PTO.
If you can make things better for the forgotten part of the state, I know you get a lot of voters down here because, we pretty much get the leftovers, and you don't even see a lot of campaigning down here, like when it comes to like the big elections.
Yeah, the biggest towns.
Sorry about that. I just want to bring attention to the poll. We're up to 56 votes, and Healthy Debates is pulled back into second place. Chillism has moved down to third, and Politically Correct is remaining in fourth place. It's a tight race for second place. I don't know who's going to win, but we'll find out once we get all of the votes counted.
Roger, did you do the Kev Copeland and say, God wanted me to have that private jet?
Wow.
So, Rich, I'm not sure.
He sounded like Kev Copeland. It was fucking amazing. God, why won't you get $1?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, let me get it back up. I didn't know he was allowed on stage without making a donation or considering.
Two T's, hold on. Why don't we do this?
Hold
on. Rich, you've got some atoning to do. Do you want to atone?
About what?
How about the fact that my friend who interviewed declared truth, and that it was mutually agreed that we would ignore each other, and then 5 minutes later, you came into a room I was in to harass me? How about that?
That's not true. That's it. Well, it's inaccurate. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was 2 hours, not 5 minutes.
No, what actually happened is I came in the room, and then I was allowed to be on stage, and then you crashed out to Nathan and all them and Chillism that you didn't want me to be back on stage, even though it wasn't your decision, it was King Solomon's, and him and I made an amends, and I apologized for what I said to him, and then you crashed out and started kicking me.
No, I was agreeing to ignore you, and then you had comments in the chat. You forgot.
Oh, no, that was way after.
Poor memory.
Yeah, that's inaccurate. That was way after he had already jumped in on me.
I don't think so.
Hey, it's only self-defense if you get jumped, and then you defend yourself.
Hold on. Rich, let me just ask you. I'm just going to ask you point blank. Did you miss being in the muff?
I missed the drama.
The drama? What about the,
Well, like the drama between you and Nathan and, JB.
What about the rewarding experience that we've had of reading books together, of raising money for political campaigns? No, don't care about that.
No. That was like some Kev Copeland shit. But this is, for me, it's like the telenovelas. Watching you and JB and Nathan crash out on each other is just fucking amazing.
I told you. When did I crash out on JB?
Well, no, I mean, you guys don't, crash.
Is his audio coming? I couldn't hear that.
It's been a clubhouse glitch today.
I'm curious about what this crash out is, because I haven't crashed out in quite some time.
He likes the gas, I told you. I was so grateful that you were like, you know what, we'll give him a chance. And I was like, Yeah, we could do that, you know. I really like this mojo. It's really doing some good things in my heart. Like, alright, we'll see. I'm telling you. I'm coming.
Alright. Mima, I just want to warn you, I've got eyes on other women right now, so, you're trying to compete for my affection, and the object of my desire might even be in this room, so this is becoming awkward. Anyways, okay, so Rich took care of himself there, that was interesting. John, I thought Rich was your friend. We're not gonna get a campaign donation? What's going on here?
Yeah, I don't think so, and I don't think you're going to extract any atonement from him. So, I would say enforce your house rules at all times, but still see if people are willing to make amends or ask for forgiveness, because, personally, Yom Kippur has been a monumental, psychological, revolutionary, religious way to essentially go clear and make peace, as opposed to living with a grudge or having conflict with people. Asking for forgiveness is a challenge for a lot of people, but I've done it a lot of times in my life, and the back end of it is way more glorious than living with anger and hate in your heart.
Hey, John, not to change the subject, but have you, how much work have you done reaching out to I'm assuming you're a Republican, running against a Republican, is that right? So you're
That's
going to
correct.
be vying for, okay. So when are your primaries? Next year?
Mm-hmm, in March, yeah.
Okay. Have you reached out to the other Republican committees in your district to see
I live in Chicago, and I've been gone to many Chicago GOP, aka Illinois GOP events, you might call it, and my feedback is that they're a waste of time. It's like an exclusive little clique of individuals, and I don't want to go into great detail about it because this is politics, and when you run, as I know you've run, you figure out very rapidly that it's not about the party or about the country or about the well-being. It's about controlling a private little clique. And Clown House, with the green beans and the rooms in the houses, it's all very similar. And a lot of people, it turns out, they're kind of two-faced, three-faced, four-faced, five-faced. And so, I'm running as a Republican against a Republican who has created over $20 trillion in debt by voting on HR acts. And, I'm just bringing a very fiscal conservative message to the voters of the 16th District of Illinois, which the Chicago GOP never does. Illinois GOP may do a little bit, but anyways, I'm just saying I am going to take a break from Clown House because being here for 18 hours a day is a little too much, and I need to take a power walk and go pick up some chicken for dinner. So I pray for you all that you can hang tight, but I will be back in 30 minutes.
Okay, I just realized you're the guy who's here in Nevada as a prosecutor on the counterterrorism. You're pretty powerful in Ways and Means. I mean, this is also chair of Intelligence Subcommittee on China Relations. This is a very serious member of Congress that sits in that seat.
So, Abby,
E plus 11 seat. I mean, R plus 11, sorry. R plus 11.
So Abby, we did the money bomb for John last night. We'll continue doing it. We're going to also do one for Mark Rice. Will you participate in the one that we do for Mark? I know you're familiar with Mark.
You didn't endorse him last time? I'm staying out of those, truthfully.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
You have Marshall on the stage. You can talk to you a little bit more about
I want Marshall, I want you to come with me to Chicago. We're gonna go and train the volunteers to knock doors. Can you make yourself available either at the end of this month or beginning of next month for a couple days in Chicago?
Probably not. I mean, you'd be busy for the next month and a half.
Okay, let's talk offline. I'll text you and we'll figure out coordination and maybe there's some things you can help do remotely. But I want to get your thoughts on looking at some of the voter data and putting together a plan, like a block by block plan of making sure we get the signatures to get them on the ballot. I'd appreciate you just an extra set of eyeballs on it.
Yeah, you have to.
I learned that potatoes are not like a native species. They were a mix of tomatoes and this other thing called the two blossoms. Did you guys know that?
What is happening, Bima? What are you?
I just wanted to share that information.
Okay. All right. Look, all right, I'll just need back up.
Is it because we're talking about snacks in the back check?
Is there anybody that's on the stage that was not here, or even in the audience, anybody that was not here for the money bomb that we did for John yesterday? Anybody?
Me?
No.
I don't think I was.
Oh, okay, cool. So we did a fundraiser yesterday. We raised $1,000, a little over $1,000 total. And I'm just gonna throw this out there. You can find on John Kitover's bio the link to his anecdote, which will allow you to make campaign contributions. I would just ask, this is my ask, without even asking you to make a donation, I would ask you, the pre-work is to pray about it. I want you to ask the deity of your choice, should you support the campaign? And if so, what number does the Lord whisper to you that you should donate? And then the other ask would be to listen to the Lord. If the Lord says nothing, then give nothing. If the Lord says give a lot, give a lot.
That's fair.
Christy has an interesting deity. Christy's deity whispered to save her money. Okay, that's a fair position, Christy. Not all deities are as generous as the others, and so for those of you that have generous deities, have that conversation.
Poseidon says to donate. Odin says you don't have any money, so they're fighting right now. Ashley, you will not buy.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Oh,
I will. I will get one. I'm looking into one.
No, I was gonna say, do you know how easy to propagate a begonia? You could pick which one you want in my photo, and all I gotta do is pluck a leaf and stick it in dirt, and then in 90 days I can send you a baby of it for free.
Okay, but you're gonna have to tell me how to take care of it because I don't want to kill it.
Oh, that's
Well,
Marshall.
The best idea is to buy one now so that you can practice on it. So when people send you one of her babies, the chances of survival increase because there's a lot of guilt in killing one of Beavis babies.
Oh my gosh, you already know that. I cry. Not okay.
That's beautiful begonias. They're stunning, actually. I never appreciated them as.
Just think of this as an interlude, Mojo. We'll get back to just a little breather, plant talk.
We do this in the night rooms over in tourism. Like that's the part that nobody really gets to appreciate is like when the calmer people, like when all the crash outs are over and the calmer people kind of like come together and we can like talk about hobbies and stuff like that. And when it's chill, or even if it's a chill discussion,
So
that's fun.
So when the discussion about would you rather have sex with a man or a gorilla is over,
I hated that whole debate. I was working at that time, but oh my lord, I wished it would just be over with because that's all I heard for the entire 8 hours I was at work one day. It was just people going back and forth, the man or the gorilla. I hated that debate.
I chose the gorilla, by the way.
Of course you did.
Of course I did.
really makes me question if I'm in the Matrix or not. Like if this is real life or not. Those types of comments.
Yeah, same pocket, same pocket.
That gotta be dreaming, dude. Yeah, that gotta be dreaming. I'll literally smack myself just to make sure it's good.
Can I just say, for those of you that have not voted in the poll yet, and again, I won't call you out by name, but I can see which ones of you have not voted. I don't know why you haven't, but that's a personal thing. If you don't want to vote, you don't need to vote. We have 63 votes so far, and it is tightening up for second place for which house on Clubhouse is the most entertaining. It is really a tight race right now. I don't know where this thing's going to land, and but I'm going to keep the voting open until we get to at least 100 votes. We're at 64 right now. Just vote. If everybody just does their civic duty and votes, that would be great.
The reason I like chillism, not gonna lie, is because it makes me feel more sane. It brings up my confidence and my intelligence and my choices in life and what I think about. So it really inspires me to be like, you know what, I'm on the right track. You know, I'm doing pretty well. So
I hear you. Like the day that I went in there and listened to two idiots argue for 45 minutes about Hegel, come to find out that neither of them had ever read Hegel, it made me appreciate the fact that even though I don't read quite as much as I used to read, at least I have read. And at least the conversations that I have about certain authors, I can at least say that I've actually read them. I think that that's one of the refreshing things. So if some of you think that you just don't do enough reading, go into chillism and you'll find out that there's people that don't do any reading. And they claim to be experts on topics. 45-minute arguments about Hegel, and neither person, that was Concrete and Ike, two of the biggest dum-dums on the entire app, they were arguing about Hegel for 45 minutes. Neither of them had ever read it. And then I thought, okay, well, that's just limited to them. Then there was an individual by the name of Nex. I don't know if you guys know him. He's newer to the app. He came in saying that his favorite part about the app is to tell Christians to call them out on their bullshit. So then when I asked him, oh, so you're familiar with the Christian Bible? Nex's response was, well, I've never read it. So, but he's going to sort you Christians out on your belief system about a Bible that he's never read. It's fucking amazing. But if you want to hear people argue about things that they've never taken any time to learn about, go to chillism.
Welcome to Clown House.
This is the time of night that I would like to introduce my friend Timok. Timok is a major movie star from the 1980s. He's an action star. I would argue the first positive black action star that we've ever had. You can go back to the 70s and find the Jim Browns, the Richard Roundtrees. But if you want positivity, Timok is the guy. He is the Bruce Lee of black actors. And if you have not seen The Last Dragon, I would recommend that you go see it. Timok, do you want to add?
Hey, what's his name?
Timok, go ahead and tell her. You got a potential fan.
Yeah, it's Timok. How you doing? I come here to police the room every once in a while and help Mojo from having a heart attack when he's in a certain headspace. Yeah, keeping the love in the room. And I got some good news, Mojo. They're expanding out another 500-600 theaters, another company. So the film that I did years ago, it's already going to be re-released October 19th by AMC Theaters and Sony Distribution. But Iconic Entertainment, they'll be releasing it in an extra 500 theaters. So it's nationwide. If you want to have fun, you'll know, just go to AMC and you can click a little reminder. And then Iconic Entertainment, yeah.
What's the movie called?
The Last Dragon.
The Last Dragon? Damn. Are you the main character?
Yeah, he's Bruce Leroy.
Get the fuck out of here.
Alright, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
He is. That was real?
Yeah, go fucking look it up. Go.
Dude, don't talk to me like that, Roger. God damn.
fun movie. If you enjoy, if you enjoyed Mojo, you'll definitely enjoy The Last Dragon.
I love it. I like
The one from 1985.
Yes.
I want to see the one you played the detective in, Time Lock.
Well, on my Instagram, you'll see the scene that, yeah, I played a really horrible character. It's terrible. People don't like when I play characters.
I like those movies, and I want to see that one too.
Oh, thank you.
Let me know when we're ready to talk about the poll, because I really would like the second placers to justify their rationale for voting for the way they did.
That's a good one. That's a good one. This is why I pick the co-mods that I have. I found that in the muff, if you select women, you get the best curated conversation possible.
And finally, you a good looking man.
Well, can I get some pictures too, please?
I'll put you my feet. Best I can do.
Well, I'll accept that. You start at the feet, work your way up.
Exactly. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I'll admit this to you guys, because y'all already know. But during COVID, I used to steal feet pictures off of Google and sell them on OnlyFans. That shit got me by.
Wait. You better be careful admitting that. There was that woman during COVID she was selling bathwater, and they came to find out that it wasn't actually bathwater, and she ended up getting sued. So you better be careful.
Oh, this is all hypothetical.
Even better. But if you did make money from it, you might want to consider a donation to John Kitover.
Absolutely not. That's a hard no.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass too, dog.
Yeah, I'll pray for it. Prayers are worth more than any dollar.
I'll pass this down to my grandparents and all their friends, because they're all more conservative. Thank you, Ashley.
I don't even know what the fuck I am politically this.
So, for the people that voted for chillism and healthy debates, and we can throw in the fourth place politically correct. Tell me why. I mean, we're here, so obviously in the muff doesn't mean nothing because you're here. And also, why do you think the room you selected is the most entertaining?
Monica, for those of us that have the old app, can you read?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Which house on chillism is the most entertaining? Chillism? Which house on chillism? Which house on Clubhouse is the most Freudian slip? Which house on Clubhouse is the most entertaining? Chillism has 13%, Healthy Debates has 16%, Politically Correct has 10%, and, we don't need to brag, but In the Muff has a whopping, giant, almost embarrassing lead of 63%.
Yeah, I voted for you in the muff. I just got one complaint, Mojo. I like to hear some singing once in a while. We've got comedy, we've got all kinds of
Time out. Part of the problem is, yeah, hold on. Time out. Part of the problem is you're not here often enough. Last night we had
I'm here a lot.
Abdul showed up and he gave us a full concert last night.
Oh, okay.
Despite breaking Rule 10.
Alright, y'all. Have you ever loved someone so much you thought you'd not give so much of yourself and see all the way? No one's gonna join us for it.
That was so good.
Mojo, you beautiful.
Oh, thank you guys. My fellow head, thank you.
Hey, Pockets, you think you might want to come visit the Lady Hawk and sing the national anthem at the campaign kickoff party?
Hell no, fuck no.
No? All right.
Maybe Pockets, you can sing a theme song for John Kitover's campaign. What would be an appropriate song for John Kitover's campaign?
John sucks. He really, really sucks. John sucks.
Gatorade.
Well, I think
Oh, go ahead, Mom. Sorry.
I was gonna make a bad joke, so go ahead, Bima.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I gotta hear it now. Now you gotta tell me.
Oh, I don't think it was funny. I think it's bad. So it's probably lucky that you saved me.
We love that.
I was thinking joy to the world, joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Or John's Kitover.
Joy to you and me.
Right.
So I have a question. I'm reading this article right now, and it's talking about sex reversal in birds. The 5 common Australian birds. There was just like this random study, and they were shocked. Kookaburras, rainbow lorikeets, some pigeon things, the magpies. They actually discovered sex reversal. I'm talking like a genetically male bird laying eggs. Now here's the question though. Do you think that this has something to do with, because what I'm understanding from the article is that it was due to how do I say, what was it called, endocrine? If I'm pronouncing that something, disruptors? How do you say it?
When you're finished with the submission, will you please go read the House rules, specifically rule number 3, but go ahead and finish.
What is that? Is that not eating and talking?
No. Just finish.
Oh, which one is it? No, tell me.
Stay on topic.
Oh, I didn't think there was a problem.
I thought we were talking about John Kitover for Congress.
Oh,
I thought we were talking about the poll.
Wait, hold on. So, just
Are you sure you want to talk about the poll?
so we have to talk about whatever's in the
I
title.
wanted the Jumbotron.
But Bima, when we do talk about that, I have a comment on it, so we'll save it.
About the gender swapping birdies.
Yep.
We can talk about it now, real quick.
Well, just quickly, I think I shared this, that I sat on the airplane next to a woman that treats birds, and she's a vet tech. So I actually asked her about sex in birds, and she told me now they do DNA, but prior they had to actually do surgery to figure out what the sex was of the bird, because everything comes out of just one place, and everything's up in that one place. So it's like a newer phenomenon when you get a bird to know if you have a female or a male by the DNA testing. But prior to that, they had to do like some kind of cut on your bird to figure it out. So that's the only thing I want to share.
That's interesting.
Well, also very disappointing because Bima has 2 young turkeys and she's trying to determine the gender of them, make it a little bit harder.
But they can do DNA on these because it's like evidently nothing shows. You don't know.
The junior might be out of luck. You might be called.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm looking through the goo, and the friends with the speakers. You got Ben, Lynn, and Mosh. None of them have completed the poll. In the next section, there's a half a dozen of you at least that have not submitted to the poll. And then on the stage, we have people on the stage that have not even answered the poll. I don't know, like, do you not like the wording of the poll? Do you just not want to participate in the poll? Like, what is going on? Why can't we get more people to participate in the poll?
I think it's because it shows up on your profile, and when they're going to go in the other houses, as they must eventually, because they have friends and conversations there they appreciate, it will show up and they'll have a scarlet letter because, they want to vote for us, Roger, and it's just not going to, like...
Alert. Politically correct has dipped into single digits. So please ping your friends from politically correct. We want to make sure that they're look, I'm all about democracy, so we want to make sure that their people show up. So make sure you ping in the people from politically correct. They're down to single.
We don't like this.
I was
So,
just
Joe, I
gonna
think they're
say
afraid of
that
bull riding. I think they're afraid of just bull riding, or bulls in general.
You know, Sean.
Well, no, look, because look, MG, and I was just gonna say this, maybe people need to update their apps, and then MG updated the app, so maybe you guys down there need to update your apps, maybe.
Can I just say this? Can I just say this? And like, I'll say this in front of a crowded room. MG is the most beautiful woman on the history of this app.
For real, let him cook.
Just wanted to say these words out loud. I know she's a married woman. This is not flirting. This is just an observation. If you walk outside and you see the sunrise, you can say, hey, the sun's rising. If you look at her photograph, you can see she's the most beautiful woman that's ever been on this app. Period. That's all.
A real simple.
And she scares me, which makes her hotter. It's crazy. If I change my vote right before I go back, will it show up on my profile, like if I voted for somebody else?
It will show up in your profile when the poll ends. And we still have 33 votes to get to 100. So, you know, I'd like to share why I'm voting for chillism. Yeah.
Scarlett, initially why I didn't vote was because I don't really go to these other rooms. So I didn't know much about them.
Well, I appreciate your voting now. And, you know, chillism is one of the most freest speech spaces we have.
Yeah,
And
you can say the N-word. Go ahead.
Yes, you can.
That's right. And you also can say who.
Well, hold on. Scarlett, let me ask you this. Do you think that it's a value add to have a space where you get to say the N-word, or do you think it's a value add to forbid people from saying the N-word?
I think that if someone is going to be stupid enough to be racist, that I will let them be that stupid. And if they're going to use racial epithets to demean, dehumanize, devalue people, I'd rather know sooner than later. You're going to stab me. I'd rather you stab me in the front so that I know that you're unpleasant and I can avoid you accordingly.
But Scarlett, what if somebody thought that it'd be fun to stab you in the back?
She better run.
That's happened a couple of times. It's not been the most pleasant experience to be stabbed in the back by people who are nice to you to your face and then talk about you in rooms when you're not there. But, you know, they get to. And it gives you information.
Scarlett, I was just floating a little innuendo. It went over your head, but that's okay.
Did I choose to take it?
Oh my gosh, I just got it.
I'd like to debate on the name chillism, because I feel like in the past year that actual name of the house should be switched to narcissism. Because every time I come in, I feel like you're debating about who the best debater is all the time, instead of talking about what the debate is you're debating about.
That's what makes it so chill. Oh wait, that or whose turn it is to speak next. That's
part two. Yeah.
Chillism though has really taught me about self-control, self-worth, and learning when to just not engage. So I feel like when people want to say shit to you, it's shock factor. They want you to react. The people who react are not victims to me. If you get called a name and you get upset and come off your mic, you've lost already because you allowed them to have control over your emotions and reacting. So to me, I feel like it really teaches you self-control, that type of room. Because I used to go off, you know, Mojo, you know that I used to go off, and now I'm just like, you can talk to yourself. So it teaches you that worth of you can't even touch me.
Pockets is pretty fierce.
Pockets we've got.
All right, Sean, I'll go after you.
Yeah, please. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, and I don't mean to interrupt you. You are a mod, and I did violate a rule. I apologize for that. No, but I'll say that Pockets, I agree with you. That is a good point. And Pockets, I know you from back in the day. Pockets used to be the master of adlibs. Right, Pocket?
100%.
Okay, I got muted. She was the master of the adlib on the like in all of Clubhouse.
Pockets, I agree with you there. Like, I think I've grown a little bit. Like, when I first joined Chillism, yesterday would have broken me down, and I would have been going off and yelling and screaming and having my own little fit. You know, I had several people hit me up, you know, and make sure I was okay, and that's the people that keep me there. But yeah, I agree with you there 100%. It desensitizes you almost, and even if you think you have thick skin, it'll give you thicker skin.
100%. I just play Call of Duty and pretend all the people in killing are people children.
I'm playing hard. I'm building my death hole.
For real, I'll kill someone and be like, fuck you, Nathan.
Oh, that's a good idea. That might make me better at Call of Duty.
No, yeah, for real. It's like a 12-year-old. Yeah, it's great.
So, you know, had this poll been done last year, well, before in the muff, I would have voted for healthy debates too. But then I would have really been voting for Mojo, Callie, Ren, Rohan. I never get it right. Rohan is one of the hardest things for me to say.
You're never gonna get it right. You know this fucking asshole, and he's my good friend, but I called him Rohan for over a year, and he never corrected me. And then somebody told me, hey, his name's Rowan. And I argued. I said, no, he's my friend. His name is Rohan. So then I asked Rohan, hey, how do I pronounce your name? And he goes, it's Rowan. So this motherfucker let me call him by the wrong name for over a year.
You know, back in the pinnacle of healthy debates, when it was the place to be on the app, we would have a very different poll, I think. It would definitely be blue all the way, a blue poll. But yeah, times have changed.
I don't know, Roger seems to have a blue poll right now.
I always liked the Roger Brent team, by the way. Let me just say, I always thought Roger and Brent were like unstoppable as a team.
I had no good experiences in healthy debates. I think I'm a little traumatized by it, to be honest with you. That was one of my first rooms that I found when I came to Clubhouse, and just everything that happened, you know, thank God I was able to find Chillism. But healthy debates, no way.
Said nobody ever.
Politically correct. Oh no, and there was a guy named Roger in there, and he wasn't that bad at the time. There was like a very specific time in history that he like went a little. It was just crazy. And then there was these other people that were like admittedly just constantly rude, and it's not fun because you know if I'm gonna be stupid, let me just show you that I'm stupid. You don't have to like pre-game for me and tell everybody how stupid I am, right? And that's just not fun. When you come into a room and before you even say anything or after you say something, people don't engage with what you said. They just say, oh, you're so stupid. Oh, this person is so stupid. This person's so stupid. And I have a dedicated hater in healthy debates, and it's refreshing. Anyway, point is, healthy debates, no way. Worse, no. Chillism, that was able to take my heart when I was abandoned in the streets alone, sad, and they picked me up, they took me in, and I was able to talk about what I wanted to talk about.
I think you're a prisoner.
Well, I kind of was. In my own psychological prison.
When are you actually writing a book about this?
And
it's imagined like it's going to be fucking epic.
But then, in the muff happened, and I'm gonna say that I am almost conflicted because I'm very loyal to Knowledge and Chillism. But in the muff, there's this new guy named Mojo, and then this really incredible team of amazing women, and I don't know, I can't seem to get enough. And the movement, the progress, I mean, like, it's just
safe in the muff? Do you feel safe in the muff?
Do you know? I honestly do, yeah. I mean, well, the past, no, I definitely do. I do, yeah.
Can we have it in the
Look
month?
at Rohan coming off of you.
Please, thank you. Yeah, Rohan, good to see you. Good to hear your voice.
I have a story about Rohan. I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble saying it or not. I was doing one of my morning rooms, and I had a title.
How'd you say his name?
You know my titles. I was deliberately saying it wrong. Rohan.
Mojo,
Rohan.
Mojo, how do you pronounce my name? Mojo.
Really?
Well done.
That's my
Why did you never tell Mojo you were saying it wrong? It just didn't matter to you?
It was just fun.
Then he said it wrong.
Now the fun part is when you come and both that it's you know,
What about 3 words out of that? Sorry, serendipity. Can you try that again?
You got stuck in the bus for a second.
Yeah, sorry, I'm driving. Don't stop. You're better with bars.
You said she was muff diving?
Stuck in the mouth.
Maybe.
Stuck in the mouth. Stuck in the mouth.
Stuck in the bus.
The fun part was when you finally got to tell him he was sick. Oh, are you there?
What's that? What's your story, Scarlett?
Do you know Mojo? There's a similar story. You know, like the Rowan story that you had. There is a person in this room that I am calling Serenity, and somebody else, some other wonderful human being, had to message me and was just like, I just want you to know that it's not Serenity, it's Serenity. Yeah, it happens all the time. And she never corrected me. What is she read?
You gonna do a book on tape? Book on CD?
Yeah, do it.
Oh, okay.
What was that, MG?
No, I get called MJ.
Oh, do you really?
Yes.
Okay, that's crazy. What the hell?
By the way, if we ask nicely enough, MG is promised.
No.
Yeah.
She has?
Yeah.
I just
MG.
I've never heard an MG thing.
Oh, we're all talking at the same time. I'm sorry. MG, I just wanted you to know when they were talking earlier about how beautiful you were. I just want everybody to know she's just as beautiful on the inside as she is on the outside.
Oh, see, that's a sweet comment. See, that's a good friend. That's so sweet. Thank you, love.
You're welcome, love.
That's why they call her title that. That's why they call her Serenity. Sorry, Kristen, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
There are 2 people on the stage that have still not responded to the poll. No pressure.
Maybe they haven't updated their app though.
Well, it might be a little bit.
Updating your apps.
It'd be a little sticky for Rowan, I would think. Divided loyalties at all. I would just counsel today.
It's not about divided loyalties. The question is which house on Clubhouse is the most entertaining? I'm actually contemplating changing my vote to politically correct, and not just simply because it's got the lowest amount I want to balance things out. It's really because if I think about it, it is pretty entertaining, especially like when there's a good news day where like Trump does something that's controversial. Watching people crash out in that room, there's a lot of joy to be had in that. So I think I might change my vote, and I've moderated in the muff and healthy debates, and I've been kicked out of politically correct, but for whatever reason, it is entertaining. There's nothing better than watching progressives cry.
100 votes. We might not make it. I would think that people...
What do you mean we might not make it? Well, like, listen, when I'm in the muff, I'm in it for the long haul. I hope so.
There's so many jokes on the
Come on, give me one.
You haven't voted your liking moistures.
dry. Don't be dry.
That's what the truth.
Moisture.
Becky, but why did you vote the way that you voted? That came up. Yeah, I just want to hear an explanation of why you voted the way you voted. I'm not arguing that, but I'm wondering, because I'm considering changing my vote, but give me your take on why you find it so entertaining.
He's not there anymore, though, is he? I appreciate you participating in the poll, Akima, and I appreciated your support yesterday, too. It was very kind. So, I wonder if the chillism people think it's a trap. Because it's really not a trap. I was expecting a little more representation. Mrs. Lopez, what do you think?
If it's a trap,
If the poll they think is rigged, then they won't get proper appreciation by coming in to vote for it. I think it Huey, even though.
Wait, hold on. Who said that? Who said that?
I'm sure that she's wondering if they were lazy.
No, I think she's getting feedback. Oh God, we can't hear me. Scarlett, who's afraid to come here?
No one's mentioned anything to me being afraid. I just wonder if they're cautious. I mean, Callie was in here. I would think she would go back and tell them because she voted in the poll that it was an honest discussion in here and seeking information on Clubhouse dynamics. I would go in there personally and talk to them, but I'm having a vacation currently, so I can't go in there and say, hey, drop in the muff and put your vote in the poll.
Are they giving you any pushback for your participation in these rooms?
I think there was a comment about not wanting me to play both sides, to which I told them I do my own rooms here, and I've pretty much always done my own rooms. Alan will tell you one of the rooms that got clipped when I lost my original count was, what's your favorite dessert and tell me why it's brownies. So, I don't respond well to captivity. Mom is a rolling stone. I go where I want. Not do what I want. Say what I want.
Polyamorous. You're polyamorous, right, Scarlett?
No, not polyamorous. I am Clubhouse fluid.
Okay, you're in an open relationship.
I'm Clubhouse fluid.
Open Clubhouse related, like, yeah.
But Ashley, that's not even it. I'm Clubhouse fluid. Like, I don't have my own rooms. I do my own spaces. And some of them are well attended and some of them are just me. And both rooms I'm happy with. So, you know.
And there's always a replay.
Oh, it's an inside joke, though. It's an inside joke from all the Black Monica takes and Jill.
Sometimes you feel like that, sometimes you don't.
Cackles, welcome to the stage. I see you haven't voted yet, no pressure. But we're talking about fun houses. Do you want to tell them about when you had built a bot that would read people's profiles and then make fun of them? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Is that bot still working?
Yeah, it works, but that's not it.
That's fine. Because
It was great.
To read mine.
Well, what it would do is it would read it, and then it would sarcastically tell you a little bit about, like, what it can learn about you based on your bio.
We can do that with ChatGPT and Grok, I bet.
Well, and listen, Cackles is a little advanced, more advanced than these basic LLMs, and he was ahead of the curve when it came to building these. Cackles, if you ever do decide to get it up and running again, you would have an open invitation to bring it into this room.
Is this for your vote, or
No, look, I might change my vote to politically correct, and I think that most of the people in there are stupid, but which house is the most entertaining? You can have it. Look, there's 12% have voted for Chillis. I mean, it's the stupidest people on the fucking planet.
Easy. I would submit, Mojo, that you haven't put the belt on there. You haven't put the trenches. You haven't put Kim Kutch to a vote. Easy, if you don't mind.
she's right there?
Well, hold on. Scarlett, is this our first fight?
Yes.
Informative.
Okay, so I was thinking about it today. How would concrete explain the dilemma that I'm in? And so my idea was, you know, when you're coming from a community that doesn't have a lot of resources, aka you're poor, and then suddenly you move into the suburbs, and you might not have to worry about your bike getting stolen, and maybe you don't have to worry about your car not being where you left it, and there's no need to sleep in the bathtub because you're not getting shot at in the middle of the night. But you still love where you grew up. You had family and friends there. Not everybody was trying to kill you. So, yeah, I'm a little bit defensive about Chillis.
Let's just say you just moved to burbs.
Just like the Jeffersons moving on up.
Yeah, but as you get older, everyone dies. Wow. Sorry about that.
Don, I don't know if I meant my analogy to go that far, but what I meant was, like I said, I consider myself loyal, and I don't hate Chillis and White Books, and there's people in there that I do miss, and I do know my worth, and if I'm not going to be treated well there, then I just won't go there. But I don't have to hate on it.
Do you feel respected and treated well here?
Most of the time. Probably 90% of the time.
Is there anybody in particular that makes you feel safe?
Serendipity.
Aw, boo.
Wow. No respect whatsoever.
And when Mojo wanders into foreign territory, who has a mission, not so subtle, of tearing it, biting at me, because I happen to think that they're are people on the app that are dangerous, I do appreciate Mojo.
Well, I'll just say nothing.
Well, I appreciate Mojo and his protection of you.
I mean, there's a few really good people in chillism. Like that's kind of, that's what keeps me there. There are a couple people in the house I do not care for. One of the owners I do not care for. And that person doesn't even know they do not like me.
What's their name?
Nathan. But anyway.
Oh, Nathan?
Nathan hates me.
Did you know Nathan?
Slow yesterday. Well, I guess he didn't know I was listening, but went on a whole diatribe about it, right? But there's Ashley in that room.
Ashley,
I mean, it's worth it.
Ashley,
Yeah.
let me just say this. So Nathan, when he found out that Monica was, I won't even finish what I was going to say. Let's just say that Nathan, for whatever reason, got jealous of Monica's proximity to Mojo.
He's an inside joke. She's an inside, like, in-house joke.
He stole my photo, and flattery is the most sincere, imitation is the most sincere form of flattery, but I have to tell you, it all came from the fact that he became very insecure when he realized that he was not the alpha. When he realized, and he accepted his position as the beta, he stole the photograph.
Interesting. Well, I enjoy knowledge. I enjoy mine and his, back and forth. We talk about, Universal Studios and Disney because, yeah, I'm a Disney adult. I'll be first to admit it. Eric, I really, at first, Eric kind of rubbed me the wrong way, but the more I got to know him, the more, he became, one of my favorite people in there. And I know a lot of people hate Lion, but when you learn to look past the exterior, deep down he's a good guy. How did he end up with Lady if he's not a good guy? Let's be honest.
So let me tell you a story about Eric. Hold on. Let me tell you a story about Eric. So I was in there one day, and somebody, it was on topic. He made a statement. Somebody challenged him. And then said, well, let's debate it. And then Eric said, okay, we'll schedule a debate. It's like, why not have the debate right now? Eric is very intellectually dishonest. He is not up for a debate. He's not up for a conversation. He was challenged directly on a topic that he brought up, and he was not willing to debate his position. I would say that he's the biggest coward in that room.
I don't think so. I've heard him debate, cause I'm in there quite a bit. I might not speak up all the time in there because there's a lot of huge voices in that room. Really loud voices. I can be loud because of my headphones, because I get passionate, but there's also that too, but, there are some good people. When she comes in, and, in the night I got Kendo. Kendo's a great person. Concrete grew on. I never thought it would happen, but he did. But around people. Yeah, concrete grew on me, okay? It's fun.
Hold on, dude, shut your fucking mouth. Anyways, Concrete is one of the guys that was debating for 45 minutes about a book that an author he's never read. He's read nothing. And for 45 minutes he claimed to be an expert about Hegel. 45 minutes, and the moderators just let him go on and on and on. Finally, Tally lifts me up, and I ask the question, Concrete, have you ever read Hegel? And he acknowledged, the one piece of credit I'll give to him is he acknowledged no. And his argument was with Ike, who was also arguing his expertise on Hegel. And I said, Ike, you've read Hegel, right? And then Ike said, no, I've never read it either. So these two fucking buffoons, argued for 45 minutes about an author that they've never fucking read.
but that's one of the things that I really appreciate about Concrete, right? Because
That he's a fucking idiot?
No, it's because he can argue stuff that, like, you know that he doesn't personally believe it, but, like, he can make the best arguments for it. Like, like the way he can...
hold on.
That's what I appreciate about him.
Hold on. He didn't make a good argument, which is why from the goo, I was like, this guy's never read this, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. The only people that think that he's making a good argument are people that are stupider than he is.
No, it's more stupid, but yeah.
More people that haven't read it, we're ignorant, so we're just going on.
See, once you kind of learn, like, I learned it first, like, I hated Concrete when I first started, okay? Me and Concrete, we had some vicious back and forth. But, like, over the last year, he grew on me, like he did. And it's like the people that, when I first started in the room, I thought I wouldn't be able to stand, those people grow on you after a time, right? And the people you think you're gonna like, you know, you might not like them as much. And I think that's one of the things I really do enjoy about that space. You know, like, yeah, you know what, you go in there, and there are, I mean, there's a lot of goofy conversations, but, you know, it is a 24/7 room. And it's not always going to be the, like, best intellectual conversations when you have a 24-hour room, because you're going to run out of things to talk about.
Yeah, but no, this is a good point. This is a good point, because right after the conversation between two people for 45 minutes that argued about Hegel but never read Hegel, immediately after I shut down that conversation, exposing that neither of them had read it, immediately following that, they were debating whether you would rather have sex with a man or a gorilla.
No, that wasn't.
It was immediately following. Yes.
The premise was, what would you rather? And both choices are obnoxious. Deliberately so. So.
Specific kind of gorilla?
Well, so we had this scene now. Mojo's gonna read.
Hold on. You can't, but I just want to welcome Pepe back into the fold. We read the Tao Te Ching, and so I made the decision to unblock everybody, which includes Pepe. Welcome back to the space, Pepe.
Hi, Pepe. Amazing. Hello. You know what I like about you, Pepe?
Yeah.
25.
You're not 25. You're not coach.
There's so many. I mean, it's the truth.
All right, Mother, let's go back to Scarlet. Scarlet, go ahead and say what you were going to say about this premise about gorillas.
So it's both untenable. So then you have to pick the best of the worst. So the scenario is, would you like to be sodomized by a man or in sexual relations with a female gorilla?
I think it was the other, not sodomized. Dude is sodomized.
Bro, you don't think no? Bro, I was in there for 4 weeks talking about this.
Hold on. I was there, and I was on stage, and hold on. The premise was, would you rather be fucked by a man or fucked by a gorilla? And Team Gorilla was saying that they would choose the gorilla because the gorilla had a smaller penis.
No.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Female gorilla. It was a female gorilla.
That was not the premise of the fucking movie.
I don't understand.
Yeah, hold on. That was the premise. Would you rather be fucked by a man or would you rather fuck a female gorilla? Because you guys were saying, hold on. You guys were saying, I don't want to be gay. I'd rather fuck animals than be seen as gay. And that's what the whole retardedness of the answers came about. That these guys were like, fuck animals than be gay.
You guys only have in your community, like, we don't experience this bestiality in the black community.
This is a mostly black room and black.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just gonna listen because this is a white folks thing.
Okay, so.
No, it's not.
It's a mostly black room. Okay.
We're talking about Tillotson, right?
When
when I was in there and they were talking about it, at the time it's all black mods, but go ahead.
Okay, so that room runs, I agree with the previous speaker, that room runs 24/7. It is actually one of the only free speech rooms in this house. You can think whatever you want in chillism, and nobody, you're gonna get your turn. Doesn't matter how egregious your statement is. You know, you could be anti-Israel, tell the Jews to go fuck themselves, and you will get a voice in that room, compared to a lot of other spaces I saw about it. So we can say what we want about chillism, you will get to say what you go on to say in that space.
So Mother, I'm gonna agree with you. And so the way that I like to think of if you're looking at the main difference between this space and that space, just aside from IQ level, if we were looking at the differences, if you look at the rules, and we heard from one of the moderators from over there, Callie, and she agreed with me. Rule 7 here, you're not allowed to say the K word or the N word, and over there, they will allow it. And so if you like a space where you get to say the N word, then you can go there. And if you like a space where people aren't going to say the N word, you can come here. Now, you may argue that you like freedom of speech so much that you want to be able to freely just shout the N word repeatedly. Or you might want to have a more civilized conversation, in which case you would come here. This is why I'm asking the question, what room is most entertaining? And so when I see the 15% of people that have chosen chillism, I just assume that it's their preference and their form of entertainment to hear people shout the N-word.
I mean, that's the misrepresentation.
What's the K word? What's the K word?
Real quick, because if this whole notion that people are shouting the N-word all the time is not true. If you actually go into chillism, it's actually quite rare. It's usually black people saying it. It has not white people not rarely say it. So you're misrepresenting the actual conversation, and it doesn't happen frequently. That's an irregular situation. Heaviest rooms, they say the N-word all the time. Like, it's not on that level. It's usually black people.
Yeah, I think only the one person that said it was that baby.
But they say in that other room, they fucked up, like, derogatory things towards Jewish people, too. I just want to do that. It's just like, they laugh it off, and it's just like, wow, you really just say that.
I mean, some black person called me a bleach demon in that room, so I asked them how much they cost. So it's just, it's people that, if someone's gonna come at you, man, it's game on. Racism aside, it's game on. No kids though. No kids though.
To be fair, like I haven't been in Rogers' rooms much, at least in the mug. Do you guys allow like outright anti-Semitism and just like whatever? We'll say black too. I mean, would you guys allow people like God, who's somebody in there like lying? He'll go on and on and on and on about Jews. Like, I feel like he'd probably get kicked from this room for doing that.
Yeah, probably. We're not really looking to platform people that hate people because of their identity. It's just a different thought process on what kind of conversation that you want to foster.
Well, they hate white people over there too. So like it's an equal opportunity hate fest.
I know the only one that was gonna say that. What did they say? Only fucked up thing I've ever heard. It wasn't even from someone that's from Chile. It was like all they said was you're not an original white person. You're not a real Anglo-Saxon. You're not a real descendant from the Mayflower. Like you're
like even concrete.
I got called and eating my food. I had to look it up.
Like concrete, when he ships out, he'll call Jews the K word, he'll call us crackers, all kinds of shit. Like, he's actually really funny spurred to listen to sometimes, but he's mostly annoying.
I don't know what it is, man. I think racist shit is so fucking funny. Like, just the fact that people have to stoop that low is hilarious to me. Like, I really take this as comedy. I rarely take discussions seriously. So you just gotta change your mindset on how you navigate.
Pockets, let me ask you this, Pockets, give me an example of using the N-word that's going to help a conversation to be productive in some way.
Even people. It's not about, if you allow it to be unproductive, if you allow it to become a conversation that's your problem, not the person who's saying it. People are going to say what they want, if you allow it to be
But if you give an example, outside of literature, outside of cities, outside of movies, just outside of art in general, give me an example of how the word can add value.
I never said it is. It doesn't.
Okay, so if we can identify that it doesn't add value, and it can add chaos, it has no value, can add chaos, why would people advocate for people being able to use it?
The same reason people advocate for firearms and gun rights.
Well, black people, the thing is though,
Wait, hold on, I want to suggest that. What you just said was the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. So first of all, owning a firearm allows you to defend yourself. Using the N-word allows you to create the kind of conditions where violence takes place. Like honestly, Pockets, I like you, but that literally is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, ever.
I agree. My point is that people fight for things that cause chaos in states, whether it's a word, whether it's a gun. People fight for that right to be able to do that, whether it causes chaos or not. It's the problem that people allow it to get to them. This is a fucking act. You can leave quietly, you can get off this act, and you can go do the things that make you happy. If someone is talking shit to you and saying all these things, and you're letting it affect your day-to-day life, I don't know, man. Like, it's to me, I believe in me. I believe, yes.
Pockets, this is cool. So you're saying what I said, which is if you vote for chillism, which is at 14% most entertaining, you are voting that you find the N-word entertaining. And for the people with the 61% in the month, they're voting that they find it more entertaining to not use the N-word.
I would just say the Roger patient of the space, an accurate reflection of chillism. Roger, I don't know what chillism.
Yeah, that wasn't a good question.
Roger, I do think it's a usefulness for it. And if you're in primarily black rooms, where there's when somebody uses that word, there's an image that will pop up in their mind that's generally going to be somebody low class, uneducated, irresponsible, criminal, just not a good person. And black people will intentionally use the hard R to refer to each other when they think somebody's just like their behavior is atrocious.
In a negative context.
Yes.
I do think
that's fucked up. I think if somebody's acting like that image in your mind, hold on.
You're free. If you let Megan start out, I'm gonna ask him to hand the mic straight to you, okay? I promise.
And I would say that, like, when you have black people, that image that we can all think in our head, we all are able to do that. When somebody's acting like that, it kind of does drive the point home. Like, hey, you know what? This is what you are. And that's fine. I don't really see a big deal. I think it actually hits home and it makes it a really succinct point.
They call it
We already are.
No, Sean, it's not even for
All I was gonna say is that I think the question should be asked democracy. I mean, okay, how does she feel about here's the hard ER things like sometimes you have to make it a little bit more closer to home and relate. How do you feel when you're in the room and you hear some people say cracker or pickle or trailer park trash
I was confused, like, what is that? Well, what the hell is a cracker?
She's asking me simple fuck damn. You know that she definitely was.
I was saying that should have been the question, because that way you say, you know what, nah, that doesn't feel good. Like how y'all said stuff like, oh, when you hear these words, how does it make you feel? I can tell you how it makes you feel, but it doesn't like fuck with me like that. It is, I get what you're saying, it's an L. I can log off, I can remove myself quietly. I have done it before because it's not that serious to me. It just lets me know who the fuck you really are and how the fuck I interact with you. Because I know you really a racist pussy freak.
Hold on. Yeah, no, I'd like to respond to that real quick. I
Go ahead, So we all know that other kind of words, especially that word, has a rich history of, everybody knows that. So when you use those other words, it doesn't have that, they don't weigh the same for some people. So if you're using that word, it's in elections, if you use that word, you're definitely trying to create something that is valuable. You're trying to devalue another person based on your judgment of people, putting them in a broad sweep package of just it's just an ugly thing to do, because I know plenty of people that are of the tint that's my color or darker, that are not the broad sweep that you're using when you use that word. So I would like to say that
I said individuals with certain characteristics. I didn't say all black people.
I didn't say talking. Could you scroll these look at me?
Oh my God, please finish. Sorry. Just please finish. Don't even address it. Don't let it get to you. Please finish.
Oh, so you don't trust me. I'm just asking, Mojo is available.
I think that's what you heard.
Hold on. I just don't think fucking answer.
Yeah, we don't have specifically, and we're trying to draft the language around personal.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out the right language about personal attacks because sometimes it's entertaining to, but only if it's mutually desired. Like, so,
thinking about that motion, you cut me off.
Yeah, that is a violation. So yes, he violated rule number 5. So if he can remain muted and you can finish, go ahead.
So I find it very small-minded and a small person because you have to resort to this name calling because that's how you think about yourself. Whenever somebody does that, it's more about them than it is the person they treat you.
That's one. But I did say black people with very specific negative characteristics. You know, when you go to a store, or excuse me, a little fast food restaurant, says no shoes, no servants. We all know who that sign is for. Whiskey King, white trash. Why? Who goes into a store with being belligerent with their hairy ass and no shoes? White trash. Yeah, that is white. Okay, we all know what white trash is. Okay, what is white trash behavior? Going into a place with no shoes and no shirt. White. There are people that are white trash. If it fits, it is perfectly reasonable to call them white trash. I do it all the time. And if you're one of those bad black people that hit all of the stereotypes, yeah, you can call them the N-word. I think that's absolutely fits. I didn't say just because you're black. So
no, that doesn't fit.
You're trying to say that like I know black people that don't fit any of those stereotypes. No shit. I didn't refer to them. I explicitly pointed out the black people with the negative characteristics. So you're arguing, you're making a fucking strongman argument, and you're saying, oh, you must feel little when you do that. Well, obviously you feel touched, sweetheart, because that's why you're the one who got enough in your DPs to even feel like you had to say something about it, and then tried to attack me. Yes, I called you a quote-unquote fucking idiot, because that's what you were doing. You did not listen to what I said. And you had to contort what I said, and then try to give a narrative as if though I'm some small-minded person or a person that feels small. You're a very sensitive person, and you're light-skinned, and it fits. You're very sensitive.
So there's another all the time this week. So when you say something like I do it all the time, that's what small-minded of you. You understand? Because you're looking to, because your personality is your personal reality, and that's how you're looking at the veneer of black, white, okay, category, and category, white trash, rather than looking at people as human beings, okay?
have different nuances in their character, some worse than others, right? But let's just hope one day that you're given the compassion that you don't give other people.
We don't have to divide things along black and white lines. I think we could be referring to a person who's had a touch of reality. We could be referring to a person who's very sophisticated. I mean, you know, if we really drew upon our actual perception of a given individual, we would say, man, how could that person be so adamant, so useless to society? And how could that person be such a contributing member of society?
Yeah, so you want to lean towards your best nature rather than your trash nature, right? And then you look at society and you want it to be a reflection of the masses. Here on Clubhouse, as you can see, that is a reflection of their.
So how do you raise up the herd without pointing out the problematic ones that are weighing the whole herd down?
Well, and you have it as a business, right? That they're doing that to you. They're weighing it down.
Oh, people don't weigh down society, is that what you're saying? You're a victim and
No,
you
you just blame people for weighing Clubhouse down.
I didn't do that. I said the herd. In other words, the population of people. In your community, you have people who don't want to work, people who like to, I don't know, burglarize, do whatever stupid shit that causes a net, harm to the community. I mean, they're obviously bringing the value of the community down. Right. That's why we have courts and law enforcement and all of that stuff, because we have to deal with these people.
Right. So that's what happens. They get evidence. So, and what's your point?
Oh, my point is, those people, you can accurately describe them with words like white trash.
Yeah, but I just explained something to you. That what makes you think that when you're addressing language, right, is there value in that? Tell me the value.
Yes, because you're describing it, the type of person. It's not, sure, it may be harsh, but I think it's, oftentimes you have to be harsh. What would you tell, like, one of the members of the black community, like, within the black community? I mean, who cares?
Even if you say that's your own, it don't hold on that.
It doesn't hold any value. Because you don't know, you haven't walked in their shoes.
Absolutely disgusting.
Now, if someone's committing if someone is committing a crime, right, they need to be locked up, they need to be arrested. But outside of that, right, you haven't walked their shoes. You don't know where they are in life. So what gives you the authority to categorize people in accordance with like that?
It's not an authority, it's a freedom to basically make judgments of my own. Everyone has that right in America, and I definitely have the freedom to pass that kind of judgment on somebody.
You know what's funny? I mean, is the power of words. You know what's weak? You know what's weak to me is the power of the words that impact you versus the respect you receive. I hate the fact when people take words and get so impacted by the words versus the respect. Isn't it about respect? What happened to the respect game? Okay, so if you're 40 plus, I'm 47 years old, okay? I was born in 77. It's a respect game. But it's really insane how people go crazy over a word being used. We should go crazy when someone lays hands on you. When someone lays hands on you and disrespects you. But you get so hurt. You get so hurt based on the word. I don't use the word. I don't choose to, because guess what? That's disrespect.
Yeah, hold on.
Disrespect.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, they're getting out of control. Hey, can you guys not hear my fucking voice?
No.
Am I in the goddamn Matrix or something?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm in the Matrix.
No, we can hear you now.
Okay, got it. Listen, here's the truth. Some people, they have no personality, they have no intelligence, they have nothing to offer a conversation. And so all they have, the only tool in their tool
provocative. And they know that there's little cheat codes in being provocative. They know that the N-word is something that they can say that's going to cause a stir. They know that. And because they don't have the vocabulary, they don't have the knowledge, they don't have anything to contribute, they add this one word to try to create drama. You can tell the low level of intelligence when people start using that word. And here's the other thing. If you go and look at the people in chillism or anywhere else on this app that use that word and think that they're getting a reaction, I will promise you this. There's not a single one of them that would come with me to go to Fitchburg, a neighborhood in Oakland that I grew up in, and use that word. And this is how you know that they're not authentic about the conversations that they're having. Why would they not want to use that word in a face-to-face communication? I can have the conversations that I have anywhere on the fucking planet, save for the Muslim world, because they say things like it's a pedophile death cult. But I'm backing that up with facts. If anybody wants to have these conversations, I'm just gonna say this. For those that love the N-word, those of you that love chillism and love to be allowed to say it, hit me in the back channel. Let's go to Fitchburg together. Let's go pull up in a bar. And it won't be an all-black bar. It'll be a predominantly black bar, probably 75-80% black. And I want you to come, and I want you to sit down at the bar, and I want you to start a conversation and start talking about the shit that you would talk in chillism. I want you to drop the N-word in a bar in Fitchburg. That's what I would love to see. And the fact that you wouldn't do it, the fact that you wouldn't do it is all the reason of why you shouldn't do it on this app. You're a candy ass. If you really are about that life, then come with me. Let's go to Fitchburg together. I'm happy. I'll buy your drinks. I'll drive you there. Matter of fact, we can go to I'll buy you a nice steak dinner before you deal with what would happen. And we will go, and I'll tell you what, I will do this. I will make sure that they don't kick you when you're down. I'll make sure that when you get knocked cold, I will make sure that they don't kick you when you're down. How about that?
Well, I would say this, Roger. So if I was to go, I think, for example, outlaw motorcycle clubs like the Banditos, Hells Angels, the Mongols, they are white trash, degenerate criminals. Now, I do know that if I told them that to their face at one of their bars that they hang out, my face would probably look a lot different after that encounter. Now that does not disprove what I said, my judgment about them. If anything, it kind of reaffirms what I have to say about them. So having to say it to their face, not really. I mean, I'm not challenging people to a fist fight. I'm giving them my opinion. And yes, I do agree that there are temperamental African Americans that are violent and would assault me as a result of me using that word. Never would deny that.
Interesting. Well, I'm glad that we've acknowledged that even heaven would be not willing to say the word in a public division.
Yeah, I still think we are looking at this wrong, but I wonder.
You want to come to Pittsburgh and say it?
It's not the fact that I want to say it. It's never been my desire to say a word that has historical roots in oppression of a people. It's the fact that I see it has so much power over people, and people are getting hurt physically because of the trigger of the word, the power of the word. And the people that are doing the hurting are going to jail.
But isn't that Darwinism for those white women? I wouldn't try to take a banana from I don't know, chimpanzee, because it would probably rip my arm off or bite my face off. I do think that if you're going to call a black person
let's be real, calling someone the N-word is a challenge. Is it really disrespectful? Just like if I was to walk up to anybody and say pussy, like while looking at them in the eyes, there's a good subsection of men that are going to take that as a threat and a challenge, and it's going to become physical. Same thing if I insult your mother or your wife or girlfriend. There's things you can definitely say to people. The N-word's one of them, where you're basically testing them. And I don't think any smart person's gonna go around just calling people names. I don't go out of my way to. I look at guys and maybe they have an ugly girlfriend. I would feel zero compulsion to tell that guy his girlfriend's ugly. I mean, just because I think it doesn't mean I'm not about it. Why do I need to tell them that? It's not my place.
You said you do it all the time. What kind of person is gonna walk by a fat person saying, "Oh, what a fat ass you are"? No one does that shit. If you do that, you're a fucking low life son of a fucking bitch or whatever the fuck you want. No one's just gonna do that. That's just again, it's about respect. If it's gonna be disrespectful, if you're disrespectful,
people never disrespect me in real life. Like,
No,
people never go out of their way to disrespect me. On here they do, but not in real life.
We should say those things, Sean, behind their back. Because he said, don't say that shit to their face. I totally agree.
Well, you don't know him. You don't know him. You have no right to say it to him. Now, if you know him and you call him a fat ass or whatever, or you want to call him something that you know him, that's just being truthful. But you don't know him. Where you coming from? You don't know if they got a thyroid issue. You don't know what their issue is. But then when we talk about color, like you just gonna talk and just go spout out someone that they're ugly as fuck. Like you just gonna go, you're ugly as fuck.
Hold on.
What's that shit?
Hold on. Well, I'll explain. So, you can absolutely get away with calling people fat. In fact, it happens all the time. There's a big difference. We didn't enslave fat people. Now, you might make an argument that would have been a wiser thing. We would have gotten in better shape. We wouldn't have had the fat epidemic that we have. There's a big difference between talking to fat people. In fact, I'm a big fan of bringing back fat shaming. I think that's okay. I'm a fan of fat shaming. I like the idea, and I say this as somebody with total dad bod. I've got probably about 17 pounds that would be optimal for me to lose, and I still think that it's totally fair game for people that are fitter than I am to tell me, hey, fatty, you should lose some fucking weight. I think that there's a value to that. I struggle to find the value in saying the N-word. Again, if it's in literature and it makes a point, okay. If it's in music, if it's in television, movies, in art, it works. Nobody has told me a legitimate reason of how it would elevate a conversation, how it would bring a positive outcome by utilizing the N-word in a conversation. Nobody's brought that. All they've said is that we should retain the right to say it. That's all you got.
People that hate me will cash up open for no fee.
Actually, you want to repeat that because I stepped on it?
Yeah, I was just gonna say if people fat shame me and say my cash app is open, I will go get on one Gopi and I will gladly take it and lose all the weight that I can.
Sorry. No, hold on. Let me get this thought out. Please don't. Thanks, honey. Thanks, Don. So when Kanye West came out with his most recent song, Ninja Heil Hitler, people looked at him and said, that's hate speech. And when he was interviewed in his leather clan robe, which looked really uncomfortable and ridiculous, but okay, Kanye, he said, tell me what hurts you, and I'll do more of it. And what he's saying is, you give me the buttons to press to make you go crazy, and I will press them. And I'll press them happily, and then you get to decide whether you go crazy or you learn not to have those buttons pushed.
So you're point is what,
But where are the days that 6 stones may break my bones, but words should never hurt me? Where are the days that we're resilient in the face of real ugly? Okay?
that was the basis for what comes something else. I was cutting you off, you can finish talking.
I'll say better than
Hold on, I was,
you know what, any one of you on stage, if you were dying,
You always think he's better than anyone.
how many people on the stage would actually come to your fucking deathbed or call you when you're on your deathbed? How many people are gonna reach out to you when you're not here for a week? No one. So how much does it fucking matter what people say to you? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
so we're living in a time where, there is always answer there. There's wars on so, Ukraine, Russia, Gaza, and these are the kind of small conversations we're having. I'm not saying that the discussion is important, but the people that are wanting to hold on to this word that so many people are hurt by, right? It says a lot about you, right? I personally don't let any of these words bother me at all. Doesn't say anything about me. People don't know me. But to think that the way you wake up is your mind is really twisted. Just think about just your judgment of other human beings and putting them in a box all the time. Rather than what contribution can you do for the day to make this place, this country, a better country. It says a lot about you. You're very small if you're doing that, especially if you're doing it every day.
Well, I'd say this. I agree with you. In fact, I want black people to continue to gatekeep the word and to get really mad and insist that under no circumstances should it ever come out of a white man's mouth. Because you literally continue to give me the power to say a word that makes you guys camp out. So that's lovely for me. Now, if you guys were just like, oh, no, it's Congressman, really brilliant, and they just like move on, then it's just kind of like I feel like the small, insignificant dumbass. I feel like the tryhard who said this little naughty word and it failed to get a rise out of anybody. I feel like a retard. I'm gonna stop using that word because I just made an ass out of myself because you guys just glossed over it like it was insignificant, like it didn't matter. That is actual power. Getting mad is actually gives somebody like me a lot more power over you than if you were to just not care. That is the ultimate power. That means I can say nothing to you to make you lose your fucking shit. You don't even care. That's the ultimate form of stripping somebody like me using that word of all their power. Not caring. Like I'm just a fart in the wind of nothing. The word means nothing. It came out of my mouth and it means nothing. You took my power from me.
Alright, hold on. Everyone mute up. So, okay, are you saying that when you use the N-word, what you're doing is trying to accelerate a post-racial society where the N-word has no power? Is that what your goal is when you use the N-word?
No. It's for entertainment.
May I interrupt really quickly to give
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Nevada Christie has arrived on the stage.
No, honestly, like, I'm not gonna be wrong, but it feels gross to hear people, like, you're defending same words that were said right before Black Americans were killed. It's really sick. I'm not trying to, like, the room or make it personal and gross, so it feels ill. I feel ill hearing this, that's all. Like, you guys can do what you want. I will never argue or fight or lash out at people, but it just feels so sick to hear people fighting for this. It's really gross. I guess it's because, again, like, I grew up hearing about my grandparents living in Jim Crow. I heard about the history. I heard the treatment that they went through during that time. Again, just, you can do what you want, but it's just crazy to hear this. It really is.
Can I just jump in really quick? This is Nye.
So listen, I don't mean to be an a-hole here, but so my mother and I the other day we were talking about the N-word. I've been waiting for the opportunity to drop this, and this is perfect space. I've been waiting for this moment. So I was talking to my mother the other day about the N-word, and she's like, I know black folks have made this word internationally famous for their art, their music, and to Chrissy's point, that was a word used against black people, used to describe black people during slavery. She said, that's the white man's word. My mother said that we owe the white man reparations for stealing his word. We have profited off his word. We've made the word popular. We've made whole the globe treat the N-word like it's a term of endearment. I lived in LA for 20 years. Everyone said the N-word to everybody, right? Black people, Hispanics calling each other the N-word. And it was cool, it was brotherly, it was love. My mother says we've profited, we've made trillions of dollars using the N-word in our arts, music, TV, etc., etc. And because of that, we owe the white man money because we stole the word. I'm done.
Brilliant. Can I just say something?
Please do.
So I find it very fascinating that interchangeably in the argument of why it's okay and why it's not okay to be using this word, and especially in the context of disenfranchisement of, one group of people over another, it's very, very, very strange to me that a lot of people during a workday spend time about, talking about who's able to use the N-word, who's not. I mean, during a whole workday, like it's very fascinating to me that they're not more productive things to talk about than who can or cannot use the N-word.
I remember during the pandemic when I first joined Clubhouse 5 years ago, there were so many rooms, and people were dealing with mental health issues and this and that, and you might think that they had your special room. And I think about the people that are really going through serious mental issues, right? And this is the kind of room that you have been in continuously, daily. Your contribution to society. I'm into freedom of speech completely, but just think about having you out there doing this, and especially at that time.
That was the most important time to do it, because that's where we had this BLM frenzy, and you had, a degenerate who, I'm not going to get into the debate of whether he was killed or OD'd, I don't really give a shit, right? But one unfortunate incident, all of a sudden, is a patron saint. All of this crazy rhetoric, and a lot of this movement was obviously a lot of far left agitators were taking part in these protests and saying like, this is a stolen land built by stolen people. They're basically delegitimizing us as a country, our history. They're saying like tear it down to the, tear it all down to the core because it's evil to the core since its inception. I'm hearing all of this stuff like, we hear black women speak. And it's just like, excuse me? What? No, that's not how, no, I'm not playing your fucking game. And we're hearing, basically, like, a lot of what I would say was, like, blatantly anti-white rhetoric. And no, I actually think that it was very good that some people like me were speaking up the way I did. And one of the things, it kind of would, I've been doing this for,
is what you're saying.
Yes, but I would say one of the reasons, starting 2 years ago after the changes on Clubhouse, I go on to places like X, I go on to other platforms, like the shit I was saying. Okay, can you shut the fuck up? I didn't interrupt you. Amazing. But I didn't interrupt you with your retarded fucking, just do stuff.
Hey, this is a legend you're talking to, an icon.
I don't know, words about
Okay, then just shut the fuck up. I'm wrapping it up. I'm wrapping it up. Just shut the fuck up. I don't care. Do you want me to ask you if there's a time limit over and over again while you're speaking? Like, please. Now, with that being said, you see, the Overton window is obviously shifted. Now, being like overtly racist, trolling using the N-word, all of this shit is like mainstream now. Like I'm actually somebody. If anything, I think people have gone like I used a lot of comedy and humor, but now there's like I would say I'm not even what you would consider provocative now. Like you could say I'm somewhat of a one-trick pony because of my beliefs, but I'm far from being the most offensive. And I don't know.
Say you're tired.
So just let him finish. Just let him. Hey, are you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished. But
Okay.
we can let this rumbling. We can let this
No. What you're not gonna do is you're not gonna disrespect people that aren't disrespecting you. Otherwise, you're just being an asshole.
But he's disrespecting
Okay,
me.
no, he's not disrespecting you.
Yes, he is. He interrupted me a bunch of times. He asked, is there a time limit? 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 He's the first one who made a judgment about my character.
Time back. I think he's finished. Go ahead, time back.
All you need is get down the room. Oh no, it's an audience. Okay. So my question to him would be, so when people go low, you go low with them. That's your frame of thinking, right? That when things are tough for people from the pandemic, and you see Black Lives Matter, you can criticize.
Is there a time limit? Is there a time limit? Is there a time limit? Is there a time limit?
Just a quick housekeeping. If Mojo moves someone down, Mojo should be the one to bring him up, nobody else.
Well, and hold on, additional housekeeping. I didn't move anybody down, and I didn't move anybody up. I do trust the mods to do the right thing. If somebody's violating the rules egregiously, we do move them down, we can mute them. But the first thing we should do is we should just, as moderators, remind them of the rules. That would be the best thing, so that they can self-regulate, and we don't have to moderate too heavily.
You have a maximum time somebody can speak. If I'm given the green bean, I always like to be respectful of the house.
We like to keep, there's no specific time limit, but we say that you should keep your shares short. That's rule number 4. We also, rule number 5, you shouldn't interrupt somebody while they're speaking. Rule number 5 gets violated less if you abide by rule number 4. And so, as a general rule of thumb, make 1 point, maybe 2, and then get the fuck up, let somebody else talk.
Yeah, so your frame of thinking is that when things are tough, right, and there's a group of people that are protesting for rights and all these things, and you can criticize, there's a lot to criticize, right? But you think the best thing to do is to go low, right? Just go low. So that's your frame of thinking.
My frame of thinking was they were scapegoating and being hateful, so I was going to delegitimize and make fun of and trash their whole ideology and movement. That was my goal.
Oh, okay, so you're that, okay.
But I'm just curious, Adams, you wanted to like mute me and put me down for the goo, but you are modded up in my rooms all the time with overtly anti-black hatred. No, you are. You light-skinned. No, I barely pass.
I'm not even modded, so I don't know if you're drunk or coked out tonight. I'm sitting here right on the stage with you. So again, don't try, bro. Don't try, bro. Don't try, bro, because you're screaming into my fucking ear. That's exactly why.
Well, you're screaming in my ear though, Adams. You are. Not Pepe.
But you weren't even in here when
Sir, I'm my cool Mojo.
And I don't know who the person was who moved me down, but it obviously wasn't Roger.
Adams Bible School.
What about
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Listen, little order here. Let's try to tap into a little bit more respectability. We're gonna be shutting the poll down pretty soon. Once we get to 100 votes, we need 9 more votes to do that. And then we're gonna talk about the Kitover takeover. We're gonna do a little fundraiser. So let's get them votes in. If we get 9 more votes, we'll close this down. We'll get the link up so we can support John Kitover for Congress. So let's get back to the conversation. Everyone try to be a little bit more respectful. And I know that's tough when you have people that are advocating for, but I get to say the N-word, right? Yes, you do. I'm not fighting for Clubhouse to ban the term everywhere. I'm just saying that in a space that I curate, I would prefer, because the word brings no value, for us to just avoid saying it. And again, if you want to open a room where you get to say it freely, go ahead and do that. I don't care. I'm certainly not going to report you. I don't have an interest in that. But what I will say is in this space, if you want to defend your right to do it, I don't know who you're defending it against. You're not going to change my mind about the rules in this house, and I'm not trying to change your mind about the rules in your house. Go ahead and do what you want to do. I am for free speech, but I'm also for freedom of association, and I don't like associating with bigots.
But you don't think that there's bigotry? And it's not about the words. You don't think that, to some extent, the bigotry or grievances held towards any and every group, including white people, for sure.
Of course. But who argues against that?
Okay, but why would you, even if their beliefs are considered extreme, like they seem kind of far out, but I mean, depending on like what their experiences have been, that's gonna largely form their extreme views, at least some of the time. I feel like it's that kind of discourse that's always been, I guess, not allowed for the last, I don't know, decade or so. And so a lot of people like to have these conversations. We're getting to talk about shit that we never really get to talk about. And, you know, we were basically, the boundaries were always set for us on, like, social media, for example. What is acceptable discourse? Now, those lines have kind of been removed. And I actually think that it may not look like it now, but I think it's kind of a healthy thing.
So let me ask you this, Evan, and I'm asking this honestly. Do you think that when you choose the things that you're going to advocate for to try to make the world a better place, or whatever it is you're doing, maybe you're just entertaining yourself, I think that's what you claim to want, why you want to preserve using that word. What about just spending our time thinking about and talking about things that matter, like the fact that we have $37 trillion worth of national debt, we have $100 trillion worth of unfunded liabilities, and we have neither political party in this country that wants to do anything about it, and here we are talking about, but I should be able to say the N-word. Like, don't you think that's a pretty small thought?
I do, but I would say that, you know, people are rather entertained by, you know, bread and circus. I don't think that the whole thing with the debt, until Americans really start to feel it, that is going to be something that they really talk about. And unfortunately, people are very short-sighted on average, and people largely are entertained by really contentious shit. If you look at the largest rooms, what they've always been on this app, except for maybe after the first few months, it's going to be the people feuding, the people saying offensive shit. I mean, that is, I think, like with the attention economy and social media being what it is kind of, it is toxic, no doubt about it, and it's not really productive, especially in the short term or even the long term, but I do think it does, in a way, kind of force people to look at things a lot differently. I mean, just look at, I think that even the Overton window shifted on the left as well as the right in the last, 4 years. I don't know, I don't know that we've had, like, relative stability in the world compared to most of our existence, our ancestors' existence on this planet. Now we have all of these technologies that are like smartphones and all of this shit and social media that really is very disruptive. And I don't know how we're gonna work through it, but I don't know that. I mean, this is just a personal opinion. It's just a value judgment. Like, I personally, as somebody who's much more willing to have debates and conversations with people that are overtly hateful and offensive, and I actually like talking to people with opinions that are much different than mine. It kind of helps me understand things, and especially from their point of view.
Well, Pepe, what's the last book you read?
Are you making money by doing, because you talked about,
no.
So you were talking about, you said a lot of different.
He's moving the Overton window.
Tommy, can I help on this?
Hold
I'll be done.
When you're done.
Out of all the things.
He's leaning over to the window.
And you're not making money from it, right? And you spend hours on it. Out of all the things that you can do to contribute to humanity, to society, don't you think there's a better thing? Because it doesn't seem like that's a happy life to just point out the low ends of people. It just doesn't seem like I'm not judging you, I'm just saying.
I think the differences between people is what I'm most fascinated by. I generally, when people think a lot differently from me, it's like I wonder why. I don't get it, but I don't understand why they're saying this. And I'd like to listen to them. And, it can take a long time to kind of understand how they formed their opinions. And they were I was very overtly.
Pepe, the fascinating and intelligent young man.
But a lot of these people, I would curse at, I would say horrible shit to. I kind of, when we don't talk about political or religious stuff, I actually find that they're very decent people. But they have very different,
intellectual
there's so much different, and I don't want to get into it, the reasons why they have this, and a lot of it is religious, but there's a lot of other stuff too. And it just even, and it's not just with them, I mean, I would just say even when it comes to racial or, depending on what part of the world you come from, or what class you are, somebody is genuinely fascinated by that stuff.
But aren't they influenced by the leaders of the country? A lot of these countries are poor, right? And
No, not always, no. As far as not poor,
The richest countries in the world are ones.
No, not yeah, but who owns?
Yeah, they're the richest countries in the world, okay? And no, when you go to the Emirates, it's not full of poverty.
No, not
And nor is it Saudi.
There's a lot of countries.
Yeah, but those aren't, and they're the richest countries in the world, and so is Qatar and Kuwait and Bahrain.
So you're fighting for...
No, but I wanted to make a comment about Pepe, because I'm going to come from a place you're going to be a little shocked. Because I speak, okay, so I'm just going to tell you, I speak to him, I'm a minority, and I'm actually in the business of tracking. I track hate, I deal with hate, I fight hate, and I get, it's...
She's a hate tracker.
My life's work now. It's what I do. And I talk to him, I'm in rooms with him often. I know when there's people that really hate and really act on their hate, and they do things in the real world that perpetuates hate and to hurt a group or to hurt people because they're of a certain minority or background. And I do believe him. He talks to different groups on here. He comes in the Jewish spaces. He talks with us. We talk about our issues. We talk about our political issues, our issues in the United States, our issues abroad. I can just tell you my experience. There's when someone really has hate in their heart towards you. You can hear what they say. You can go in a mirror's room. You can listen to what we have to listen to real heat when we're in there. So I'm just gonna say that. Okay, but no, I know why it started. I'm just telling my own anecdotal experience. And I have a lot of conversations with people, and I try to see what's really behind them. And I talk to people that I never would believe I'd be talking to. And I gauge it.
So you're black now?
No, I'm Jewish. I'm a minority that's being attacked incredibly right now. 2% of America. 2%, and I'm 900% increase in hate crimes. And I'm dealing with hate in my community at leaps and bounds that is just astronomical. People being burnt alive, being shot, murdered, people waking up to swastikas, waking up to
destitutes, waking up.
This is an equal
kids not-
speech
I can go on and
opportunities.
on. Okay, Tamika, I don't want, that's not what this room's about. I'm just telling you, I can tell when someone really has hate. And that's not the dialogue. I'm not gonna. You can talk over me if you'd like. You can try to, you can challenge it. I'm telling you, go in Amir's room if you want to hear hate. Okay? But pretend to come to Jewish spaces and talk with us. Okay, never mind. Because you're not.
Why were almost all of my following?
I can't. You're cutting me off. Number one, which is rude.
All right, hold on.
And I don't get to.
Everyone hold on for a second. Listen. Abby, let me ask you this. If you could go into a room that bans the N-word and the K-word, do you think that that would be an improvement over a room that allows you to use those words?
Of course it is. That's not what I was talking about.
Right. I understand that. But the part that you're missing, hold on. The part that you're missing about this conversation is that the whole reason we got on this topic is because Pepe and a few others are advocating that it's a good thing if we have this space to be able to have their free speech, to be able to say the N-word and the K-word, and they reject the rules because their preference, and you can see it in the people that chose in the chat, or not the chat, the poll. If you look up above, chillism is a room where they allow you to use the N-word, the K-word, whatever word you want, and then in the muff, we don't allow. Pepe is pro N-word, pro K-word. He wants to defend the right to use that, and that's what this conversation is. We're not talking about the hate groups. We're not talking about all those things. The fact that people are coming to Pepe's rescue to say, well, he's a benevolent racist. I think that's problematic in my mind, because benevolent racists become malevolent racists.
But that's not true. I'm speaking up for chillism. They get to call white people whatever they want, Jews, blacks, it doesn't matter, Arabs. They're very harsh on Muslims in there. You can say whatever you want. It is a lot of people, like Douglas, what is his name, Goats again, as he referred to it as a zoo, which is kind of accurate. He allows people to say whatever the fuck they want. When that happens though, there's like strong pushback from every side. And so I don't think it's like a hateful thing when you have, you can say it's very offensive and you have hateful people in there, but I think that one of the things I do like about chillism, which I rarely go into, I do think
Pepe is
they give me
there are a lot of peppers out there, but stupid with some Chinese
hateful and offensive, the ability to speak. And I understand, like, not every platform should be that way. And most people would probably prefer not to be in an environment where people can just say those kinds of offensive things and use those slurs. I completely understand, but I absolutely support the right of people to be able to have the platforms to do it. And I don't even see much harm in it, and it's not an echo chamber, and you know that, I think, Roger. Everybody fights with each other on there. There's no, like, leading ideology in there.
My point is, there's different actors on this app, and there's some that there's different levels of dangerous or different levels of hate, and that's my point. If there are some that you really, really have to be concerned with, that come in the app, they come in rooms, and what they do in real life is very concerning and very dangerous. And that was the point I was trying to make. Some of them, 2021.
I'm just being clear. Don't take this personally, but he had the role. It was every day during the pandemic. Meeting black folks, just riling them up and big deal. You know that somebody was doing what they want, right? Abby?
It wasn't quite accurate. To be fair, I'm not creative enough to come up with like the room titles I had. A lot of them, I won't name them on here, some of them are in the audience, but we had a large back channel that was like all of the people, it was basically mods, and we would come up with different titles throughout the day, and what we would do is like, and I'm sure some of you will remember this, like they would have like one title that would be kind of like maybe targeted women or black women, then it immediately reversed, and then it's just like, well, why do white, you know, we would troll a lot, especially at night, and it was, you can say it was like not conducive to like good outcomes. You can say that, you know, I'm not Mother Teresa. I'm not out here trying to make the world a better place. Like, I don't have a movement. I don't have a particular.
Why not?
What, like,
Let me just intervene here real quick. Abby, if you're there, let me ask you this. If Pepe used the K word at the same frequency that he used the N word, would you offer the same defense that you offered to him?
Pepe, how many times have I yelled at you when I've heard you say it? Pepe.
Well, I've only used the term once on this app.
When you've used it and I've been in the room, have I like gone at you? Do you recall?
I don't remember.
I have gone at him when he has said it.
Oh yeah, you actually heard.
That wasn't my question. My question was.
I absolutely say something.
I remember you were saying.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to ask my question. If he used the K word at the same frequency that he uses the N word, would you have the same defense for him that you just did earlier about the way that he uses the N word?
I specifically, let me back up and say that when I'm in spaces with him, I have heard him use it. I've heard him use both words, and I've said stuff to him. I don't like hearing either. It's not something I'm comfortable with. I usually, if he's in a space doing that, I'll leave the space because I don't like hearing it. I'm not comfortable with it. I'm answering the question. I leave the space when I hear it. I don't like it, or I'll call him out, which I've done. So to answer, I'm not comfortable with it, and I've said stuff. When I hear it, I've said stuff to him. All I was pointing out is there's people that really are a danger that are on the app, and I think
nobody's doubting that.
That needs to be called out when that happens, and they come in our room.
Well, there's no doubt there's a fucking room on this app where they sex traffic and they plan for terrorism, and there's even a person that's in this room that agrees with all those people. I agree. There are levels to this, and I agree that there's people that are far worse than Pepe. But there's something tells me, Abby, that if the ratio in which Pepe uses the N word was used with the K word, because he probably uses the N word, I would guess like a multiplier of 100 times that which he uses the K word. If he was to say the K word, I would imagine, because of the work you do, because of your community, my guess is that he would bubble up as a bigger concern than what he is. And I'm just curious, like, why can't we hold a standard where, you know, when people are utilizing, and again, if they want to use it in their room, I'm for free speech. Like, I don't want the government to shut it down. We wouldn't want Clubhouse to shut it down. But when we have a space and we have a preference of who we want to hang out with and the kind of language that we want to use, you would agree that coming into this space where if somebody uses the K word, they're automatically going to get removed from the room, that's a preferable position than to be in a room like Chillism where it's freely allowed. That's all I'm saying. And it was weird to me to hear you defend him because he's not out there with a noose and hanging people.
Again, I will repeat what
when I've heard him say it, I've gone on the attack. I've also left the spaces when he uses those words. I don't want to hear them, and he'll tell you that I've gone at him for both words, but I'll usually, at this point, I just leave, I push the leave quietly. I don't want to be in the space, but I don't know how else to say this to you. I've called him out on it. He knows I've called him out on it, and I'm not comfortable with it. All I was saying is, when I'm looking at someone who really has deep hatred and acts on this deep hatred, there are people on the app that are of great concern to me, great concern. And I think they should really not go unnoticed. That's what I was trying to say.
Roger, I think you would love to do so, like, okay, so I think you understand that, like, when I'm in your room, when I'm in like, Gary's room, the guy who, I forget his name, the 8 miles, I forget. There's a bunch of different spaces. People they're often, like, perplexed, because, like, when I started, like, venturing out of, like, doing my own rooms, when I wasn't expecting, because a lot of the large black content creators, they bring me on their stage with the expectation that I would be Pepe, and I would basically rile up their audience and all of that. But then, as it's obviously been kind of a dying out. People to see me, like, having normal conversations. I don't do my, like, little troll. I'm not in character. And, like, largely, Abby and I have been in spaces I'm not running. She's been in my spaces, for sure. I generally really have, like, and it's very hard, because I have to tone down my language with, there's people like her, there are people like, Norm. Yeah, Norm, but then who was that black guy, he's like a communist, Malcolm Speaks. Like, I would have to make sure that no black person said the N-word. He just did not tolerate it. And of course, I really have to correct my tone. And so, like, it was a balancing act. But I would say this, why have I called one person the K-word on this app? And he was a guy that I liked for the most part. I just got, like, really heated too. But Jews are not, like, attacking white Gentiles on this app, calling them a bunch of fucking names, saying how they're horrible, they're parasites, they're cockroaches, they stole our inventions, they did all of this shit. Jews are not attacking us. Like, there's not really a reason for somebody like me to really use strong language with them. I don't have to be put on the fucking defensive with it.
Okay, I would encourage you, I don't judge you at all. I'm just to make it, not judging. I would encourage you to refrain from using these kind of words, because you may find something much more powerful within yourself that will be a contribution to society. Right now you're comparing what one race is doing more than the other and this and that. It's all sour. It's all sour. And there's enough in life to be sour about, right? So I wish you my very best, just as I wish every human being my very best. The only way you become your very best is by looking in the mirror and looking at yourself, not looking at others. So I wish you my very best.
I appreciate the kind words, and I do agree that ultimately my life's outcomes are up to me, not other people. And I think we kind of disagree, at least when it comes to. I do think that people like me somewhat serve a purpose. Definitely not a savior or anything like that. I do think you can even say I'm somewhat of a it might be a net negative, like with the way I would entertain and myself and other people and troll. But I do think at the end of the day, like, there is a lot of there's so much like unfair rhetoric that has been coming from the left, like anti-American, attacking our culture, the racial majority, our religion, our sexuality.
So would you argue that saying the N-word is defending your culture?
No, I never made that argument.
Well, then what's your point? Because the whole point is like your defense of saying the word. Well, like why is that so important to you? Out of all the things that you,
it's not important.
Some people want to help animals. Some people want to go and fucking plant trees.
Everybody's got
like something that they care about. My curiosity is, why does somebody care about defending the right to say the N-word?
So, oh sure, on a scale of importance out of 1 to 100, that's like a 1. You asked an opinion, saying the N-word. I think it can be an accurate descriptor of certain black people, just like white trash is an accurate, depiction of certain white people. I personally, I don't really give a shit. Do I think that in certain spaces you should be allowed to say it? Absolutely. But what I never told you, Roger, is that you should allow it in your space. Chillism allows it. That's fine. But I never said you should allow it. And so, at the end of the day, do I think it's at least important enough that, and you even agreed with this, Roger, that other spaces should be allowed to say it. You said yes, that the government should not stop them, and ideally Clubhouse. We are on the same fucking side. I don't go into your rooms dropping the fucking N-bomb. I didn't go into Nelson's spaces. I don't go into other spaces dropping the fucking N-bomb. Like, I know, this isn't Pepe's stage. They have rules. There's a certain amount of decorum that is required in their room. It's not the Pepe show, so I need to keep my thoughts to myself if they're like, out of bounds, at least when it comes to the rules. And I'm fine with that.
So I just want to say real quick, so this whole N-word charade thing we've been doing for a couple of years on this app, like, I've made this point in the past with regards to like Pepe and Pepe's value, right? So Pepe is one of those people that serves as like a breath of relief for us brown people because he is so open and explicitly racist that we don't no longer have to sugarcoat around the fact that people like Pepe and people like Pepe still exist in this country. It makes our life so much easier. I encourage Pepe to keep doing what he's doing because it is a value added to the American society that we need to have these reminders because people will just say these stuff behind closed doors and then we have to go out of our way to prove that people like Pepe still exist in this country. And a whole thing to begin amount to sway, right? And so I encourage Pepe to keep saying the N-word, to keep hosting his rooms, to keep throwing it into black people, because we need people like Pepe. It makes life so much easier instead of the passive-aggressive white people who will just casually talk shit about people of color in their little passive fucking tones. And people like Pepe are important. We need honesty.
¿Por qué no te calles, Marino? If we can get 2 more votes, we can get this poll down. Hold on. John, just hold on one second. We want to get 2 more votes. So we can get to 100 votes, and then that will be the official result. Oh, we need 1 more vote. We're at 99.
Oh, I forgot. Can I say something else, Roger? I forgot my last point. Is it okay if I say it?
Go ahead.
At first I was like, this may be actually racist. And then part of me was like, maybe he's just an emotional manipulator. He enjoys the satisfaction of playing with people's emotions and toying with them and seeing if he can get a response from them. And then I was thinking, why would someone do that? And then I realized Pepe probably doesn't get a lot of attention in his real life. That's all I have to say.
Oh my god, just because I said what I said in Spanish.
No, I like you, Pepe, but that's just my honest opinion.
Hold on, guys. We still need 1 more vote. I just want to say that both of you have violated rule number 10, which is English only, please. So.
One of the things about Clubhouse is it's not a good representation of black folks in America. It's actually a bad representation. There's a lot of ghetto-ass folks on this app vis-a-vis the real world. So I just want you to know that.
No, I
I agree. I've never, you know, I went to school with black people, was friends with black kids, and I'm gonna admit, I didn't, as an adult, haven't had any black friends.
Shocker.
Well, a lot of them were, you know, I would say I'm actually more Hispanic. Most of my friends have been Hispanic in comparison to white people. You know, not to say that they're interchangeable with black people, but but with that being said, the black people I would encounter in real life, you know, there are some, like, I've noticed some things in the black community where it's like, really have some fucking problems. But, you know, my coworkers and the people I would go to school with, you know, my neighbors, they were not a problem. You know, I didn't really, most of us don't really think about this shit, I think, in the real world. Now, when I say, like, when I started working from home during the pandemic, and then I was bored and I could, like, waste hours when I should have been working and doing a lot of stuff, you know, online. And of course, like, I started doing this social media shit, like, 5 years ago. And I did see, like, insane rhetoric I did not have to deal with in real life. And, you know, I would say my experience with black people online has not been my experience with black people in real life. Now, I'm sure a lot of the black people would probably say, like, you guys don't have white people going up to you, calling you names, denigrating you for being black. Just like, I don't have experience with, like, black people just coming up to me and starting shit with me for being white. But then on this app, you're definitely you're going to get that. And I don't think anybody would deny that.
Have you traveled outside of America, Bubba?
Yeah.
What countries?
I mean, this is how lame I am, just Mexico and Canada.
Okay.
Alright, hold on, before you go down this line of thinking, John, I'm gonna go ahead and mod you if you could post a link where people can donate. We're gonna do a little, we're gonna get people to donate here in a minute. Hold on a second. Tama, go ahead and finish, and then we're gonna ask the future congressman some questions, and then we'll get the donations going.
Yeah, I got a question. In your heart of hearts, what is the most, if you lived in a perfect world, what would be your main goal in life for people?
My main goal in life for people would be that there are people who try. Everybody has different capabilities. I'm talking, like, even, I'm not speaking racially, but even, like, it's just imagine a world where everybody's the same race and just be able to touch them. People have different abilities. I do think, you know, I have no problem with people earning more. I don't have a problem with, you know, necessarily even income inequality in and of itself, but I guess the one thing where before the neocons or the new right, something that was kind of treasured was just like the American dream. People doing the right things. Did they go to work every day? They do what they're supposed to. Can they buy a home? Can they have a family? Can they you know, at least just like get by and have a peaceful life? I mean, I honestly, I just kind of, I want the best for everybody in general. Like, I don't have
harmony, inspiration, these kind of things.
Yeah, I don't want, I mean, obviously the less fighting, the better the outcomes for everybody. And I want to see, I don't want to see people struggling, especially if they're doing everything right. Like, it's really, to me, sad. Just like looking at the price of, like, to buy a new home as a young person, and the bar is so high now. And I see, like, just like the rift that you see between men and women in America, and just like how marriages aren't really lasting. men and women are tearing each other apart on social media. And it's actually like heartbreaking. I did not have to deal with this shit when I was growing up. And I don't really like take a side when it comes to men and women. I try to look at people like if they were my brother or sister and you had to make an accurate judgment about what kind of person are they and who should they be with. You know, nobody wants their sister or brother to get hurt, but they realize like if you had a shit.
Yeah. I think you'd be much happier. And, you know, and everybody else would be much happier. That's all. That's all.
Well, I think to a degree, I mean, the problem is that you have people on the left and the right that definitely want to, I would say have like much different views of what would be utopian.
Of course.
And it's just like for, you know, a good decade or so, the far left was given like a much larger megaphone than the far right in particular. And I just saw like what was just amounted to just like hateful, horrible shit. And I guess like me, I did feel like an underdog. It's just like, oh, they can censor us and they can. It was almost like blatant, I don't know, like communist, racist propaganda, and they would shut you down for speaking out against it. It's like, well, fuck these people. In fact, I'm going to start insulting them. And I'm going to start using every goddamn slur and I'm just going to, like, literally try to fucking make fun of them as much as I can.
Alright, hey guys, we're going to segue into the purpose of this room. The future Congressman, John Kitover, he's campaigning to help us. And so we talked about some small ideas for the last hour or so. We're going to talk about some big ideas. John, do you want to tell people why they might want to consider to help you with your campaign?
Yeah, thanks, Roger. Thanks, Pepe, for that fascinating lecture and that incredible academic experience of listening to you discuss that important topic.
Shut up, retard.
Many years.
You're stretching your underwear again on
Rule number five. Go ahead, John.
So, many of you know me. I've recorded many of you. Pepe is in many, many, many of my recordings. An unbelievable number of recordings because he has so much to say and he has so much fun here on this app. And I have enjoyed filming him and recording him for so many years. All I want to say is basically this country is borrowing and spending us into oblivion. $2 trillion a year is absolutely ridiculous, obnoxious, terrible, and just as stupid as many of the things you just heard debated on this stage for the past 30 to 40 minutes. It's children. These are incompetent fools who keep getting into office because the voters are incompetent, brainwashed, and completely propagandized to vote themselves into an economic oblivion. So I'm running here as a Clown House user just like you. I'm fully transparent. I record myself, as Pepe said, in my underwear doing yoga while listening to you waste your time, have heated conversations in a road rage fashion just for entertainment purposes. But you can click the link above if you've enjoyed me or maybe some of the things I've had to say or some of the interesting conversations we've had or some of the videos I've recorded of some of the Clown House funniest and worst comedians who don't even know they're comedians and jokers. They actually take themselves seriously. But click that link above right now, 10 not 11, 10 not $9 to contribute to the campaign to elect John Kitover in the 16th District of Illinois. We are fighting a dragon known as Darren LaHood. As Abby stated, he's a very powerful congressman who's been there for 10 years. And over those 10 years, each year, through HRX, he has caused over $2 trillion in debt. So 2 trillion times 10 years, that's $20 trillion in debt. $20 trillion. That's a lot of money. So if you want to drive this annual deficit up to $50 trillion by 2050 or 2035, and have nothing to show for it, keep voting for these frauds in Congress and in the Senate. But again, I'm fully transparent. I'm running as a Republican. I've run as a committeeman before in Illinois, and I had to fight the Illinois GOP and Chicago GOP. It's not pleasant. They're not an inclusive group of Republicans. They're not MAGA. They don't show any support for Trump whatsoever. When Trump was running, they didn't hold one Trump event. I never saw a Trump flag, poster, sign, or even a kind word for Donald Trump. So if that tells you the type of Republicans I'm running against here in Chicago, that's the type I'm running against. Thanks, Mojo, for putting this together. I'm complete, and if I can answer any questions, or if you want to hear more interesting debates and conversations, I'm down for that too.
Yeah, so he's going to stick around and answer questions, but before he does, I just want to, make this appeal. For those of you that are believers in a deity, deity of choice, I don't make any, I don't discriminate here. I'm just going to ask you to prayerfully consider, before you click on that link up above, just say a prayer. Say, Father God, can you please give me the wisdom and whisper into my heart how much money I should donate to John Kitover for Congress? And I want you to listen to that whisper,
Please,
that
Lord,
little whisper that whispers to your heart, that tells you how much money you should give. Your deity may say give $0. Your deity may say give $1. Your deity may say $10. And if you're prosperous and your deity believes in this cause and believes that this is your calling in life, he may tell you to give a little bit more. But I want you to listen to that voice, say that prayer, listen to the voice, click the link, and do the right thing. God bless.
Jesus gave me the I did your prayer, and Jesus gave me the sharpest pain my butthole ever felt, and I'm just guessing. That means no.
I'm telling you, if it doesn't work out in Chicago, consider coming on down to Southern Illinois. You will see a whole different side of the state, because down here it is like a sea of Trump signs. Yeah, it's bad, but I mean, there's a lot of Republican support down here.
I mean, it is the economic disparities between the North and the South of Illinois are drastic. Like, the South is basically Kentucky. It's really bad down there. I would just keep driving till you get to Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, I told last night saying that if it wasn't for Chicago, Illinois would be deep red.
Yeah, it's the truth.
That's almost every state.
I got a question for Necro. Hold on. I got a question for Necro. Necro, if you were to stack $100 bills, one on top of the other, how high would it be if you stacked it $37 trillion high? Any idea?
Yeah, so given that, like, a dollar bill is like 0.00001 centimeter. So
$100 bills stacked one on top of the other, 37 trillion. How high is that stack of $100 bills? Because that's the debt. Can you go ahead and tell me how high it would be?
it probably goes up my nose.
Yeah, you know how high it would be? It would be 25,000 miles high. 25,000 miles high. That's the circumference of the Earth. That's how much debt we have. And there's only one person that's committed. We get him on the ballot. He's going to do something about that. If you think that that's a crazy number, by the way, that's just the debt. Imagine the unfunded liabilities. I haven't even done the math on how tall it would be if we count the $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities. We've got a spending problem. We've got a borrowing problem. John wants to fix that. How much is that in pennies? How far will that go?
There's not enough copper in the world.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be enough copper.
They don't make pennies out of copper anymore. do want to thank the people that gave yesterday. We raised over $1,000 yesterday for the campaign. Day one. Here's day two. We're hoping to double that today. So for those of you that didn't have an opportunity to participate, the link is up above. Hopefully you've said your prayers. Hopefully the Lord has spoken to you, and we'll accept whatever the Lord told you to do. So hopefully you can click that link. Go ahead and do the Lord's work.
I mean, I did give you, John, $5 since you promised to pardon Edward Snowden.
That's right. We can't campaign finance laws. I can't actually promise to pardon anybody, as I'm just a running for Congress now. I don't even have the power. I can write a letter. But listen, if you want to watch the YouTube live part of this experience, this is a special Clubhouse experience because so many of you are so special. But if you want to watch the YouTube live version, I'm wearing a Jesus Christ t-shirt that I bought on eBay that came from China. I'm wearing a Donald Trump hat made in China. These cell phones that I'm talking to you on, all made in China, and we're $37 trillion in debt with $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. We don't even manufacture anything in this country.
Yeah, no, it's like every time I remember on my jeans it said made in China, it may as well just say made with genuine Asian labor.
The fucking baby boomers run the country.
The amount of overconsumption we have in this country, like the amount of shit that people have, like I literally see online people having like 80 to 100 per week, bro. Like just stacked. Like I'm just like, it amazes me how much shit people are buying. That's just so cool.
No, it's just like, like boomers, it's just like, they just want to go back to the good old days, where, like,
yeah, but they can't go back to the good old days because they're too old and they can't surf and do the cool shit they did because they're in like wheelchairs and not very mobile. But I do want to ask you a question, Mr. John. What will you do about the Epstein files? How are you going to release those? What are you going to do,
that's what I asked him last night. I didn't get a clear answer to that.
You gotta get a clear answer, fuckface. Otherwise, I'm gonna tell people not to donate money to you.
Well, Pepe, you've just violated one of the In the Muff rules. I'd like you to click on the house, read the rules, and tell us which rule you just broke.
The voters want to know.
Okay, then the next question I'll ask you, Pepe, is what is 232 times 1,000?
232 times 1,000. $232,000.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, Pepe is a boxer. He's had his head bashed in multiple times, and he's got very bad TBI. Just wanted to confirm. I just wanted to confirm.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do to release the Epstein files?
Can I ask you? I want to ask a question.
No, I want him to answer. What is he gonna do to release the?
No, I can answer his question very quickly.
You are hyped up.
Bima, let me just answer his question.
He has to be put under pressure because he's somebody running for office. He needs these questions to be asked to him.
Listen, Pepe, I've retweeted Thomas Massey's posts on X where he's bringing victims of Jeffrey Epstein. I think 6 or 9 of them. So getting justice for these victims is extremely important. And if you want to focus on the espionage aspect of Jeffrey Epstein, the United States.
I don't know if there was espionage because it's not released. I asked.
Well, look to Bill Clinton, look to Bill Gates, who's giggling on television about how he's dead now in prison. So I guess he can't answer any questions. Don't ask a guy running for Congress in a district in Illinois when your country's $37 trillion in debt. You need to stay focused and know that there's very little I can do other than encourage.
$37 billion or trillion, excuse me. That was 2 word parts in a row. Million, billion, trillion dollars in debt. What are you going to do to lower that debt?
Sorry, I wanted to see if Hakima was here because I promised I wouldn't say the word ask. So I just wanted to confirm it.
Yeah, okay, but I asked you, what are you going to do to lower our $37 trillion deficit? How are you going to, do that?
Yeah, no problem. So we spend $7 trillion a year plus, okay? $7 trillion a year plus. We take in $5 trillion through the IRS and the Treasury annually, so that's a $2 trillion deficit. I would propose that the smart thing to do would be to immediately cut Medicare, Medicaid by about $1 trillion, Social Security by about 250 trillion or 250 billion. No, not 200. Yeah, 250 billion. Anyways, I'm just suggesting that we cut the national deficit 100% and bring us back to $5 trillion.
Amazing. So you want to cut the geezers that have had these, when was it the 1940s when this was, I forget when it was, I think it was Roosevelt who ended up.
Also, don't forget the NDAA, Pepe. We got to cut that $1 trillion annual budget down to $750 billion.
Into Social Security, and they were going to get these benefits.
I hear you, Pepe. We've been 25 years at war. You think after 25 years at war and a massive pandemic, scandemic, that the American people are going to have to tighten up their belts and say, you know what, we've been through a lot. I guess maybe we should try to start saving some money.
Can't tighten up their belts because they're about to, die.
Pepe, the point is, stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing. I talk to you all the time, Pepe. I'll keep talking over you. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Repeat it after me, Pepe. Stop borrowing. Say it with me. Stop borrowing. Say it with me now, Pepe. Stop borrowing. Say it with me, Pepe. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop. It's the mantra, everybody. Say it with me. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop. Say it with me, everybody. Stop borrowing. Okay. I guess nobody likes to do mantras. I like mantras for relaxation purposes. My mantra as a congressman candidate is stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing and stop spending. Okay, everybody, I'm just going to say it one more time. And I talk to Pepe all the time. This is why I've lowered my volume and I'm just going to continue to talk. Stop borrowing, stop spending. I am complete.
No, bravo, no, I go ahead and shoot you in the back of the head. My fat, thank you for problem solved.
So every time you say that, John, I'm less likely to vote for you because it's
not
a
voting.
valid question for Pepe.
That's okay, Mother. That's all right, Mother. Go ahead, Necro.
I asked him a legitimate question.
Which this is not a good response. You should work on this.
Okay. I guess stop borrowing, stop spending is not a popular mantra with you. But I don't know, it's still popular for me. It's my listen, this clip has been put on YouTube. I bet you this will be my #1 clip, you guys. Stop borrowing, stop spending.
It's really embarrassing, to be honest. I just had to say that, bro.
Your mantra literally makes people like Pol Pot come into existence. Like holy shit.
Pepe, you do.
Talking about the old geezers who were said.
Pepe, you were just complaining about the. No, you hold on. You were just complaining that you can't get into a house, that it's too expensive to buy a house.
Wow, hold on. Their taxes that would be paid into the system, they will receive those benefits. Now, one thing I mean, libertarian, I'm guessing, like, Mojo, anybody, if you were promised something, you paid for it, you need to deliver the goods. Well, what are you referring to? Social Security. For the old geezers who paid into it their whole lives.
Well, hold on. But you have to understand what the federal government has done with this. The Supreme Court's already ruled. The Supreme Court in a landmark case has said that it's not a guarantee, it's not an individual contract, and that Congress at any time can reduce or eliminate the benefits.
Yeah, but that's political suicide for Republicans.
Yeah, hold on. Before you say it's political suicide, what's political suicide is
in 2035, the trust fund is going to be dead, right? And then you can only fund 71% of the liabilities. We have a problem that's 10 years away, and when that problem comes up, you just have to understand that if push comes to shove, and I agree that there's going to be politicians that are going to work their magic to either raise the age or raise taxes or maybe lower the benefit. I agree. They're going to make these modifications because it would be politically unpopular. However, as we continue to borrow and spend, and as the interest on the debt becomes a bigger line item, the problem that you're going to have is there's not going to be any money to pay for anything. And that's why you have to get debt under control. And so either we're going to have a debt jubilee, a major world war where debt will be forgiven, or we're going to have a situation where we can intelligently begin reducing the debt, which, by the way, at this point, with $37 trillion worth of debt and the interest on it, it would take you 75 fucking years to pay it off, even if you had $1 trillion surplus on an annual basis. We have a fucking major problem, and nobody wants to talk about the largest line items. They don't want to talk about Social Security. They don't want to talk about Medicare. But just understand, the Supreme Court has already made it very clear that you are not guaranteed Social Security. Anybody that's ever told you that it's a guarantee, they've lied to you. It's not a guarantee when the law was passed, and it's not been interpreted by the Supreme Court to be a guarantee now. And so, knowing that you're not guaranteed that, why wouldn't we have a conversation about what would be a more sustainable plan?
Well, I guess to be sustainable, I would say, while these people they keep on kicking, these old people that get these benefits, they're going to vote a very certain way, and so. And old people, obviously, it's very slanted in terms of the percentage of them that vote. I don't, just personally, I don't see how this is a winning issue.
I mean, we could just speed up euthanasia of the over 70 population.
Okay, listen, you guys can stop insulting senior citizens in this room. If you continue to insult senior citizens, I'm going to kick you down to the goose. So let me ask you two brain giants a quick question here. If you were the president of the United States, what would your top 3 priorities be for your people? Go ahead, Pepe first, then Mother. Thank you.
Sure. So immigration's already kind of getting under control, so that's fine. I would say it would be to lower the deficit, but it would be to stimulate the economy in a way that it benefited the average American, where there was economic mobility, where those that do things well and they do things right, I guess you can say, they can be as prosperous as they're capable of, and so long as that they're doing the right things. I do believe in the American dream. That is something I actually. If you were to ask me what at least in my country, what I care about the most, aside from race, aside from anything else, it's actually that Americans that grow up here, if they play by the rules. They do what they're supposed to. They can at least, have a good standard of living.
You got 30 more seconds, Pepe.
Yeah, sure. So there's obviously some people that are far more brilliant and innovative, and they're going to bring a lot more value and money, and they're going to hire a lot more people because of the companies they start, which is a net positive. I'm all for that. At the end of the day, I want what is best for America.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Mother. It's your turn.
Okay, so the number one thing that I think is the biggest threat to this country is our reliance on China for basically everything in this country. I would restore most of our, at least high priority supply chains back to the U.S. or countries who are favorable. Second thing I would do is America's infrastructure is going to shit very, very quietly, right? Some states are, a lot of these bridges are over the lifespan in both, significant portions of the country. You have just shitty infrastructure in the U.S. that's been like trillions of dollars of domestic investment in our own current infrastructure. And then the third thing I would focus on, actually, U.S. healthcare, I think is a disaster. Like I know Obama tried to do some patching with Obamacare, but that didn't really work out super well. So there's got to be a revisiting of how healthcare is done in this country, or maybe shifting more towards a preventative model. But that's going to be difficult to push politically. But those would be my three priorities if I was president.
Okay.
What about you?
I'd like to. Okay, hold on a second, Mother. Hold on a second, Mother. Go on mute, Mother. Go on mute, Mother. I'd like to point out to everyone on stage as well as the audience that neither Pepe nor Mother said that the government should stop borrowing or spending money. Never heard it come out of their mouths. And in fact, if we were to do a compression of what they just said, or even repeat back what they just said, I don't think anybody on stage could even give me 3 things that they just told us. Maybe one.
Fuck you, asshole. I think we should borrow less money, and we should lower our deficit, eat a dick. I do not think we should continue to borrow.
So last I checked, Pepe and I weren't running for office, so the one who should be answering this fucking question is you.
Listen, gentlemen, I will refer you back to the rules. If you use profanity one more time, this is your final warning. You will be
Shut
put.
up, you fag.
Okay, gentlemen, you're going in the goop. Move
I
the
have I would
audience.
like to say, I would like to say.
Pepe, any final insults before I put you in the goo where you belong? Go ahead, Pepe.
Yeah, fuck you, suck my dick.
Okay, moving to the audience. There you go. Go back to mommy. I just want to quote Donald Trump. Go back to mommy. Go to the goo where you belong. Okay, who's the next speaker? Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. When we are accounting for the deficit, the debt that we're in, are we making sure we're accounting for the fraudulent spending that's also being done, the fraudulent part of our spending in this country? We're accounting for that, right?
Yeah, Doge. You can go to Doge on X right now and view almost $750 billion of fraud, waste, and abuse. Bullshit contracting through SAP for contracts for DEI and climate change studies and training, ballerina monkeys in the Guinea forests of Africa. I don't know. There's 100,000 contracts. You can go to Doge on X and look right now. Let me get the link for you. I'm going to put it in the chat.
No, I wasn't, John. Relax. I'm just asking for you. Relax. I got you. I'm just saying that when it comes to, because I work in Medicare, and Medicare is very obviously very complicated. The entire healthcare system is very complicated in the U.S. But Medicare is much, much needed for these seniors, man. Like I don't care what anyone says. I believe there needs to be more regulation on fraud in Medicare because the DOJ just arrested over 300 people for $14 billion in intended loss. And I mean, like, primary care is charging for procedures that never happen. People getting access charges for things they never got, medications, referrals. And it's, so to me, when I think of the cut in Medicare and Medicaid, it makes me nervous because we need these things. I feel like we need to spend more money on the regulation aspect of how these funds are being distributed. Because we still got dead people getting Social Security and Medicare. Dead people still getting Medicaid. It's a lot of waste and loss. But I feel like cutting funding, I feel like more like allocating the funds to more regulation rather than cutting the funding.
Pockets, can I say something to you? You have to really, people don't understand the difference between what Medicare is and Medicaid, and they're completely different, and people conflate them often. And the cuts that we were talking about that just got passed were really dealing with Medicaid. And I think you make a really important point. And I think that I know doctors that have been locked up for Medicare fraud. And I absolutely agree with you. And I have a friend whose mom just passed away. And they have a huge malpractice lawsuit now. Well, one of the reasons is the doctor performed additional procedures in terms of upping the billing on the she was on Medicare, exactly what you're talking about, but now it's backfired on him because she died as a result of it, and he'll now lose his license. But separate from that, I think, and you're in the business, maybe you can make it clear that they're two very different programs. It's a shame they share the word meta because they get conflated often. But this new bill was cutting the recipients of Medicaid that were
on the program that shouldn't be on the program. Different than removing seniors from Medicare, which it wasn't doing.
Well, seniors are, that's what's interesting, is seniors are both on Medicaid and Medicare. If a senior does not make enough money through and Social Security is like robbing them, right? They get Medicaid and Medicare. It's called a dual plan. So there are seniors on those dual plans where it's access and Medicare. So,
that's why it was getting attacked. I mean, the bill was trying to stop it from like young people sitting in their
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Doing their 40 hours a week, or their 20 hours a week, I agree with that. With parents, while your kids are at school, you could be doing something. I agree with that.
But maybe you can, I mean, again, that was just the point, that they just get conflated all the time and they're really different.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take about a 5 minute speaking break, and I'm just going to copy and paste from Doge on X in the chat. Stay alert to the chat because you're about to see a whole lot of scam, fraud, waste and abuse, and borrowing and spending. I'll let you guys talk it out while I post the receipts in the chat. Gotcha. Gotcha. Go ahead. If anybody on stage wants to read what I'm posting in the chat, please feel free to read because I don't think people read anything anymore. I think people just chat, chirp, chirp, chirp like birds, never talk about borrowing or spending. Just keep spending $4 trillion a year on Medicare, Medicaid. They're separate programs, but keep borrowing, keep spending. Got to keep paying all those doctors, all those health groups, all those health insurance corporations and middlemen. Every single year, got to keep that same consistent $4 trillion. They got to get it. They gotta have it. Let's not talk about borrowing and spending. So look in the chat. Somebody want to read it?
No, John, I was just going to ask you, have you done all your filings? Have you filed under the Federal Election Commission since you're raising money? I assume you've done all the federal filings and you have a committee, a finance committee, etc., all under the federal law?
Yeah, Google my name, John Kitover, and you can see the FEC website.
I don't need to Google it. I just asked if you've done all your filings.
Yep, did all the filings, Abby. Could you want to read one of the chat copy and pastes from the Doge X account, Abby? Would you be kind enough to do that for the campaign right now?
No, I let someone else who has better speaking voice. Oh, that is such bull. I love Abby's voice. I just want to, if you could put in the chat your filings or notice of them.
Well, I'd be happy to, if you want.
Or
yeah.
put any money or.
Yeah, Abby, I will just tell you, if you click the link above, which is Antidote, they do not create an account for you unless you have an EID and you have an FEC filing and a bank letter. It's not an easy process. This has taken me 30 to 60 to 90 days to get here. So I'd be happy to copy and paste anything you want in the chat for you.
John, oh, Lou, I see you on mic. Go ahead.
Oh, it's alright. I was just gonna say, John, what numbers did you say you were gonna cut each program by, and how did you get to those numbers, and how will they materially affect your constituents?
Sure. So $4 trillion is Medicare, Medicaid. I would cut that by $1 trillion at least if I could. I mean, again, you guys got to understand, this is all hypothetical. I am one person with one voice. Your $1 will help me transmit that message further into the ether if you think it's a good idea. It's $4 trillion for Medicare, Medicaid, $1 trillion for Social Security, $1 trillion for the NDAA. So, I mean, pick and choose, or, do a balanced approach, or raise revenue and increase taxation. If you want to eat the rich and you think billionaires should pay more in income, Either way, as Mojo said, over 37 years, even if we were to have $1 trillion surplus, that still takes 37 years to pay back $37 trillion, plus the 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. So I hope you take this with a grain of salt, as do I. I mean, I like to pick and make jokes and try to be funny about it, but it really is a serious financial problem. I don't live my life like this. I had chicken for dinner. It was less than $20. I don't spend a lot of money. I try to save money. I don't take out huge loans. I don't own fancy cars. I don't fly jets. I don't gamble in the stock market. I literally sit here on Clown House recording clubhouse rooms. And a lot of people here like to waste your time, but they've never run for office. This is the second time I've run for office, and a lot of people are just talkers. But I film everything, so if you wanted to enjoy the experience of watching someone either win or lose, or to get on the primary ballot or not get into the election in March, I mean, this is your experience. You will be contributing to this campaign. I hope you'll stick with me. And maybe I can convince you that freedom, liberty, and less regulation, and less taxation, and less borrowing, and less spending is in your best interest as an American or a Canadian or wherever you are. But look at the rules and disclosures for giving $1 or $100 or $1,000, because if you don't live in the country and you're not an American citizen, we can't take your money unless you have a resident ID card. So look at the rules at the bottom of the campaign form.
I think the other thing to keep in mind is that with the FEC, you're not actually required to register with the FEC until you've either raised or spent $5,000 on a congressional campaign. So with the $1,000 that's collected, you could actually do that without completing all the FEC filing.
Yeah, I didn't have to file the last one, but I did have to do a personal financial disclosure. That one took a bit of time. Their website is old, it sucks, it's completely outdated, it's very difficult to use, and I can just say that if we are $37 trillion in debt in the greatest country in the world, but our own congressional election website looks like it was built in 1994. I mean, we've got bigger IT problems than we even know about. Everything sucks in the government. It's outdated, it's broken, nothing communicates, it's not seamless. There's a lot of friction between all the federal agencies and how they all interact. And I've worked in the GSA side in federal leasing and facilities management. There's a lot of conflict. What's amazing is my experience at the Treasury is a lot like my experience on Clown House. There's a lot of road ragers. There's a lot of angry people. There's a lot of liars. Um, there's a lot of politics in the government, within the agencies. People are vying for positions. People are retiring. People are scheming. There's a lot of just inner fighting within the government, but nobody gives a fuck about the $37 trillion in debt, because all those employees in the federal government are getting a healthy paycheck, and they feel like they're first in line to continue getting the paychecks in case of a bankruptcy. So it's better to be on this side of the fence or that side of the fence. If the federal government goes broke, the cities go broke. If the cities go broke, your local municipal pensions are finished. So the whole system is one interconnected financial system. And the biggest problem is the federal government's borrowing and spending. There is no bigger problem. 37 trillion fucking dollars is a lot of money to owe on the ledger. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, and I mean the reason why I ask is not necessarily to be a dick, but of course, if one of your main things is going to be, the budget and spending, I mean that there's like, to me, I think about this problem a lot too, but there's a lot of things that run so inefficiently within the government, like. You look at defense reprioritization or procurement IT modernization, similar to like what Estonia did, right? There's a lot of things, right? There's a lot of things that you could do, but I think that what people don't want to hear is that their lives are going to be negatively, materially affected when we talk about, figuring out the debt problem, right? So I guess I just asked that because I'm sure you're going to get asked that, right, by some of your constituents, and I think it's just, good to think about that.
No, I think it's a very scary topic to hypothesize about, but I do think that Franklin Delano Roosevelt's quote of the only thing you have to fear is fear itself. This is a word game. This is an accounting game. This is a ledger game. It's in the material world. America is incredibly abundant and prosperous and wealthy. We have remarkable assets, remarkable cities. We are a huge, massive nation that is basically impenetrable to foreign invasion to a certain extent. We don't have a lot to worry about in terms of security. So why are we still spending $1 trillion a year on the world's largest military police force? $1 trillion. Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman. Let us, if we're going to spend $300 billion a year on weapons and defense and salaries for soldiers or contractors working with defense corporations, I mean, let's get the biggest bang for our buck and start paying down the debt. That's a pretty good place to start. But instead, we have this world police, security attitude that we can't let go of because there's so much money involved. It's that much money. And, the deep state and everything wants, the quote from the movie Dune, the spice must flow. And that's what $2 trillion a year is every year. The spice must flow. There's a huge pressure to get that $2 trillion plus a year, past the taxpayers.
So focusing on the biggest problem also means coming up with a solution, right? And it seems like the solution that's underway right now that you're talking about seems to support in some way, if I'm getting right, is to cut back on operations that actually affect people in the actual society, whether you call it marketplace, government, whatever it is, services. These are just part of society. And there's no place where austerity, especially because you pointed out the most important reality, which is that America is the richest country on earth by the real economy, not the monetary economy, which is fucked up, and I absolutely agree with you on the problem. But how about some solutions, right? Like, I'm proposing to you, everybody listening, that there is a feasible way to pay down that debt. And what would happen then, right? If it did happen to be like some crazy ass idea of thousands that people might have that we vet and make sure and we go figure out, we find a solution to this that doesn't involve cutting back on people, because you're right, the country is rich enough to afford it. And guess what? Until that changes, and it could, America is the reserve currency of planet Earth. And it can print it endlessly, which means that its feasibility is how much the economy can actually absorb. That's not about monetary policy at that point. And that's why you can clean up the debt in the way that I proposed to you last time you heard me mention this to you, because there's a whole part of the global monetary economy that has no tax on it and would easily pay for all this shit. And everybody else's taxes in the real economy would have to come down in order to accommodate it. And the arguments after that, I'll have my plan here. The arguments after that would not be about what we can afford to do, but what's in an investment interest to do. Because you quoted FDR, and I'll just say, he proved, as did the GI Bill, as the rebuilding after World War II, and a few other examples, when you invest money directly into people, even when you do it by debt, and you could do it other ways that are healthier in the future, but even when you do it by debt, it's a fucking ROI every time. I'll end my plane on that.
Daniel, where would be the oversight for, your solution? First of all, I appreciate, it's good to hear from you, Daniel. I appreciate the commentary and the offering of the solution. I'm definitely not a professional. I don't know much of anything, so I'm just asking questions. The solution, it seems to me, though, that you're proposing is that we just start taxing in other areas. Is that pretty much to pay off the programs and the things that we currently have? Did I just get that part right first?
Well, the part that John and I agree on is that debt is a problem that needs to be addressed, right? The way I'm saying to address it is that we think simply, and I think every ordinary person should consider this, not just economists to understand this. I'm actually proposing that people talk about it at Thanksgiving and over dinners and whatever it is, just ordinary people, about the fact that there's two economies. There's a monetary economy, and there's the real economy that we measure and where we get taxed, where we measure GDP and labor statistics and all that stuff, where, America is the richest country on earth, as probably many of us could agree. But there's this monetary economy that makes the whole global economy that America is the king of work. And most of those financial transactions actually run through America, and it has a unique opportunity to go, hey, guess what? There's this bucket over there, and we're not touching it at all. It's using all of our infrastructure. It's people getting rich off of it, but not the American people. And it's using America's entire society in order to do it. Why wouldn't you want to tax that something? And it turns out that it's so much larger than the economy where all the taxes happen that you only have to tax it a tiny, tiny little bit in order to pay for everything and clean up the debt reasonably in about 8 years.
Who do you think most of that financial burden would fall on? Like the taxpayers? Who would be the taxpayers? Are you talking like, who are they? So I'm assuming that my question was correct. Like you want to keep the programs as they said, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the biggest military defense, and instead of cutting them, reviewing them, figuring out what's good and what's not good, we just start taxing more. And so this is the reason I bring it up is because my concern is if we just start taxing more without ever looking at these programs and the efficiency of these programs, it doesn't seem like a good business model. In fact, it's a little bit terrifying to me because now all I hear is now there's completely no accountability. Nobody's going to be looking at the inefficiencies of these programs, and we're just going to nobody's going to have any type of responsibility for when this stuff ends up, just.
Yeah, I said nothing about what to do with all the money you're going to save, what programs to keep or not keep or any of that stuff. Like, you can do two problems at the same time. And I think it's a great problem to have, to go, do you really need all of those services? If you're going to, save all this money, you no longer have to put the money over here, and you can do administration with how you do, things like universal income that cost you less than all the programs you have right now. But I'll let other people worry about that on another day. I'm not advocating at all about that. What I am saying is there is a false idea that there's a fixed amount of money in the world. It's a false idea. There's not a fixed amount of money in the world. So when money is issued or printed, and now ordinary human beings have created trillions of dollars of non-nation wealth in the form of crypto, nothing others in the future, but all of that has no limit except what we agreed to use it for. Okay? And one of the things we can do is not be wasting away money to pay debt, interest, which is now, correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody thinks I'm wrong, is now greater than the military budget, is the amount that America spends on that, and it has vital things, there's services and vital things for the nation that are being cut back on now that we probably couldn't argue about too much. Some of us on the extreme would argue any dollar that the government spends is a waste and all that. But I'm thinking even judiciously, there is a cutback happening right now in the form of that's what's going to get us out of the debt problem when there's this huge bucket of potential revenue for the government that will lower your taxes, not increase them. That's the key thing that I would be jumping on first. If it turns out that can be substantiated, then you can have the argument about what to do and what programs to keep and all that. So that's a whole other conversation as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think you gotta walk and chew gum at the same time, to be quite honest. I mean, the funding is one portion to talk about, and I feel like the left talks about the funding, the right talks about the cutting, but there's kind of an in-between, to be quite honest there, because there's, like I said, the way procurement works publicly, supply chain is my thing, right? That's what I've always studied, and that's what I do professionally, and public procurement is mind-bogglingly inefficient. So there's so many ways to increase efficiencies. Another thing is negotiation for drug costs for Medicare, right? That would save, I think, it estimated around $98 billion from 2025 to I think 2033. So yeah, there's a lot of ways to to kind of do this, but I think what we don't want to do is negatively, materially affect the weakest part of our society, because that really leads to instability of a nation.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And what you do at the same time, also when it comes to problem solving, as a kind of project manager, you probably are in your field, it helps to know which problem you're solving. If you're talking about the debt, and there's a way to solve that debt problem, why not do that? That's the key, right? If you take out the annual cost of the interest on the debt, that opens up a lot of budget conversations you can. And even if you cut back everything on top of that, folks, if you end up with a surplus, which you once had, right around 2000, well, that changes the conversation quite a bit.
And I definitely hear stop spending, and I think that's a big that's a big theme of this room. But stop spending is a blanket statement that doesn't really mean much, to be quite honest, until you get into the devils in the details, right? And stop spending at this macro of a level doesn't actually mean anything. It's not prescribing anything.
Some money is investment and some money is waste. There's no question. Those are two buckets you can't change. What goes in one and what goes in another, we can argue about. But you're going to have some useful investment and some waste.
Can I ask a stupid question? First off, good evening, everyone. But a really stupid question. Who do we owe the debt to? I mean, who are our bankers in this case?
You can go to US Debt Clock and actually see who we owe it to. The primary lender is the Federal Reserve.
No, you don't own it to the Federal Reserve, sorry.
There's also China, there's Japan, there's Germany, there's the UK. Go to usdebtclock.org, and Thomas Massey doesn't actually pull his data out of US Debt Clock. He gets it straight from the treasury.gov API.
He has a little pin or a watch or something, right? I saw that.
Yeah, Daniel, why don't you, I told Mojo, I asked Mojo, have you ever spoken to that guy Daniel in the red jacket? I said, you got to ask him about his scheme to give people as much money as they ask for, and then it's set to an expiration clock timer. If they don't spend it, it disappears. And whoever receives it, there's no expiration clock on that currency, and they get to keep it for as long as they live or pass it on to theirs. Daniel, do you want to illuminate Mojo with your awesome economic idea in order to reduce the debt by, I think you said 100% or 50%? Tell us your scheme, Daniel.
Okay, the last time you asked me this, I told you there are two separate things. They are not connected to each other. What I just was talking about in this room up to now, before you just introduced this, I'm happy to talk about it. I want to make sure everybody in the room understands these are two different things that you conflated. One has to do with ending the debt in 8 years. There's a plan to do that. I'm part of a group of people that are planning to popularize that idea. We intend to find congressional candidates, John, who scrutinize that idea. Look at the numbers. See if our numbers are correct and supportable. And if they come to that conclusion, they're going to benefit from a super PAC that is actually going to raise that issue about how to end debt. That's one thing all by itself. That has nothing to do with the income thing you talked about whatsoever. Do you understand that?
Yeah, got it. Please proceed.
Now, if we shift to another project, which is a pilot test project that will be done probably around 2030, nothing before that, and it's a client project, and that client is actually paying for that project. And what they are attempting to set up is to prove a model by which you can privately, not through government or taxes, create an economic system where you can issue income, universal income, not universal basic income, that people will have money that is largely just buying power, because that money disintegrates, the buying power that they're issued disintegrates within 90 days of them receiving it. When they go spend that money, rent, food, education, start a business, whatever they would choose to use that for, whoever they're buying buying goods and services from are adding value to the economic system. And so when they receive that currency, it gets at that point of transaction converted into hard money. If you really examine what the Federal Reserve does, is they issue money that gets hardened into a debt. The debt is not owned by governments. That is not true what was said there. And you don't even need debt to be issued there, but they require in order to have a keystroke become something real. We make something real. If this model turns out to work, and it's one of thousands of experiments going on around the world of people, crazy people like me, who think that it's possible to build something like universal income. And you need lots of crazy people like me if you want to have a future that has some innovation to it, John, before you ridicule it. But if we're able to set up such a system like that, then it means at the point of a
I'm glad
transaction,
you know.
real
Fucking ridiculous.
economy runs some fancy monetary hall of the Federal Reserve is when money is printed. You know how in blockchain you have proof of work, proof of stake, proof of this, proof of that? The proof is in the transaction. And the people who provided those goods and services have added value to the economy and they have money for life. The people who receive the money to spend have 90 days to spend it. What you wanted to, make an extreme out of, I can get $1 million a day if I have no limit. Obviously, we're not going to set up something of that nature, but largely, people are going to be able to set their own income because they can't take more than what they have the capacity to spend in their lifestyle. The only limitation we would have on that is what the economy, the real economy of real people, real goods and services can absorb. That is the limit that Mr. Supply Chain knows that here alluded to as well. That's where the real flow of the economy comes from. When you have inflation, it's not because of too much money, it's because of not enough goods. It's when the supply chain is screwed up, is when you really have the inflation. So that is an experiment, John, and it won't happen for a few years, but I have people that have vested interest and want to see if they can figure out that experiment. Does that clarify it for you?
Yeah, it clarifies it, but I'm wondering if you could give us like a compression. Like, how would you restate all that in like 3 to 5 sentences?
That project is an attempt to make universal income by private means, not through government or taxes. Did that answer?
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Okay, anybody else have any comments or questions? Anybody, Medicare, Medicaid, $4 trillion a year, NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, security for the country at $1 trillion a year, $1 trillion for Social Security. That's only $6 trillion. Where's the other trillion? Anybody else know where the $7 trillion budget really is? Where's that other missing $1 trillion that we're talking about?
What was the ones that you listed?
Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and the NDAA. Where is that other $1 trillion? That $7 trillion.
Oh, 7? About 7.
What if we went back to a wartime mindset and we just started scrimping on our own economies and climate victory purpose? Would that not help the economy? I don't know. I could be wrong. Probably.
Sorry, Sean, I couldn't really quite understand your question. What was it?
I'm sorry, I'm dealing with the hiccups right now, but what if we went back to a wartime mindset and we started supplying labor and victory gardens? You know how people used to
people are free to do that. Right? I mean, now.
Do they know how to do it, Lou? Do they know how to plant seed?
I mean, we live in an age where you can literally figure anything out at any time that you please to know. So, yeah, I mean, maybe they don't, but if they want to learn it, they definitely can.
Okay.
Sean,
in that case, let's assume that they figure it out. But how does that affect our nation? How does that affect the nation's debt? I don't know.
Sean, you know, I go to the grocery store and I pick through the produce. I'm like, you know what? All this produce always sucks. You know, growing food is a very difficult thing to do. I have a large vegetable garden on my property that puts out about 800, 900 pounds a year. I don't have time to work that thing and run that thing. It's a local church that volunteers, and they've been at it for 20 years. And even then, the rodents, the bunnies, the possums, the bugs, the birds, everything gets destroyed. You know, a lot of their crop goes to waste, but it's so difficult to grow. I mean, the fact of the matter is, it's not a grow garden that people need. People need lower property taxes, lower income taxes, so they can go to the grocery store and buy more vegetables, more fruit. I mean, the global supply chain is a good thing. The fact that all these vegetables come from Honduras, Guatemala, Panama, wherever they're coming from. I mean, it's fantastic that all these things can get shipped into the United States of America. So, I mean, lower property taxes, lower our income taxes, let people keep, you know, 70, 80% of their income. Why even more than 10%? I mean, if the rule is you give to your church 10%, why is the government taking more than 10%? So, you know,
The profit that I'm making would lower everybody's tax to 1/2 of 1%, just to make clear of what you would see if you do investigate it.
Daniel and Nebuchadnezzar. Daniel, do you know the story of Nebuchadnezzar and the prophet Daniel?
Vaguely.
I think it's all about Daniel's dreams, and Nebuchadnezzar like saw it written on the wall. I'd have to pull up the story to remember it, but it's a great mystical vision, you know.
Yeah. I think I'm a pretty good strategist. I got a pretty good track record there of making things happen. So I'm not a dreamer, I'm a doer. I mean, that's pretty objectively evident.
I mean, you know, dreams are important because your imagination is important. I mean, your brain is a computer simulator.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying it doesn't stop at the dream, though. Like, I mean, you can Google me if you want. I get things done.
Okay, so does anybody else have any priorities they would like to put on the campaign to elect John Kitover? 10 priorities. I'm looking for a 10-point bullet list of what you would want done by your federal government or your local or state government.
Shut down Guantanamo Bay.
Okay, let me write that down. Shut down Guantanamo Bay. Okay, number 1. What's number 2?
The grant of self-autonomy.
Number 2, the grant of self-autonomy. Can you elaborate, Sean?
Yeah, I would just like for people, all of you, to be able to live your lives and the tones of sorry, still struggling with the hiccups. Yeah, for all of you to be able to live in a self-deterministic world. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, number 3.
That's philosophy.
Number 3, I would put have campaign finance reform, cap the amount anyone can donate to any candidate at $10,000.
Okay, campaign finance reform. Number 4. Anyone? Number 4.
End mandatory minimums for non-violent drug offenses.
Okay, mandatory minimum non-drug violent. Okay, number 5.
Reduce or It's embarrassing that our incarceration rate is higher than China's.
Okay, what's number 6? Oh, I see it in the chat. Don't cancel Sesame Street. But Sesame Street makes a profit. Why would we fund a business that makes a profit? What's number 6?
How dare PBS, have shows that tell children to be nice to each other?
Okay, what's number 7?
Wait, we didn't do number 6 though.
Okay, what's number 6?
Just have to think. Oh, eliminate capital punishment.
Eliminate capital punishment. Okay, number 7. Anyone? Serendipity, Pockets, Bema. What is it in society you'd like to see your government change for you? That you have to technically borrow and pay for, but go ahead.
Establish healthcare as a human right.
Okay, healthcare as a human right. Any other human rights, Necro?
For all. I think we should all be eating more kimchi. Yeah. Gut health is really important for the brave, so I'll be going kimchi.
Okay, any other final ideas on how your government can borrow on your behalf, spend on your behalf, to change what you don't like?
Yeah, ban rich people from being able to leave their money in stocks and offshore bank accounts.
Okay. I'd like to invite Pepe back up. Maybe he'd like to come back up and tell us what he'd like the government to borrow and spend on his behalf to change his reality. What's a Pepe complaint?
Oh, you want me to dance for you like I would make you dance for me? Like my stages?
Who's the vaudeville manager now, Pepe? Dance, little Pepe, dance.
You are our dance monkey.
Dance, little Pepe. Okay, go ahead, Pepe. This is your big chance to get some input into your government. What would you like?
How would we lower the deficit? I'm just going to be very honest and say that is a bit above my pay grade. I am not an economist. I'm not. When it comes to such expenditures, I don't know. So many things would have to be taken into consideration. Like, well, if we lower the percentage of money that we send to just like defense spending, I don't know. Like, how does this end up panning out overall? I don't know. Like, this is not my area of expertise, so I can't give a good
Okay,
answer.
got it. Just repeat
But
after me.
I'm also not running for Congress,
Just
so I don't really have to give a
Pepe,
good
just
answer.
say you don't know, and just say it's the economy, stupid.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't know, and that's why I'm not running for Congress, because I don't know.
The mantra is it's the economy, stupid, meaning that should be the number one priority of everybody, but it's not. Most people on this app just do racial identity politics.
Are you
Dr.
an
Adams,
economist?
I took economics. Dr. Adams, welcome back to the room.
But are you an economist?
Pepe, let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten?
Ask me, nigga. What
Hey.
was the question?
No, don't go that way. No N words here. I will have to enforce the rule.
Violation.
So, if I can interject, John, do you want to rehash the points or the top priorities for Mojo?
Let me just give you the basics of economics, ladies and gentlemen. It's run like a business. It's run like a pizza shop. You got to have a baker. You got to have a sales lady. You got to have a point of sale. Everybody's been in a pizza shop. That shop has to run profitably. Otherwise, it will go out of business. That's the way you run a government. If you don't, look at Norway. They have a $2 trillion sovereign wealth fund. That means every citizen in Norway has like a $500,000, $600,000 credit with their government. Okay, we have a negative $110,000, $120,000 per citizen for funded liabilities, and it's literally like 440,000 every American owes the government in unfunded liabilities. I'm not even making this up. You can go to usdebtclock.org and study the tables. So until you absolutely understand that, like, if you're working to pay off government debt. That's not an easy pill to swallow. So that's my point.
Yeah, I would disagree with the idea. I don't think that governments and companies are in any way the same. There are some similarities, but there are functions which make them very different. Is that the government's goal is to protect humans, while the company's goal is to maximize profits. So
let me ask you this, Necro. What do you think is more important, or what do you think is a better thing, a profit or a loss?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
What do you think is better, a profit or a loss?
It depends on what the profit is for, I'd say. But in general, I'd say that.
Can you give me an example of where a loss is better than a profit?
Yeah. So, for example, if you have, like, for example, when we cut off the pipeline with Russia, I think that was something that, where we lost, ability to get profits, but also.
Do you want to take a couple minutes and think about what you're going to say before you say it?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's fair. I didn't want you to say something that was going to get me to do my normal thing. I don't want to argue with you, so yeah, think about it. And if you come back, I'd love to hear your well thought out idea on this. I have a question. Has everybody gone to John's website? Everyone on this Adam's got some reservations. And how about Matt Cool? Matt Cool, have you donated to John Kitover's campaign?
I mean, I personally would like to hear a lot more about John's platform and specific issues that I actually care about.
How about you give him 3 of the issues you care most about, and then we'll get his thoughts on those issues.
Got it. So, what are you doing about criminality as far as, how the United States Congress supports certain efforts towards giving a second chance to criminality and, in the tenure that you are poised to ascend into? I mean, what do you feel like should be the answer for the aging population in your district in aging in place?
Okay, so let me just repeat back to you what I think you said, which was, how would I respond to recidivists in prison and the Department of Justice, as well as how should senior citizens respond to crime in their areas in America?
No. So, what are you going to directly do to support the aging population in your jurisdiction?
Well, first off, I would look at it from their perspective and what bills they have to deal with, which are the same bills that I have to deal with, which is property taxes, mortgage, interest expenses, electric, gas, water, sewer, other municipal taxes, sales taxes. Anything they have saved for retirement, they have to maximize it so they can experience the abundance of their fruits of labor, from working for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. So, I mean, let the American people keep what they got. let them pay less into the system, stop spending so much in the system, and stop eating so much out of the substance of the American people's pocketbook. Nobody wants to work 3 out of 5 days a week to pay the government. And if we just keep spending, everybody will be working 4 or 5 days a week to pay for the government spending and borrowing.
I'm sorry, was that your short answer?
That was my response to what I felt that you asked, Dr. Adams.
Got it. So, you understand that, looking at the aging population of the populace that you seek to represent, you understand that the average cost of senior care can range anywhere from $5,138 to about $5,143 per month. And the average person in your said jurisdiction is earning about $54,710 per year. So, what is your plan to bridge that financial obligation that otherwise is necessary for an aging population in trying to bridge that gap in your specific district between that gap of that aging population and, selfish children of those people that paid into the Medicaid system, okay.
There's a lot of ways to help senior citizens, at least in the district that I live. A lot of these people live in farmland areas. Majority live in 2 big cities, Rockford and Peoria, and they got to deal with their local municipal problems, their school boards, their elected officials who are incompetent and wasting their property taxes. So, unless the federal government...
We're talking about the aging population.
I know.
So again, discussing school boards, how is that germane?
It's all property taxes. All of these parasites survive off of property taxes. 65% of their operating revenue comes from your home that you have to pay, annually, your property taxes twice a year, or however your municipality breaks it down. I'm just saying, Adams, what is the point of your question?
What do you mean? When you look at the aging demographic of people that otherwise would represent your district, the numbers speak for itself. Have you ever done correlative data to actually try to resonate with people that you're actually running to represent? At what age?
Yeah, I have. Okay, let me tell you. Since you asked, let me tell you how. No, hold on. You asked the question. I'm going to tell you how I've correlated data for the people of the District of 16. I have gone and I've used Grok on X, and this is what I asked Grok. I said, "Dear Grok, tell me how Darren LaHood in the 16th district, that's Congressman Darren LaHood who I'm running against, tell me how his HR acts and voting correlates with open secrets data and lobbyist contributions to his campaign and his office." So out of the $20 trillion in debt that he has created over 10 years, because every year we add $2 trillion to the debt, he has accumulated over $10 million in Fortune 500 donations to his campaign, to his office, to his bank accounts. Plus, he probably has lots of other business interests, being a well-connected lawyer. And his father, Ray LaHood, who was found with $50,000 in cash by a Nigerian scammer. And Ray LaHood was Obama's Department of Transportation Secretary. So this is a very powerful, politically connected family that I'm running against. He sits on the Means and Oversights Committee and he rails about China and how AI is going to get ahead of us in the race. We got to fund trillions of more dollars for more research and development and investment. Borrow and spend. That's who I'm running against. You have to understand, Dr. Adams, what I'm going up against. I am a 42-year-old Army veteran and former advertising marketing consultant and facilities treasury consultant. I'm not a federal prosecutor with $10 million in the bank creating $2 trillion in debt a year, Dr. Adams. So you have to understand what I'm up against, who I am and who my opponent is, and why we're doing this. Because this little butterfly effect and complaining and crying, as Brad liked to say that I do, all you do is complain and cry about the debt. All right, well, you know what? Let's keep talking about it then. Because $2 trillion a year is too much to spend. We only collect $5 trillion, and we're $37 trillion in debt, with $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities, ladies and gentlemen. Say it with me. $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities.
So Edmund, 14% of your population is going to age in place over the next 10 years. What is your plan?
I'm going to show up at the park. I'm ready to lead yoga classes, okay? I can lead yoga classes at 8 a.m., 10 a.m., 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5. I can help people stretch, breathe, and become flexible again, because guess what? Austerity is near. Austerity is here.
So what is your tax plan as far as reducing the liabilities from people that otherwise would be of the same ilk, that would be of a certain fixed income? I mean, what is your plan to address that?
Okay, before I answer that question, Dr. Adams, can you tell me what the word austerity means?
Are you prepared to answer that question?
I just want to ask a qualifying question. What does the word austerity mean?
Yep.
Set of policies implemented by governments to reduce budget deficits.
So again, are you going to answer the question?
Let me ask you one more qualifying question. What is 699,000 times 1,000? No, I'm sorry. What is 699 times 1,000?
So John, let me just stop you full stop. This is where I have issues. You know what I mean? Like, this is where I have issues.
Let me ask you the qualifying question again in a different way. What is 373 times 1,000, Dr. Adams? Actually, a better question would be, what is 37 times 1,000?
Got it. So, let me ask you a question, John. Are you guys going to hold some sort of debate?
Yeah, we're holding evening town halls like this one right now, every day of the week, up until the March primary.
As far as, like, your candidate and, the person that you're running against, I mean, are you guys actually going to hold the debate?
Well, we have to get on the primary, we have to get into the voting box in March and, win this primary. The point is, Dr. Adams, we may or may not get a debate with him. We don't know. It's usually organized by a local newspaper, but I am going to try to debate Democrats.
So again, in the questions that I'm asking you, don't you think that the trolling that you're doing in the very infancy of your campaign?
Well, Dr. Adams, I mean, to cast stones about trolling, I am. Dr. Adams, I'm just...
Hey, Edmund, you gotta all figure it out. It is what it is. You gotta all figure it out. Hey, you don't need my help.
Thanks, bro. You got this.
And were you here to listen to Daniel's submission? I guess not.
Okay, does Well want to say anything? Because that is a beautiful coin PTR, by the way. Is that Julius Caesar, or where's that magnificent pneumatic photograph from?
You got it. I've got no idea. This is fun.
Oh, got it. Because I have a couple nice old Roman coins there. They're beautiful.
I'm just an idiot.
Hey, me too.
Well, that's okay. Every couple generations, people get suckered out of $37 trillion. It's not your fault. You didn't know it was really happening, did you? Nobody really knew it was happening. But boom, here you are in 2025 with $37 trillion in funded debt and $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities for a total of $137 trillion, putting you individually in debt over $500,000 to your government liabilities. Congratulations, everyone. Welcome to 2025.
John, got a question. Do you have
Shoot, Matt.
Okay, John. Do you have a platform on your actual website, or where
I do. You have to click to the blog section, and you can see my news release announcing the campaign and why I'm running against Darren LaHood. You can read all about the platform there. It's johnforcongress.com.
I'll go look right now.
Let me put it in the chat for you, just so you don't go to the other John for Congress, some other guy who ran for Congress. Some other guy. Sorry, Dr. Adams, for cutting you off, but I have a feeling that you may be enjoying your evening happy hour, and I just wanted to, maybe cut you off so you can enjoy that last happy hour before the bar closes.
Well, I mean, that's not going to work because, again, you're peddling, political contributions when you otherwise have been unemployed and you've been trolling people on this app. So, again, I'm coming home from work, and at the end of the day, if I wanted to actually run for Congress tomorrow, I would actually probably be using my own money as opposed to...
I am using my own money. I matched yesterday's raise.
You can always do better, right?
I'm trying to do better. That's a good brand name, actually. I think Trump's brand slogan at Trump Tower is never accept or...
Right, but at the same time, he did not panhandle,
Oh, never settle. That's what it is, Adams. Never settle.
No,
Never settle.
Never panhandled.
Never settle.
Panhandled. Right. So again, cutting me off on never panhandled is again not, the same ilk as Donald Trump that was able to finance his own campaign. So I mean, outside of Elon Musk, I mean, it is what it is. So good luck, John. I do wish
Thanks,
you the best.
Dr. Adams.
I'm not going to, I'm not going to be mean, or any of that kind.
Listen, save all that rage for Rich, okay? Save it for Rich.
Yep. And this is what I'm talking about. And
I'm serious.
John, I looked at the website, so I don't know anything about Darren LaHood yet. But what has he done against the Second Amendment that you're calling him a traitor for? Just out of curiosity.
So,
He's a gun grabber.
Looked at his electoral record.
He wants to raise the minimum age to buy a rifle, a handgun. He does not want people in their 18, 19, 20, 20. He wants to raise it probably 27. Who knows how high he wants to go? But do you agree with that? That changing our Constitution is a good idea?
So he wants to raise it to 27 years of age. Is that what you said?
I don't know the exact age that he wants to raise it to. But I can get you the articles. You can also Google Darren LaHood Second Amendment or Darren LaHood guns. There's a lot of articles about him and his beliefs about, weapons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about the dude, so I'm coming in pretty, non-biased that way. So I'm the guy that you want to convince on things right now, because I don't know anything about the other dude.
I'm just letting you know, Matt, I hope that you're giving me the same energy if I were to ever decide to run for the 47th District of California, or my district, where we just got rid of Adam Schiff. So I hope that you guys are keeping the same energy.
Adams.
I would encourage you to run, Adams. I think you would win.
Yeah. He's vulnerable.
Did Adam Schiff really lose most recent election? Is he no longer a member of Congress?
I live in his district.
He got censored.
He got censored or censored?
They're calling for his arrest. The FBI released a private cable, basically, or a lot of information coming out about him.
First of all, he's in Senate, so yes, he's no longer a part of our congressional party in the state of California. Hello?
Yeah, I don't follow.
Hello?
So, hello?
Yeah, I mean, I think just some kind of a lot of shit. And a lot of Democrats, I just lost a lot of respect for them with the fact that they were going after Tulsi for Senate.
There's a lot of bad actors still in office. Still creating social media posts. I see Chelsea Clinton posting today about you know, the truth about vaccines and going on about that shooter at that facility in Georgia, and she's saying what a criminal, and you know, these MAGA people are criminals, all these vax conspiracy people are criminals. I'm thinking, this is a criminal shitting on a criminal who shat on criminals. Like, the whole Clinton crime family is just a bunch of charlatans, and Chelsea Clinton is the product of all that fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think the thing that about Joe Biden that I think was probably the greatest issue I had with him was when he decided to make all these quote-unquote preemptive pardons. Like the idea that people, before they read it, that they should be given absolute immunity for whatever it is, whatever crime they could have potentially have committed, because, you know, why do they need that sort of immunity if they're innocent?
Okay, so, well, Necro, you know, most of my to-dos right now that I've received from this room come from you. So, you know, I think most of your anxieties and complaints are going to get solved because you're very high on the campaign to elect John Kitover priority list. So you got that going for you, Necro.
Well, I'd say that essentially if there's no other candidate who is willing to do things like wanting to drop the charges against Edward Snowden, you know, that to me automatically, you know, disqualifies them in comparison to you. On that being said, I wish that you do also straight up demand Trump release the Epstein files as well.
So let me ask you, Necro, like, describe to me what it would be like if Donald Trump was sitting in the Oval Office and he was like, you know what? I think because the Necro told me to release those Epstein files, I'm going to do it. So describe to me what Trump would actually do. Yeah, describe to me, how would Trump go about releasing the information?
Well, if you think it's just me, am I the only person, like...
No, but the point of this question, Necro, is to think through what it's like for Donald Trump to actually do what you want him to do.
Well, it's not just what I want to do, it's what the majority of, I mean, the overwhelming majority of Americans want him to do. It's to release the files. I mean, including his own, you know, his own mag. I mean, you know, his greatest negativity he's got from MAGA is his Epstein files. So what has he got to hide?
Is it just him? Is it Bill Gates? Is it Bill Clinton? Is it a dozen other people? I mean, it's a lot of people, right?
Yeah, I mean, regardless of who it is, I mean, at least, you know, us Americans, we deserve to know who is harmed and who hurt these people. Like, who hurt these innocent children.
Yeah, justice for all these victims. Let me ask you this final question, Necro. What's more important? Stopping the borrowing and stopping the spending, or releasing the Epstein files? You tell us, Necro.
Well, one, I mean, you're not the only person who, I imagine, was promised to reduce the spending. I mean, you're not the only Republican, definitely.
I mean, you do realize I just get one vote out of hundreds of people. It's not that I can individually stop anything. It's a voting system. You understand this, Necro, right?
Yes.
So if it's me and 4 other guys in Congress complaining about the borrowing and the spending, that's better than having 3, right?
Yes.
So I'm just trying to temper, you know, what you think running for Congress can actually even do if I win, let alone I'm going up against a guy who has $10 million already in the bank. We've got less than $500 in his checking account, Necro. Can you dig deeper in your necrotic pocket to find another $10 right now to get your list of priorities put before other congressional representatives? You've got another $10. You're a patriot, right, Necro?
Yeah, I think the most patriotic thing that you can do right now is to do what the American people want, which is to release the damn Epstein files.
The redacted ones or the unredacted ones?
The ones that are keep on being like refused to be released.
All right. Well.
It's like, you know how many people are satisfied with the disclosure of the Epstein files?
Okay, I'm gonna have to interrupt you, Necro, and we are gonna jump into my email right now to see how much the campaign to elect John Kitover has generated in campaign donations this evening. We will give you the grand total finale. We are at almost 3 hours of this Americans for Austerity room hosted by the great super positive Mojo Vibration. You know, most of those other echo chambers here on this app, they are negative, low-frequency vibration rooms. The Mojo room gives you the ultimate positive, feel-good vibrations that you've been looking for, and I'm so thankful that you come to help support the campaign to elect John Kitover. It's my Clubhouse netizen friends that can help us, with the power of a feather, flip over a congressional seat from a guy who's created $20 trillion in debt and has over $10 million in Fortune 500 campaign donations. So thank you. Go to johnforcongress.com or click that secure.antidote link above right now to give $10, not $11, $10, not $9, or $1,000. Dig deep. Mojo encourages you to pray in the center of your heart. And in the center of your heart, you may find it that your power, your will is telling you to give $1,000 to the campaign to elect John Kitover. So click that antidote link above if you've enjoyed this comedic routine. It's not comedy, ladies and gentlemen. It's your $137 trillion in debt that you have to deal with. I'm just trying to help you come to the rationalization and realization that the United States of America is completely and utterly bankrupt. But that's okay. We'll just keep borrowing and spending because it's not real. It's all just a game. But give $10 or $1,000 right now to the campaign to elect John Kitover. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, so also Mojo, yeah, so you're right. Yeah, it's by definition the loss can never be greater than the profit. Because the loss is always negative. So.
Necro, have you ever taken an accounting class?
Do I sound like an accountant?
Okay, so give me the definition for what an asset is, or a liability, or an equity.
I believe an asset is just anything that, you inherit.
So, give me an example of 3 assets.
Would be like property, like your house.
Okay, so real estate is an asset. What's a second asset, Necro?
I think also I believe your stock would also be considered an asset.
Okay, so stocks. What else, Necro?
I think it would be whatever business,
Okay, so a business. What about your cell phone, Necro? What about the shirt on your back? What about your brain? Are those assets?
Well, my brain's not something that is a liability. It's priceless, so, but it's interesting though. It's like, one of the things that, never mind actually. In general,
Wait, Necro, I hate to interrupt your economic lesson here, but I am sad to report that the campaign to elect John Kitover has not raised a single dollar through Antidote today. Now, it's not necessarily your fault. It could be my fault. Maybe it's my demeanor. Maybe it's my tone. Maybe it's the message that people don't like, that the country's $137 trillion in debt. But if you haven't figured it out yet, Mike Moon did give us $25 today. I'm not doxing Mike, but he goes by Mike Moon. So, Mike Moon, thank you. He is the knight of the day of the round table, the true patriot of Clown House, a Marine Corps veteran, a photographer, a great debater, and someone who has had a lot of fun with this app. Mike Moon, big shout out. Your light is reflecting from your moonlight.
Hey, John. I have a question. When Daniel was talking before, could you explain what he was actually proposing as the solution?
He stated it. He believes in a universal income or a minimum basic income. He believes that the fiat currency system can be manipulated, expanded, or contracted and controlled with the snap of a finger. That's his economic science. I hate to break it to you, but that's not how things work. It is an extremely complicated system, and we have gamed it out to the max. Daniel is a monetary, delusional, dreams of grandeur type of person.
What was he talking about when he said that there was an untapped part of the global monetary system? What was he talking about? Like
He's looking. I think he's talking about the forex. He's talking about the forex exchange or something. The reason why I wanted him to speak was so Mojo could hear his profound plan, which he thinks he's going to fund congressional candidates with some super PAC that's going to raise a lot of money. I don't know about you, Bima, but online. If your lips are moving, it's a lie. And if you can say it, it is not true. So, to me, you have to try to kill a couple birds with one stone, and that's why I'm recording a lot of this, because there's a good chance that I don't win, but at least I have some type of asset to prove that, the activities that I took in 2025 were patriotic and Americans for austerity.
Well, did you take anything from him? I mean, I thought that there were some good things from what he was talking about.
Well, you heard me ask for the compression for the Cliff Notes. Well, you tell me, what did he give us in the Cliff Notes at the very end? I said, summarize it again, Dan. Give it to us in 3 to 5 sentences. What did he say? Do you even remember?
Oh, it was like, it was a sentence. Hold on. He said, give me a second. I can think about it. Yeah, and he said,
Well, don't let me rain on this parade. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason why I record a lot of this, because maybe somebody has a good idea, but we just missed it. But in this case, you might keep wondering what the hell he was even talking about.
what was the sentence that he gave? What was that sentence? Help me, jog my memory. It was one sentence.
I'm sorry, I gotta let go of these things. I listen to people on this app where I wonder, are they in a psych ward in Bellevue? Who the hell are these people, and where do they come up with these crackpot ideas? I guess I won't win campaign contributions with those kinds of insults, but...
When you said, can you condense it, in a couple, you said 3 to 5 sentences, and then he responded, you don't remember the answer?
No, I was probably stepping in and out of my office with those questions and his. I've spoken to him before at length, and I just wanted people to experience the Daniel experience. Let me just leave it at that for you, Bimo.
What were you looking for exactly? And what is worse, what he said?
Well, I was trying to figure out what he was talking about when he kept saying that you could tap into this, that instead of, so what I got from what he was talking about, he was saying that, because it was kind of concerning, it was, we don't, I heard, we don't have to worry about cutting down, we can afford to pay off our debt, right? And that it's not that it's a money problem, it's the productive capacity of the economy. So as long as inflation doesn't rise, then money creation isn't going to kill us. And then what I thought was interesting was, instead of talking about, like the spending and clearly we can't afford this, he focused it, he said, listen, we can do 2 things at once. We can keep these things, because if we just cut the spending and cut Medicaid and all these other things right away, it's going to destabilize the market. So he said that there's two different types of economies. And he said that if you could tap into the global monetary system, and that's how we could pay. And I'm what the hell is he talking about? Is he talking about derivatives markets? Is he talking about shadow banking? I have no fucking idea what he's talking about. And then he's saying that then he referenced he was talking about the GI Bill and the New Deal, and he was talking about, I'm guessing, instead of investing in like consumption-based.
He has a dream. He has a vision, Bima. Are there any other speakers? Anything else? Can anyone else tell us your priorities? How to reduce spending, how to reduce borrowing, how to pay down $37 trillion in funded liabilities.
Cut military spending.
Cut military spending. Great idea. Tell us, what in the military budget should we cut? What programs, what projects, what employees will that impact?
Yeah, we don't need a military the size that it exists today. We already have, we have the most powerful military with the, 7 ones behind us combined. So, we don't need a military the size that we do, especially if we weren't pissing everybody off. We have so many enemies.
Okay, anybody else know any projects, programs, or people who we should cut off funding to?
I think Trump does have a point about us, sending military aid to other countries, mostly because of the fact that what are these countries going to have when you have Donald Trump who gets in power, who is going to, relieve military funding if you're not Israel. So, in general, I think that there is a point that he's made there that, countries, just really can't rely on the U.S. to be able to have their own military, to have protection. So, I think that's one of the things I think Trump has a point on.
Okay, again, that's $1 trillion a year we're spending on the National Defense Authorization Act. Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, 100 other major defense industrial contractors. And it's not just in the United States. This is a global military-industrial complex with players in France and Germany and the UK. And if you've ever seen the sheet of who the Department of Defense and the Pentagon sends all that $1 trillion to, it's a lot of foreign corporations doing business with the United States government.
And I just want to say also, it's regardless of, you can be against Social Security, but it's completely fiscally irresponsible to say that we should cut Social Security, when we
What do you think austerity is all about, Necro? It's called austerity for a reason.
I'm saying that it's completely fiscally irresponsible to say that we should, cut Social Security when we have more military spending than we could ever afford.
It's not security and it's not social. It's called austerity. $25 years of war, spent $37 trillion we didn't have another $100 trillion in liabilities that we don't have to pay. Where are we going to get the money? It's ridiculous. You're just going to keep printing it? You can have mass inflation, but there's the chance that these connected or disconnected events are not in your favor. I'm just saying that, cutting $300 billion from the NDAA, $1 trillion from Medicare, Medicaid, $200 billion from Social Security, maybe $100 billion from the executive and all the administrative services, and 585 other federal agencies. Necro, you gotta stop borrowing. You gotta stop spending, Necro. You're turning into a necrotic skeleton that doesn't have any body mass anymore. You've lost it. You're going bankrupt.
I'm already a corpse. Thank you.
John, what are your thoughts on the proposed
Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard to say. Like, I'm very conspiratorial when it comes to Bitcoin and whether the CIA created it, you know, and it's some type of technological cryptocurrency, you know, that the government funded. Because I saw this weird video once of the software developer saying, "Hey, InQtel just called us, and the CIA wants us to build them a cryptocurrency called Bitcoin." So, you know, I'm making a joke, but maybe it's not a joke. The point is it a good idea or a bad idea? I don't know. It's just more inflation. It's more spending, borrowing and spending to transfer those dollars into digital assets. I don't know. Do you like collectibles?
Just speed babies, primarily.
Well, I love collectibles. I got a lot of collectibles. But, you know, Bitcoin is a collectible. I don't have enough money to buy any Bitcoin collectibles, so I'm out of the Bitcoin market right now.
Are a lot of your constituents concerned about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency?
Concerned? I'm not so sure. I know a lot of young people have been buying shitcoin because I look at a lot of rental applications, and when I look at their credit report and I see they're buying shitcoin on credit cards. I'm like, what?
And they're claiming them as assets or something.
I don't know. People are so stupid. People get scammed all the time. They get suckered into buying this and that, and they're just terrified. They don't know what to do, so they're buying shitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin does have more hash than gold, so.
If you're not buying shitcoins, then you're the fool. You just haven't figured out the fucking free money printing system. I feel sorry for you.
I really hope that's facetious.
If I went to invest in things.
No, it's not facetious at all.
Yeah.
Really? Okay. Well, I hate to tell you this, but Bima, go on eBay.
How do you think I do what I do? How do you think I fucking do what I
Oh,
do? Sit on my ass all day.
Wow, you're a shitcoin day trader, Bima? I didn't know that.
No, no. I LP. I have some moon bags. I learned how to make a moon bag. And then it's literally a fucking money printer. You guys have no idea. If you tapped into that shit.
Bima, stop eating the begonias. What are you drinking, begonia tea over there?
Absolutely right.
You eating begonia for breakfast, begonia for lunch, begonia for dinner. You got begonias on your mind.
Yeah. It's called a moon bag. Wendy Crypto coined it, and basically you take your initial investment. Let's say you take only what you can afford to lose, right? Maybe $2,000, $5,000. You invest it in the market. You invest in the crypto market. You find what works, right? Make sure that you can track the cycles, understand the crypto cycles. Once you make double that, okay, once you turn 2,000 to 4,000, you take out your original investment, and now you're just working with free money, and then you just keep growing that.
Wait, Marie, you might be in violation. Let me check the rules again. You might be in one of the violations of one of the rules in this room. Stay on topic. Sorry. You're in violation of stay on topic.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about crypto. We're
spin up some crypto rooms. Like if you got the gold ticket.
You know what's interesting? I thought that first of all, nobody wants to listen to me. Nobody cares. And once you're going to the top and you try to convince people, everybody thinks it's a scam.
Bima, if you want to prove
Hold on a
it.
second. Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. I lost family members telling me that I'm scamming them because I was getting airdrops. I'm talking like $3,500 airdrops, and it was what was it?
Wait a minute, Bima, we've got a new room title. It's LaHood's Reign of Terror is over. Vote John Kitover.
We're talking about finances, and I'm hoping that you protect DeFi, John, and protect us.
Make a campaign contribution now with your Bitcoin Moon Supercoins, Bima.
Right, it's interesting. It's funny that you joke about this, but I'll tell you what, in the past couple weeks, okay, there's bull runs right now happening in crypto, and you tell me where you could turn 100% return
off of something. I mean, when was the last time you watched a bank account or any type of, in days, go from 60,000 to 120,000?
I've done it. I've experienced it. Being in the stock market, I used to day trade. I bought Yahoo at 18. I sold it at 35 2 days later. I made $120,000.
John, stop. But this is the difference. When you're talking about day trading, you're talking about all those pattern day trading rules, all that shit. You have to have $20,000 to just begin. The difference with DeFi and crypto, if you don't
You got 30 more seconds, Bima. 30 more seconds.
You're such a fool, John.
It's okay. You got 30 more seconds. Go ahead, Bima. 30 more seconds. Go ahead.
You keep interrupting me. That's fine. I don't give a shit. I'm living my best fucking life off of fucking whatever the hell you guys think that doesn't exist.
No, that's cool. Go ahead. You got 30 more seconds. Finish up your investment advice.
Got it. Can I ask a question?
Of course, Dr. Evans. Please proceed.
Got it. So, as far as your experience in the real estate industry, what do you feel like you could give back as a professional candidate to actually resonate with people that are struggling with affordable housing today? And we're not talking about, like, you know, the punched down, you know, black man. You know, we're talking about, you know, a lot of people in middle white America that are looking at a door-locked exit.
So let me repeat back the question to you. As a congressperson, what can I do to help low-income resident housing?
I mean, what are you going to do for your constituents to actually develop and cultivate policies to speak to their aims and their grievances of unaffordability in the housing community?
Okay, so the rent is too high, the mortgage is too high, the property taxes are too high, everything's too expensive. Well, a lot of that has to do with inflation because we're $37 trillion in debt. Where do you think all that money went? It went into the cost of your housing now. It's everywhere in the economy. I could show you a list of the CPI and show you the top 20 grocery store items. Things are up 50%, 100% over the course of 5 years. So everything has gotten more expensive because we're $37 trillion in debt.
Got it. So, do you know the average cost of a single-family home in your neighborhood?
In Chicago, yeah. In the district, let's say it's $285,000 on average.
No, but I mean, do you know the actual number?
No, let me Google it for you. Please hold.
Got it. So, do you feel like you're gonna parlay your way through this campaign just pulling information and
He's not gonna know that shit, Adam. He doesn't know. How many counties are in your district, John?
Go to johnforcongress.com to see all the top towns in the 16th district.
This is so crazy.
It's on my website, and I plan on adding more and doing more research. I do a lot of lookups on Grok, doing a lot of research. Are you a forensic accountant?
So, let me just ask you.
Know your fucking constituents where Adam poses a good question.
It's a tough audience, okay? You know, I'll see you guys after the show. Be sure to tip your bartender.
What show? Like, John, if you could just, like, put this cartoon voice aside, like, people could actually take you seriously. Like, this is crazy.
Listen, LaHood's reign of terror is over. Look at the title, everybody. Focus here. LaHood's reign of terror is over. Vote John Kitover.
This man is not actually seriously running for Congress.
Oh, I am seriously running.
This is crazy.
I am seriously running.
You're gonna lose.
Listen, you two are an eclectic mix. I need you here. I love you here. The point is you haven't given $5 to this campaign yet, and you're complaining nonstop. You got a lot of complaints, and I ain't seen $5 or $10. I should be getting $1 a complaint, $1 a question over here. Go sell begonias and get me $10 by Friday, Bima. Go sell some begonias on the roadside and get me $10 for the campaign, Bima. Where's the $10 for the begonias you promised me?
So let me ask you a question.
You gotta be a begonia. I'll go
there. Got it. Bima. So again, why throw good money after bad? This man is not going to win this fucking election.
Well,
what are y'all doing?
Because this is the thing, though, because I do really vibe with his message, okay? And
Based on what? Do you live there? Do you live in his district?
Well, if he's running for Congress,
district.
no, I don't.
We're all in the same boat, Dr. Adams. We are Americans, Dr. Adams. Americans. We are all on the same boat. We all share in that $37 trillion tax.
If he's in Congress and he can, co-author bills.
Who's in Congress?
He's running for that's what he's running for. Is it
Dr. Adams is so funny.
Right. And again, look at the polls. Look at the polls.
But this is
again, look at the person that he's running against, right?
Yeah,
So that man actually brought more votes. That man actually brought more votes than anybody who's ever fucking existed.
Hey, Dr. Adams, you don't know anything about Darren. Stop it. Dr. Adams, you're not running for Congress in your district in California, and you should be running for Senate against Shifty Schiff. You got a great voice, Adams, but you don't understand the constituents in the 16th district.
Senate against Shifty Schiff. Shifty Schiff does not represent my district. That's a
Well, neither does Darren LaHood in the 16th district. He doesn't represent his constituents. He does not represent them. He doesn't have town halls. He's not transparent. He doesn't take constituent phone calls. This guy, everybody complains against him. Look at his responses on X. Let me tell you something. LaHood's reign of terror is over. Vote John, Kitover. LaHood's reign of terror is over. Vote John, Kitover. And fork it over. Click that link above. $10 right now. It'll go into it. Okay, Adams, you got this, Adams.
You're not winning. Are you winning?
You got this, Adams. We are winning this campaign. We are winning this campaign. We have strength. We've got victory. We've got prosperity. We've got joy on our side. We are attacking the machine, the Darren LaHood machine, every single day. We've got $460 in our checking account. He's got $10 million. We're just $9.9 million away to catching up with him, Dr. Adams, and we need your $5 right now.
Got it. So he had how many 300,000 people that voted for him?
No, I don't think that's the real number. Where are you pulling that number
No,
from?
I don't think that's a real number. Why don't you look at the archives, bro?
Go ahead, post the link, Dr. Adams. This is a decentralized campaign. Stop attacking the campaign and start supporting the campaign. If you don't support the campaign and give us data and you want to sit here and play gotcha games, I'll kick you to the goo. I'll show you what the power of this green bean has.
Oh, okay. Anything else?
Please don't kick Adam.
I'm just making empty threats. We're all modded up here. It's
Yeah,
just
exactly.
an expression.
There's a lot of campaign dollars I'm not going to give you. Why? Because of the simple fact that, again, Edmund, I'm going to be real.
You're a difficult clown house constituent to deal with, Dr.
I'm
Adams.
going to be very real with you. You sat here and trolled people on the app when you otherwise could have been activating your real estate license.
Well, that's okay. I've got enough videos of you to sell to Netflix for the next 100 years. You're one of the funniest people on this app.
You want to do this whole clown house shit. I want to look at how you've actually invested in community. Right? So again,
You want to hop on my live stream? I'll show you the community. You want to see my lawn? You want to see all the landscaping I have to do around here? You want to see all the charity work I do for the church next door with the church taking out their garbage, cleaning up the streets? I do a lot for the community over here. It's a never-ending job cleaning up garbage in the streets, recording garbage on Clown House. I do a lot of social services here on Clown House, Dr.
Adams. You cannot
Adams.
even take your tool aside to actually run for Congress.
Oh, I'm running, baby. We are running. This room is testament to the fact that Darren LaHood's reign of terror is over. Vote John, Kitover.
And you're not going to win. Because again, this trolling shit, it's corrupt.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's now midnight, and we have approached. It's Thursday, August 14th, 2025. If you haven't given $1 to $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover, we need your support right now.
Why did you do that? Come on, man.
It's a new day, and unfortunately, I had to take a break because Adams is on that Mojito 10, number 10. I will bring him back up in a second, but all the criticism aside, we need your support in this campaign. Darren LaHood has a war chest of $10 million from Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, Cardinal Health, Big Pharma, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, Verizon, Comcast. He's given Comcast $65 billion. $65 billion to do rural broadband, ladies and gentlemen. And you paid for it. You, the voter, the taxpayer. And so we are all on the same ship. I don't live in this district, but I live in the United States of America, and I'm sick of Congress people passing HR acts and spending trillions of dollars that we don't have annually. So if you agree with that sentiment, and then you agree with this campaign, so click that antidote link above and give $1 to $10 to $1,000 to me for you. Go vote. Darren LaHood's reign of terror is over. Vote John Kitover. Okay, now please bring Dr. Adams back up.
I sent him an invite.
Sorry, Dr. Adams, I gotta do a commercial break. I mean, we can't do the Dr. Adams show all night long. We've only been here for 20 hours today, and 20 hours the day before, and 20 hours the day before. Dr. Mojo, where do you get the energy from? You know, I'm just trying to keep up with you on this app.
I think his secret is watermelon.
Is it the hydration aspect of watermelon, or is it the flavor, the juiciness, the tastiness of a fresh cut watermelon?
Tastes like strawberry.
I think it's coffee.
I love coffee. I drink a lot of coffee.
I think he's answering via the PTR. I think it's coffee.
I'm sorry, Dr. Adams, but you know, the number of questions I answered, the number of questions you asked, if it was $1 a question, you would definitely be contributing $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover. Just click that link above right now and help support the mission. The mission is your future, Dr. Adams. How many more closings are you going to go to and have 30, 40, 50% of your income sent to the federal government and your state and local government? It's outrageous, Dr. Adams. This is a vote for yourself. Stop closing homes and giving your money away to the government through taxation. It's so ridiculous. Dr. Adams, you're such a critic. You know, you have no policies, you've got no aim and no legitimacy. Well, I've got plenty of credibility. I've got great aim and desire in what I'm doing, and our policies are economically sound. I don't think you understand economics, Dr. Adams. I don't think you understand how to start and run a business and why this government is not running itself like a business.
Where's everybody?
Well, Dr. Adams is 99% of the room when he's in the room, so you know there's a huge vacuum now. But how are your begonias, Bima?
Oh, thank you for asking. Um, I'm struggling a little bit right now with some of them, you know. I think I'm having an issue with the substrate, and because they all different begonias like different types of substrates, and I'm trying to learn them. Some like, you know, vermiculite, some like perlite, and cocoa coir. I don't know, but anyway, some like sphagnum moss, some like these little balls that I don't even know what they are. But I'm struggling with some of my more expensive ones, you know. Bean, I've been talking about our pink begonias all day. And they are just so beautiful. They're pink. They're pointy. They got spikes. They got polka dots. Serendipity. I got begonias that are green with white spots and a red back. Like these things. It's called a maculata. Look it up. It is the freaking coolest plant. This thing is gonna grow up, be the entire corner of my house. Like what? This is insane. And do you know what the coolest thing is? I can make an infinite amount of them. You can have some of this wealth over in my house. I could give everybody free wealth. This is free. You know?
Let's give away our begonias, y'all.
They will be baby begonias, but yeah, ultimately. So yeah, I'm struggling with some substrates. This one I just can't get the moisture right. And I just don't think it likes
Yeah,
you.
you're gonna need to not say that word. In the muff? I'll talk about moisture in the muff.
You know, if there is
John, you
ever
can have an ally. John, you can have an ally. If you support DeFi, I am down with the cause. Hey, are you into Ray Dalio at all, John?
yeah, I see a lot of his content.
Yeah. Did you, have you read, what was, where he talks about the 6 stages of, like, the debt cycle and how we're, like, entering, like, the 6th stage? What book was that? What was that? You know what I'm talking about?
I mean, I don't know exactly what you're referencing, but I know he publishes a lot.
It was probably, like, something, rules for navigating the debt crisis or something like that. But anyway,
Are you referring to the changing world order?
Yeah, well, I mean, ultimately, of course.
That's the title of this book that kicked off. He did the overarching pitch on the debt cycles, and then he wrote like 8 to 10 volumes going into detail, history, stuff like that. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the room.
Yeah, what are you talking about? You didn't even say anything to kill the room. Do you like Lynn Alden?
You didn't hear?
Yeah, oh no, I heard you, trust me.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking stuff up. Hey, do you like Lynn Alden?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you like Ray Dalio and you like Lynn Alden. Now tell me some things. Tell me some secrets, please. Who else do you like?
I like John Kitover for president.
Well, you know, when I was in military college, I went from being a junior private to being a major in the regimental cadet corps. And so I literally went from being a private to having like all this, you know, presence as a major. And people who knew me were just like in disbelief that I had this huge like political reversal on campus where I went from this know nothing private to being a major. In the regimental command, I became the public relations officer, you know, in the cadet corps, and it was kind of funny seeing people's faces like that. I'm wearing, you know, these gold bars on my uniform now, and people are just like, "What the fuck? How the hell did you become a major?" So, if you put forth the effort, and you know, they told me the only reason they gave me that job was because I made amends and I asked for forgiveness with regards to something that I said to this female cadet on campus that upset her quite a bit. Um, but I asked for amends. I told her I was sorry, but don't know if she graduated or not. But the point is, if you rectify, you know, past mistakes with people and you're transparent about it, you can be rewarded, you know, for that transparency and that adjustment. But it's possible we win, but it's possible we don't. And if we don't win, well, at least we've established more political credibility in our second campaign to try to achieve a balance to the force, because $37 trillion is not a balance in the force. That is an abuse of privilege, and they are stealing from you and ruining your future and your children's future. It's not fair, and it's outrageous. And we shouldn't be $37 trillion in debt. The war should have been managed fiscally conservatively. The COVID-19 response, in my opinion, is the biggest scam ever in human history. So there's a balance to the force coming.
That's an impressive rank, and it's impressive being part of the regimental command. So.
No, it's really not. You know, not in hindsight, because I have classmates who are now colonels in the military and working up, you know, in high positions of incredible budgetary supervision at the U.S. Army Cyber Command and other places. I've got friends that are making fortunes working at Microsoft and other places. There's a lot of the highest annual income in the entire United States is in the Washington D.C. area. So A lot of people are making a lot of money off of all this borrowing and spending. I'm not, unfortunately, at the present moment. I'm trying to run for Congress.
Yeah, I was speaking of what you did in your schooling.
I know, but I'm just telling you that reversals happen. That, you can go from nothing to something overnight. And when it happens, it's, amazing.
So we'll see. I just looked it up, and yeah, they're two different. It's two different things. I'm gonna look into that, the change in world order, but this is it looks similar, which is funny, but it's the principles for navigating the big debt crisis. It's where he just goes over the 6 stages of the debt.
Who has Adam's block?
Not me.
Well,
Like a bot?
Maybe he can't find
He told
it.
me he can't get back in the room. He back channeled me. He asked me to
Give him
send
the
him
link.
link.
Let's give him the link.
I did. He said he still can't get in.
I certainly don't have bots.
Who would block Adams?
Howard would.
Who would block Adams? I think there's a few people who might want to block Adams.
Did somebody just like?
Howard, you would block Adams, would you?
No, I have no reason to. I don't even know.
Who made the title of this?
That's funny.
Is Pocket still awake? Pockets wouldn't block Adams, would she? I got one hand in my pocket, and the other one flicking a cigarette.
I don't have Adam's block, but I'll go to the audience just because why not?
No, why? Stay.
Why don't I'll take the mod off me. I don't need that stink.
What? Y'all hear him call us stinky? I'm not gonna lie, a man that doesn't want that's kind of hot. Like, that's like the most masculine. Yeah, I like that. Come on back up, player. Smell like gravy.
Oh, Dismal's here. I would love to entertain some questions from Dismal if she's available to ask the candidate Congressman John Kitover a few questions. Welcome to In the Muff.
Hey, candidate, has there been any discussion or have you reached out in any attempt to debate the incumbent?
No, I have not addressed him directly on X asking him for a debate, but I'm sure we will, within the next couple weeks or months. But I do want to try to contact the Democrat candidates who are running and schedule debates with them.
You know what? Their campaigns might actually want to fund you.
Yeah, I have to try to get more, I want to try to do town halls in the top 10 cities, like digital town halls. So create like Facebook events, Eventbrites, and then redirect them back here to Clown House, or use Zoom. But I'd like to do it on maybe Clubhouse and X, probably not Zoom. But, trying to get even just, I really want to speak with Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, doesn't matter who we speak with, but we need to speak with people in the ground in these towns that live there, hear their complaints, hear their concerns, give them a pitch, ask them for a donation, but to get them, from an advertisement or from some social media post, whether it's Reddit even, probably Reddit. Probably should work a lot with Reddit. There's a lot of you can advertise on Reddit, which is pretty cool. And there's big threads in these districts like Chicago suburbs, even Chicago, or or even all these Facebook marketplace exchanges. They could probably advertise in there too, but it's just like a lot of spam.
I think Reddit's an awesome idea because you also can more easily, more credibly influence the conversation in subreddits too.
Yeah, I should also probably try to hire like a digital campaign marketing manager or a digital campaign strategist to do a lot of these ad campaigns. I mean, I know I can do a lot of them myself, but I've worked with videographers before and content creators, and when when you compare what I do to what other people do, it's always like if somebody has some more professional experience in video editing, etc. They always put out a much better product than what I put out. Welcome back, Dr. Adams.
Block Adams?
No, of course not. Like, listen, Roger, I'm not gonna get into like stage dynamics. Like, that's like one of the most annoying things. I feel as far as people coming onto this app, it is what it is. So, I'm not tripping.
But again, I only moved one person.
I don't think that Pockets has spoke for me.
Sometimes when you leave a room and you're looking for the room in the hallway, you lose it. And you gotta shut down the app, go back to the hallway to find it. So, there's that fear of, oh, did I get blocked? I can't get back in the room. I can't find the room. Somebody has me blocked.
Yeah, John, I think you're onto something. It's almost like you've got to adopt the George Costanza's school of getting elected, like do the opposite.
I don't know any other way to do it. I hate to say I'm like a gonzo politician, but I am a big fan of that movie. What is it? It's not Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, right? What is the famous writer's book with Johnny Depp in Vegas? He's the gonzo journalist.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
I can't remember what is the name of that movie. Anyways, the point is, yeah, I mean, we have to do what we can do. I mean, we have $400 in a checking account, and to try to get any press is very difficult. Most journalists don't want to touch me because, I'm harping about the debt and cutting Medicare, Medicaid, etc.
Hey, one idea, and again, I'm just quickly brainstorming, so I apologize to the stage. But John, have you thought about reaching out to John Cass, the former Tribune political reporter who has a podcast who's very much anti-establishment? John Cass,
No, but I'm gonna look him up on X right now, see if he has an account.
Yes, John Cass is a K. I'll look for his podcast. I listen to it. I'll try to find a link and I'll put it in the chat.
I see it right now. John Cass News. His profile is John_Cass.
I think it's worth that minimum. Just even reach out to him informally, and since you're already filed, you're a legitimate candidate. I'm sure you'd take the phone call.
And what about getting posters in all of the cannabis stores?
Yeah, that would be a cool idea. Yeah, let me message this guy, John Cass. I haven't done any signs yet. The last time I ran, I purchased signs on eBay, and let me get a photo. Let me show you a photo of my last campaign sign that I created. Let me go get it from the other room. my family was kind of shocked when they saw this sign, but I think it's holding up well. I think it's going to hold the test of time. And one of the clubhouse racists on this app registered my name, johnkitover.com, and now it forwards to Queers for Palestine. But I'm sick of owning domain names. I used to own thousands, and now I'm dwindling down to like 300, and I'm slowly dropping them. But this was the sign I created when I ran for committee person. PTR, PTR. And that's my cell phone number if you want to text me directly and become a consultant on the campaign. Then I will.
Well, I see where you don't win, John. That's a horrible freaking sign.
Oh, so you don't like it, but it's holding up well, actually, in terms of prophecy.
Not the message, the color codes. You can't do all that. You got to break it up.
Oh well.
Do the highlights, different color. You know what I mean? Bold.
I drew the hearts. I drew the hearts myself, and I drew the green triangles with the all-seeing eye and the dollar bills. That was my artwork contribution. Let me read it for you. It says, vote Trump and Republicans. Stop the bullshit and scams. Fuck the Democrat clown scams. CRT, BLM, LGBTQ, DEI, Democrats. Liberate America and secure the border. End forever wars and pay the debt. Dissolve the Federal Reserve.
Change your website, make it bolder font, and change the color and the top too. You gotta break it up. That's not.
Here's the thing though, John. Okay, so I'm looking at this sign, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, he's a conservative Republican. Okay, cool. Now you have to imagine that there are members of the LGBTQ community who are, Trump supporters or right-leaning voters, Republican, conservative, or MAGA, whatever category you want to file them under. Do you think you're alienating that base with the fuck the LGBTQ?
Well, maybe, but I would just say that however you decide to orgasm, whether you're heterosexual, homosexual, or bisexual, or even trans, that's okay, or queer, that's okay. Orgasm however you want. However, when you want to cut off young men's genitalia or cut off women's breasts and have Medicare and Medicaid for it, pay for it. I just can't vote on that next HR act that's going to fund all the prepubescent puberty blockers and mutilation to those young people's bodies when they simply have a mental health disorder. So, that's where I stand on LGBTQ.
Well, I agree with you on that point.
You're against circumcision, John?
No, I'm not against circumcision.
Oh, not that mutilation.
John, here's a thought that might actually get the gay and lesbian community on your side is call for a divorce between LGB and the rest of the alphabet soup. I think you'll get the old school gays, the ones with money on your side.
LGB without the T is a thing on Twitter. I don't know if you've seen that. LGB without the T. Follow Gays Against Rumors, by the way, on X.
So presidential advisor, ready room, consultant, or the situation room advisor, dismal outlook, who has such a negative name. She wrote, I'd love to give him that opportunity, but he sounds like a basement clubhouse douche.
Wait, so John, wait, hold on. So John, how are you going to end the division, based on the divisive topic that Roger offered up as kind of like an alley-oop, and, you just kind of didn't take it for the basis as it was. I mean, what is your plan for correcting the divisiveness as you saw it, and going to this whole election cycle? I mean, what are you doing to correct your own grievances for which you decided to run for office?
Sure, I deal with all the same issues that all other Americans deal with, which is property taxes, income taxes, and never-ending other taxes. And I want to thank Mojo for giving me an alley-oop, but this isn't a basketball game. This is a financial war that we are all enduring in this country. $37 trillion is eating your substance. That's what the Declaration of Independence deals with. The king and all these rich prick asshole royalists eating out the substance of our nation, leaving us with very little after working 5 days a week. So my problem is your problem, Dr. Adams.
I mean, my problems are definitely not your problems, and you have not addressed the aforementioned problem as far as you actually resonated with a certain ilk that can actually get you towards the aims that you're seeking to accomplish. Like I'm not seeing where you're creating a pathway to actually, produce a successful campaign, bro. Like I'm sorry, I want to see this.
Well,
for
what
you.
does resonating with a certain ilk mean? What are you talking
You're
about?
not being authentic. You're not being
I'm
authentic.
not being authentic. This is very authentic.
Right.
I'm totally transparent. I'm live streaming this whole situation right now. Let me get you the YouTube live. Please hold.
Got it. And that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem.
I don't think it's part of the problem. I think it's part of the solution. I hate to break the bad news to you, but we're just going to have to agree to disagree.
So let me ask you a question. How are you doing as far as your approval ratings against Hood?
Well, let's look at how many campaign contributions came in today and yesterday. Those are some good statistics to look at.
So let's look at what LaHood has brought in to his campaign.
Let's take a look. This is a decentralized campaign. Can you do a couple clicks and maybe some searches or some Grok queries?
I mean, I've already looked it up.
Go ahead.
That man is wiping the floor with you.
Yeah, well, that's because we have $470 in the account and you haven't given $10 yet, you big complainer.
That's again.
$10 goes a long way in this campaign, Dr. Adams. You gonna put up or you gonna shut up?
Okay.
Guess who put up? Guess who put up, Dr. Adams? This is the Maury Povich show, not the bully pulpit.
You think that the bully pulpit's gonna get you?
Jay Breska gave $120 to this campaign. You just giving your lip. You're giving your lip.
Is he running for office?
No, he gave
asking to represent any
He
of us?
gave $120 to this campaign to elect John Kitover. How much have you given?
Good
Zero.
for him.
Zero.
Good for him.
Zero.
Good for him. Absolutely.
Big talker over here. I don't see a dollar yet for this campaign. A lot of criticism saying LaHood's mopping the floor with us.
Bully pulpit that I'm discussing. You're not going to bully people into endorsing your campaign.
I'm not bullying. You're critiquing. I'm critiquing you.
You have an absence in resonating with people that would otherwise vote for you the most. That's all I'm saying.
Look at Dismal. She wrote, he did, poor investment. Nobody's contributing to you. Okay, Dismal. I bet you we can convince you to give $1 to the campaign, Dismal.
Do you want to actually have a real conversation, Edmund?
Yeah, bring Dismal up so she can ask a question. You've already asked 100 questions, Dr.
So let me ask you a question.
You're not getting any more questions answered until you give $1 to the campaign. How do you like them apples?
All right.
I've answered enough of your questions for the day.
Well, hold on. If he gives $10, can he ask 10 more questions?
Absolutely. $1 question. Fork it up.
Shit.
Ooh, big talker then. Big talker, Dr. Adams. Money talks, bullshit walks. And I hate to tell you, we can't get to Congress unless we have your $10, Dr. Adams. I've enjoyed you for many years. I'm sure you've enjoyed me for many years. You can't give $10 to somebody that you've been talking to for many years.
I'm not going to vote for you to go into representing.
Well, you don't live in the district. You're a political activist online.
All right. I'm going to be quiet.
Is John for Congress your main John? John #4
That's it. That's it. I know it's not impressive, but we're going to change it
I don't
soon.
see any of your. Why does it keep asking me to log? Where's all of where you stand on all the issues and stuff?
The issues, I've got 20,000 YouTube videos, 20,000 Instagrams. Go take a look.
No.
What do you guys think of the title of the room?
Oh my god.
I mean, he's wokeism. Like, John likes to ask and, solicit, like, he likes to solicit donations from people that otherwise are working people in the American populace, while John, leading up to this campaign, has admitted that he's felt no work. So again, I would respect this effort in a different light, Connie, if you would have actually put in your work into doing the heavy lifting. Finance your own campaign. I'm sorry.
I mean, like, financing your own campaign, I'd even say, hold on a second. We could do that. But, John, you don't even have, like, an issue. Like, there's nothing. You got nothing. There's no way to mobilize anything or anybody. I'm starting to wonder if this is a troll.
Wait, hold on. Listen. The campaign just started. He just filed, he just set up the website. He's 2 days into this. He's less than 48 hours in. He's already raising money. Yesterday he raised over $1,000. If you count the match, so that's over $1,000 is in the campaign. And now those dollars will be used to get people to get them on the ballot. There's no filing fee required, and so really all that needs to happen is to gather a little less than 600 signatures to run as a Republican, and then once we secure the ballot access, then all of the other things that you were talking about in terms of like how to whip voters to go and vote for him, figuring out how to get on a debate stage, all those kind of things. You can do those things, but you got to take baby steps. Goal number one is get on the ballot. What will help him to get on the ballot is to be able to pay the volunteers to get the signatures. Well, if you care about this country, if you care about reducing debt, we can take one baby step by just everybody just prayerfully considering donating money to John Kitover for Congress.
Marshall, can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
So, again, doesn't this campaign have to actually be something attainable in the sense of being able to win? Right?
No.
Got it.
No, I'm going to tell you. The first thing that you want to do is you want to wins stack on top of each other. And the first thing was he won in the sense that he did the thing most Americans are afraid to do. He filed. He's now got the campaign started. He filled out the paperwork. He's got the bank account. He set up Amazon. He's collecting money. The next step is he's going to get volunteers. What he's going to have in place within the next couple of weeks is a campaign manager, a treasurer, a volunteer coordinator, and volunteers. Once he has that, once he gets the ballot access secured, then all these other loftier things are going to be easier to do. The other thing is, keep in mind, if he just simply becomes a thorn in the fucking side of the Republican that's running, you know what that's going to do? The Republican that's running is going to have to figure out, well, what do the people that support John Kitover care about? And then they're going to have to say, well, it's a pretty simple platform. Can you just not spend money? Can you not borrow money? If John Kitover loses, but LaHood changes his policies and decides to start fighting for the American people and borrowing less and spending less, then this campaign can be a huge success.
Right. So again, if John would put down the cartoon voice and do all this other bullshit that otherwise creates a sense of performativeness, people would take this effort a little bit more seriously.
I'm just saying, Roger. Hold on. I think taking it serious is the thing that you might be like missing the point of, right? The way that Donald Trump was able to emerge to power was by doing things exactly the opposite of the way that you would have expected to run a campaign. What he's doing is he's bringing humor. What he's doing is he's bringing artistic nature. And all of these things are creative, and they're going to resonate with the right people. like this is something that this isn't like this well-funded thing where he's gonna outspend and do stupid slogans. This is gonna be a connection of the heart. It's gonna be a message that resonates deeply in the heart.
So Roger, when you look at different points of what's going on in American politics, is this the type of voice for which people want to distract, the House and the Senate, and otherwise distracting people from getting to a certain type of aim expeditiously as they need it? Keep in mind, you have people in North Carolina that are experiencing devastation. You have people in the Palisades that are experiencing devastation. You have people in Altadena. To me, personally, in listening to this voice, in having a say as far as how our federal expenditures are going to resonate to the average, everyday person, people are tired of the jokiness. People are tired of the jokiness, the cartoon voice, the radio voice. People want to resonate with somebody that is going to be soluble to their aims.
Show me the evidence.
This isn't it.
Show me the evidence.
This isn't it.
Show me the evidence of what you just said. Show me the evidence of what
All right, Roger, there's a certain type of ilk as far as how these people want to present themselves into these fringe spaces, which Edmund, actually mentioned himself. If America is going towards a certain type of, rhetoric, this, in my opinion, is a non-traditional approach to something that is going to end up in something that's non-productive. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm not gonna lie though, listen, Judge, seriously, you could, I really like what Arnold was saying too, you really could have something if you actually dedicate yourself. I'm looking at this, I'm not impressed at all. I mean, even if you took just a day, you could just upgrade your interface, just the general first impression of your website. Like the human comes with a couple.
Listen, I've created an insane amount of websites in my life, and I used Wix because I thought I'd give them a shot, and they suck. I can create much better websites, but the truth be told is I do so much in live streaming and so much on YouTube, Instagram,
Well,
X,
hold
etc.
on, but you gotta realize, there's people are rational ignorance. Okay, we learned this in Economics 101. People don't have the time to go and
I get it, but Bima, you know what's important is that link above. Click that antidote link above, because that's really what's important. That's the payment platform, the payment processor. The primary campaign website.
John, your voters, the people that you are going to want to vote for
Well, Bima, do you want the job as the digital marketing communications strategist? You got it. You're hired. Congratulations.
Listen to me.
You're consulting yourself. Mazel tov.
Listen, if these people, no one's going to go and look deeply. It's going to be a very small percentage of people that are going to be able to do this,
You know how many people are going to my Instagram? Over 2,200 people a month. It's because of Clubhouse.
Hold on, people are going to your Instagram, but you're talking about like just anybody who has access to the internet. Consolidate, make your shit, get your issues out there. Even look at this fool. This guy comes up with one freaking paragraph, okay? He has 5 issues listed on his website. What a doofus. And it says government spending. Far too long the federal government has been living within its means. Our national debt is $30 trillion and growing, and we continue in a government that spends taxes and borrows too much. In Congress, I'll continue to push to rein in spending in order to tackle the national debt, ensuring that our children and grandchildren are not forced to pay for the mistakes of our generation. Period. Done. Put a loser. Okay? Like, come on, dude. The shit that you come up with, you could totally destroy it if you really wanted to. One, you're gonna have to probably get off Clubhouse, I'm not gonna lie, and you're gonna actually have to use the content that you have.
Wait, get off of Clown House? Why would I get off of... This is a key strategic communication component of my campaign, Bima. You're fired as my digital communication strategist. I think you're giving us terrible advice for the campaign. You're fired. I'm finished listening to your consulting. Your consultancy has been terminated. Your campaign involvement is over for the night. Thank you very little.
Okay, well, if you want to do like a national, this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm really curious to how serious you are about it, because if you're looking for like national target, then you're trying to, do a little performance piece. I can understand that. But if we're talking about like really trying to get a hold of the people that are in these areas to vote for you, then, these people are on Clubhouse. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I think you do have something. I think you have a lot of really cool shit and I think you could really stir a lot of stuff up. But like 90% of what you're doing is gonna happen.
Well, it sounds to me like you do want to be a part of the campaign.
You can't Kamala Harris. That's right. This is what your fucking website is right now.
No, I'm totally willing to admit that the website sucks.
Just at least copy pasta, man. At least get the.
Getting Antidote up was quite a long process. That was like a 60-day process to finally get a payment platform up and have everything synced between the bank and FEC and everything. It's a lot of work to finally be able to take campaign contributions, let alone there's a lot of work that you have to do as the treasurer, and there's filings with the IRS. It's a lot of fucking paperwork they make you do, and it's a lot of wasted time. So if you do want to join this campaign and actually help me do some stuff, as opposed to just complaining like the complaint crew that Clown House is some kind of 1-800 complaint hotline for fucking people, because that's all you people know how to do. I mean, that's why I appreciate people who read that book the other day, and especially Hakima. He actually read. Unlike a lot of people in that room, they just run away. They go, no, I don't want any of this. I just want my dopamine like a fucking clown dummy. Some people read things and they spend their time to become subject matter experts. I don't know how many economists are in the room. How many people have ever opened up a pizza shop. But until you tell me how you can run a business, or you file for Congress, I mean, your criticism and your complaints are being listened to, and your priorities are being submitted. But I would suggest that if you don't give $1 or $10, and I've listened to all your fucking complaints, I'm not your therapist or your consultant, but I am running for Congress. I mean, can't I complain about the complainers? I'm having fun doing this.
Well, hold on. I just think it's interesting. We have 435 members of the House. We have 100 members of the Senate. All of these people are working together to steal the money. They're borrowing and they're spending, and we're going broke. And somebody's saying, "Hey, that's a bad idea," and we're gonna spend our time criticizing that. Why can't we just say that? I think John's on the right side of history. Whether he wins this election or not, that's besides the point. Barry Goldwater didn't win the fucking election, but you know what he did? He inspired a movement. You know what came later? Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan swept 49 out of 50 states because the people finally soaked in that what Barry Goldwater was saying was probably a good idea. What if John Kitover is the Barry Goldwater for this next movement that's going to take over?
And Mojo, in the beginning, Reagan didn't even make it. It was persistence and resilience.
It's a very good point. Look, if we're going to say that if your likelihood of winning an election is low, that you shouldn't run, then nobody would ever oppose the big major parties. Everybody would just say, okay, well, hey, MAGA's in charge. I guess we should all take our ball and go home.
I mean, it literally takes you 15 minutes to file for Congress, and all these people post on X, and everybody's interested in politics. But when you see that no one's going to challenge this Darren LaHood or any of these other people, most people go unchallenged. It's just wild, and it only takes 15 minutes to file. And digital communication is pretty much free. You don't even need a website to run. So that's me with my sign. There you go. That's my PTR selfie.
Really, the only requirements to run is the filing fee is waived in Illinois. So you need to, as a Republican, it's 500 some odd verified signatures, and then you have to be you have to hit the minimum age requirements. Like all of this stuff is easy. The reason why people don't run is because they look at what the other people are doing and they say, how can I compete with them? They have so much money. They have all these resources. They have this team around them.
they have a team that's feeding them bad ideas and that are bought and paid for by these corporations. And so if all of these things that you guys complain about, you say that you want to fix the system, somebody's saying, hey, you know what? I'll take my try at it. And he's saying he doesn't have all the answers. When you guys ask him a question and he doesn't have the answer, rather than making something up, he'll say, well, let's just see what ChatGPT or Grok has to say about it. I think this is the most honest campaign that you've seen in all of America. This is the most honest campaign that's being run, and you guys have a chance to vote for it.
And Mojo, yesterday was brought up about Mark Rice, and I do bring up John Cass, again, very well-known political columnist for the Chicago Tribune. He left the Tribune like last year. He's got his own podcast, his own outlet. He's very much anti-Democrat. He's anti-Republican machine. And John, if I were you, I'd do some research on him, but I would pitch even a show on his podcast to have you and Mark Rice on together, and he can interview you, and you can talk about being the underdog that David fighting the Goliath. And something tells me he gives some air coverage on that. I could totally be wrong, but it doesn't cost you anything to reach out and try.
Yeah, I messaged him on X to see if he'll be open to communicate, so we'll see if he responds.
And then I don't want to take up too much space on this stage, but I have another idea for you. So I did send you a text, and even though I dramatically, for the most part, disagree with you politically, but there's something to Mojo's point. It's just the underdog. It's time we need change, and whether or not you're successful or not, it's really breaking the paradigm, breaking the big politics, and that quote of essentially it's same corporation, different divisions. I do believe to what you were talking about before, whether it was from that movie that you referenced or the George Costanza School of Electioneering, I think it's time for a change.
Well, it's natural. I mean, the fact that we're $37 trillion in debt, it's just obvious that there's going to be contrarians who are going to come out of the woodworks and campaign against the debt. It's our tradition.
But I do believe that that's an issue, but on the other hand, I'm like, fuck, with our GDP, we can still print more money, but again, I know most people would totally disagree on that, but putting that aside, I still want to figure out how I can, in my own little way, can support the effort here, because I give you total credit, even though, I think there's some different, really different things about you that you demonstrated, but the fact that you're putting yourself out there, the fact that you're taking a risk, now people may disagree that you're not organized, you're not funded, but you are putting yourself out there, and I think a lot of credit, it's like you are not only talking the talk, you're trying to walk the walk.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I will say, though, that even though it may appear that I'm not organized, I'm actually quite organized compared to, other people who would launch a campaign. I can just, I can look at what the Democrats, social media handles look like, and I got to tell you, they've got no presence at all, just like 400 followers. But anyways, I'm just saying I appreciate the compliment, Howard, and I'm trying my best, but it's fun, and I like being courageous, and that's why I like a lot of people on this app. I think Brad is courageous but crazy. I want to be courageous but intelligent, and I don't want to have a road rage incident, getting all upset or angered, with people on this app. I hope everyone here will be my friend, and I say friends for life. So, if you want to come to Illinois and actually help with the campaign, Mojo says he's going to fly out and stay at a Marriott, and we're going to do some strategic training and door knocking with political activists, maybe Democrats, maybe libertarians, maybe Republicans who also don't like the debt, and they feel that they can't change the political leadership, and so maybe I'm a viable alternative. If not, this is a big communication marketing enterprise and experience, and I hope you will join us and have some fun.
There's a great roadside bar over at Pecatonica too.
should do a bar crawl, John. We'll call it Liberty on the Rocks. And we'll just do a bar crawl.
How about we do an organic food crawl?
Your voice makes my skin crawl. Sorry, I've been nice all day. I'll stop.
Well, we have an event planned in Peoria where we're going to have a Darren Hood look-alike, make a bonfire and throw $20 trillion worth of fake Amazon, prop money in it as a publicity stunt. So the people in Peoria and Rockford and all around America will get to see Darren Hood literally torch $20 trillion in fake currency live on YouTube and see it. So he's going to dump gasoline over $20 trillion worth of fake Amazon prop money. It's going to be great. He's going to wear a suit and tie. It's going to be an amazing, troll prank, but hopefully it'll raise awareness.
Hey, John, you know what else I would do? I would hire a Christopher lookalike and have him walk in with that Little Hood lookalike, like arm in arm, too.
So, I have a lot of YouTube videos out there. I've got over 20,000 Instagram videos out there. And recently, I read a book. I read the Constitution from start to finish. And I also read the Declaration of Independence. And those videos have thousands and thousands of views. And people in the comments are saying, thank you so much for reading this. People have forgotten this. People are not reading this. People need to hear this. So, part of this for me is educating myself and hopefully educating others, because if you are a good congressperson or a good senator and you are a leader of your people, you want your people to be educated. And if you're a good leader, you treat people the way you want to be treated. You don't road rage and scream at people and make, insane homicidal ideation death threats on social audio platforms. You try to treat people with respect and kindness and have some fun. Don't be crude. Don't be vulgar. It's annoying, and it's not intelligent. So I hope to bring, professional and classy communication to the campaign and to the constituents and to the country. I mean, if you can't lead by example, and I try to, I have tenants that I live with. I live in a multi-unit apartment building that I own, and I live with people that I found off of Craigslist, and they pay me rent. I treat them with respect. They treat me with respect, and I hope it always remains that way. So I'm just saying, I know how to treat people. But I also, don't appreciate when people get angry or yell or, want to create fake conflict or are not amenable, or able to. Anyways, I'm just saying every relationship has a beginning and an end. And I hope that all of these relationships on Clown House, have no end. And I hope you also give $10 to the campaign. Thanks.
I remember when Rush, RIP, and Hannity, although maybe RIP to him too, they used to do the free pocket constitutions from Hillsdale College. You guys ever get one of those? You better have.
Ron Paul used to hand out pocket constitutions at his speaking events. Dennis Kucinich was the same thing.
It was a great experience reading it. It wasn't quite the, experience that I thought it would be, but I think if we read that Thomas Paine Common Sense or the Federalist Papers, or, I like to do one of my favorite ways to, run the mind through a script. But I really liked our book club, and hearing everybody really read and how we did it, professionally, quickly. I mean, it was, that was the only time on Clown House where I've seen people actually work together, to create something, and it's a long script we created. It's a program we ran. So I just got to say, if Clubhouse is a microcosm and the government is the macrocosm, and it's dysfunctional here, it's the same thing throughout millions of federal employees.
Dismal, will you come up? I want to see if we can come to an understanding on some things. I would love for Dismal to come to the stage. I want to talk about the campaign. I want to get your questions, your thoughtful questions. let us know if you can come up, Dismal. Thank you. If anybody else wants to come up, that'd be great too.
Yeah, Cindy, you should come up. Cindy.
What do you guys think of the slogan, fork it over for John Kitover?
I like the other one you had, prior title. That was a good one. That was a good slogan.
We could win over BEMA if we defund FEMA.
That was hilarious.
So if we defunded BEMA, would you donate?
Absolutely. Do you know, FEMA, see, this is the thing. I think that there's a lot of great ideas that we have. I think they just need to be, I don't know, better, more effectively and efficiently put together. And we could do that if we have more oversight. I mean, I know a lot of people will disagree, but, yeah. I think we could have nice social safety nets. We don't have to necessarily get rid of them, but we could come together and put our money together. And then have, like some satisfaction with knowing that, oh yeah, I know that this is running pretty effectively. I know that my money is going to be put to a good, effective use. That there's, there's not some bullshit person that's just barely getting by and, bought and paid for crime. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, no, I like that. And John, I really want you to think about DeFi too. Because that's really where you're with me over. if you can support DeFi, yeah, that'll be fun. I actually, Mike, for the first time in a very long time, I could potentially see myself helping you.
Well, I think this campaign's coming together pretty well. Sometimes they get off to rocky starts, but this one, day one, boom, $1,000 in the bag. Yeah, I think it's coming together. I think it's coming together. I think LeVood's going to be worried, majorly worried. The Democrats that are running, though, I think they're the ones that if you just show them how radical you could be, they might fund your campaign because they would probably rather run against you than run against LeVood.
Yeah, 100% they would. I mean, he's very polished. He wears great suits. Got a great family. He's got a great life. He's got a lot of dough. And he's got a lot of connections and clout. I mean, I would just say, to me, it all seems like virtue signaling, knowing how much he's spending, and it's kind of shameless. I mean, but you can see exactly who contributes to him, and he knows them all, and he's their guy, and he keeps getting them the money year after year, quarter after quarter. And there's an interview of him talking about the what's the Privacy Rights Act with the snooping, the annual, they have to certify it every year, the National Surveillance Act. His opinion on the National Surveillance Act is a widely held opinion, and they just keep funding it. And so it's anti-American, it's eavesdropping, it violates your constitutional rights, and this guy is the swamp. He's a 10-year veteran of the swamp, and $20 trillion is a lot of money. And if he's only skimmed 10 million, but yet he's helped create 20 trillion, maybe he's got more. And his dad has been arrested by the FBI for $50,000 in cash and a bribe. And Darren LaHood's laptop has even been taken by the FBI and investigated. I mean, they have gone through his files for some type of grievance. It could have been political, and the FBI, where it was in the wrong, or there could have been some type of suspicion of some sort. There's a lot of money involved here because of China and Saudi Arabians and all these mega corporations, especially in Medicare, Medicaid. At $4 trillion, that's a lot of lobbying. And
John, when you're doing videos, you should get a laptop and just have a sign that says LaHood's laptop, and then get some crime scene tape, and just keep that in the background and let people see it. I think that could work.
yeah, that would be a good one. I guess I have to get some like FBI, or I could probably print it, but see, this is why this campaign is a little artistic. I'd even like to do paintings, and sell those paintings on eBay for the campaign. So there's a lot that I can do, which is manual, and is, fun. I mean, even this sign that I'm holding in my PTR, I consider artwork at this point. And that's the way I explain most things.
Well, why not go to the local art school, whether it's at the college or even like art students at the high school, and tell them that you'd like them to participate in the election process by having an art contest to come up with the best sign.
Yeah, there's a lot of these wine sip and paint places, and so I think I could like create an event where we will sponsor you to come in to do a painting of Darren LaHood burning $20 trillion in cash, and and pissing on it or something like that. That type of viral video, because this campaign can achieve viral status, maybe even national status. And there's a lot of Republican comedian activists who hopefully we can get to help join the campaign and retweet or create content with, like Primetime Stein 99, that guy. So I wanted to go to CPAC this year, and I really wish I did, because that could have been a good starting point. But next year we will definitely go and create, conservative Republican comedian comedy. You can go to my X account, Republican Film. I have all these Republican comedian, Republican comedy Instagram accounts, and it's a lot of Clubhouse videos. So nobody's ever going to watch this shit because it's just too much information, and everybody would rather choose Netflix and Amazon Prime or whatever the hell people watch. But Clubhouse has spent tens of millions of dollars so I could sit here and use it as a recording studio for 5 years, and I'm thankful for it. I've had a great experience, and I think I've created some cool content, once in a lifetime content creation. None of this was possible prior to all these cell phones and social media, audio Clownhouse. I mean, it's been a cool journey creating all these videos and then running for Congress. It's a big, I would call it like a giant spam operation, but it's all political and patriotic in nature. I was in the Army and I went to military college, so I've been conditioned to basically be like a patriot warrior or a knight in a way. And it's been, fun trying to get involved in politics, because in the military, that's a very closed society. But when you see how politicians act, the borrowing and the spending and the never-ending debt, it's so irresponsible. But people in the Army or the Navy, the Air Force, I mean, it's funded and it's paid for, and it's a life and it's a career. So people just don't care about the debt. Most people want to just keep getting paid, and they want to kick the can down the road, because if you start shutting things down and you start laying everybody off, people are not happy with that solution. So you really have, I think Medicare, Medicaid is where a lot of the waste is really happening. I've dealt with doctors and hospital groups as well as all of you, and if that's where $4 trillion is going for, you go to the fucking gym. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you gotta tighten the belt on that one. That's my opinion. Fucking gym.
One thing that I liked in tandem is that I think this is a way that you could potentially get around answering pertinent questions, because we know that's what politicians do. When you ask, like, well, what's your plan? Because, I mean, obviously there's a truth to, you can't just cut these programs without having something else somewhere, because it will destabilize. What I like what you suggested is like coming up with a committee, like sort of like a, could be like call it an economic or a fiscal truth committee or something like that, and just have them dedicate you know, like their job would be figuring out how to, you know, like looking at the inefficiencies of the systems and where and what they could do to implement changes so we can become, you know, what would be sustainable. I agree with like a lot of the medical, I don't know, what do you call it? Like just like the bullshit. So I saw this one video. This one guy was like, he called up this, I don't know if it was a hospital or what, and he's just like, hey, look, there's a mistake because I got a bill and my original bill was like, you know, $400 and something. But then I gave you guys my insurance because you guys didn't think I had my insurance. And so I gave you guys my insurance, and now my out-of-pocket expense is like, you know, $3,200. Like, how did it like triple? Like, how does something like that happen? And they're all like, well, yeah, because you have insurance, so you know, now it just goes. He's like, wait, you understand that makes no sense? He goes, well, you know, if you don't have insurance and you're given a sliding scale fee type thing of, I think discounted price. And he said, so you're telling me that if I never gave you my insurance, that my out-of-pocket would have only been, you know, 400 something versus 32 something. And they're just like, well, you have the insurance. So he's like, yeah, but can I take it back? He's like, can I remove my insurance? Point is that I think the system is just, you know, how we put extra money with, I mean, like, we could afford it. It's just the inefficiencies of, and, you know, it's above my pay grade, but, all the things that are in between, you know, like how they itemize things on the hospital bills, and they do the same things, in the, just like in regular healthcare, and they pay for like way too many things and the wrong things too, which is crazy to me. But I also, what I learned like, what was it, last year, was how, have you heard of, John, the pharmacies now that are paying, like it's a flat fee, you pay just for the actual price, the market price of the pill, or of the medication that you're taking, plus like a flat $10 fee on top of that, just for the service. And I forget what type of business it's called, but something specific. And anyway, these particular pharmacies are saving like literal billions of dollars over, you know, a period of, well, I don't know the period, but let me see if I can find the information. Do you know what I'm talking about? Because what happens is like, once the pharmacies can put a price on the pills, they hike up the price of the medications to crazy amounts and make it like insane. And they're the ones who get to do that, but I don't know. Let me see if I can figure this out. Adams, you're still there? Mr. Adams. Dr. Adams.
what's the lawsuit, Dr. Adams? So, Ann, you know, I gave you $1 once, I think via Zelle Pay, or was it Cash App? Maybe Cash App. I'm just wondering if that little seed investment has grown to a $10 donation. Campaign to elect John Kitover. I'm just trying to do that seed growth, blessing, prosperity gospel. Hope all is well, Ann.
Cost Plus. John, have you heard of Cost Plus pharmacies?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was a study that showed like a Cost Plus pharmacy. You, what was this? A 2022 study? At 3.6 billion in savings on 90-day supplies of only 77 popular drugs, generic drugs.
Wait, let me ask you a qualifying question before I reply. Ponder that. What do you think about Mangione, you know, and the murder of the United Healthcare executive? Do you think that was murder, or is there any justification?
Of course that was murder. No, it's not. No, of course not. People compartmentalize and think like it's just like this one guy's. No, it's the entire system. You know.
So it was systemic then. Like that murder was a result of a systemic issue, is what you're saying.
Yeah, of course. It wasn't one guy. That's ridiculous.
So
Of course it was murder.
I know, but can you elaborate on how it's systemic or because of the system?
Yeah, so
I'm just incredibly problematic. Like that isn't like what happened was I think a moment to the right person like they were frail
I hope it's over. I hope she moves the room.
society and they decided to do something. I don't think that's reflective of the system as a whole.
I modded you, Dismal, because in the muff, all ladies get modded.
Dismal, I think you might have some really good ideas. You've got a lot of unique experience. Like, if you had to just give like one piece of advice to John, something that you hope he would listen to and act upon, what would that be?
I think actually just trying to invest and help like creating a healthy society, physical fitness would be like my number one. I think when you have physical fitness, people are able to aspire to like greatness. That would be it.
Yeah, I mean, I think life is action. And if you're not moving and shaking and you haven't joined the dance, you know, you'll never find your partner. And you'll never get the job. Or you'll never, you know, make a good trade, I guess. So, I don't know how to represent that mathematically. Maybe delta. But anyways, you know, it's communication, which is what's important. And I'd like to say that IT or, you know, information technology, you know, especially with regards to books, information technology and all these IT employees and all these agencies and all these big corporations, I feel like philosophy and psychology is the real information technology, and not a lot of people have that component, well studied well enough, and thus you hear a lot of really crazy road raging on this app. I think personality, demeanor, composure, tone, and intelligence, is all tied up in the word and voice. So I hope that I can make you proud as a candidate congressman for the 16th District of Illinois.
I think that's perhaps communication. I would agree. Communication, but also physical fitness. Those would be two components. But you are doing something that is a disservice, server. If you're actually wanting to run for an office, illicitly recorded people.
Illicit recordings? Illicit? What? You mean to tell me that the way that I use my cell phones is illicit? Come on, dismal. You're being too dismal as usual. Your outlook is so dismal.
Yeah. It's realistic. I'm just sharing facts. Sorry.
I hate to break the bad news to you, but I think, in my opinion, what I'm doing is not illicit or explicit. It's political and it's social, and you just don't like the way I use social media. So that's a you problem, not a me problem. Now I know you're in a lot of my recordings, and I don't have your consent, but that's not illicit and it's not explicit. It's political and social. Maybe you just haven't joined the campaign to like John and have some more fun in your life.
Here's another interesting point that people don't bring up. Well, they talk about you streaming the content from these rooms onto YouTube without consent. They're discounting the fact that you're going to go to Congress to try to take away funding for those that are spying on them all the time anyways. You're spying on them at a lot lower cost.
That is honestly hilarious. Dismal, please.
I don't think I actually understood your point.
It's the electronic surveillance. It's the what is it called? The Electronic Surveillance Act. Dismal. The government is spending billions of dollars already recording this conversation, and you think my YouTube conversation it's just a duplicate, and you're a fool, maybe.
No, I think it's different. But that's okay though. You and I can disagree, and that's also okay.
Remember when Americans liked the underdog story? Like back in the 70s when the Rocky film came out, all the Americans were like, yeah, that's great. We can resonate with the underdog. Now the underdog runs and everybody's like, oh, no, he's got no chance to win. It sounds like Adrian in the beginning of all of the Rocky films. And then she at some point comes along and they do a little montage and she sees he's working out, and then all of a sudden she whispers a little more confidence. We need to go back and watch these Rocky movies so we get in the mood to support John Kitover for Congress. And you can support him with a low denomination of donation money. Simply click on the link above. Give $1. Just one. If you gave $1, it might be
No.
Hold on.
I would never.
It would be a very small deal for the Dismal household, but it would be a big step for the Kitover campaign.
Yeah, not supporting your kitty. Apologies, but not supporting kitty.
Why are you so selfish?
I'm not. I support others, but people that are actually doing good in the world.
Dismal.
Look at the return on the investment. If he could end the spending, there's $37 trillion that's being spent on your behalf. He wants to stop that. If you gave him $1, this might be the biggest investment, the greatest return that you could possibly get on $1.
No, sorry, not happening.
I'll tell you what, Dismal. Right now, whatever you give, I will match.
0. 0 would be the answer.
Dismal, I'll lend you the $1. Come on, Dismal.
No.
Okay, I'll lend you $1 trillion at 4% interest. What do you say? See, what we need to do is some role playing here, is where some people play a Federal Reserve banker, some people play a BlackRock executive, some people play the congressman, some people, we got to do role playing here so people understand how dollars are created out of thin air. 2 trillion more than we collected revenue a year. So until people kind of, I think, have the perspective of what it's like doing these types of transactions, and how it's not in the best interest of the economy, or your average American. I mean, I'm not being facetious in what I'm doing. I mean, I'm not the greatest at math. I did calculus, but to me, at the end of the day, I was like, I feel like I'm submitting an art project here. And the math teacher is trying to determine, my workings here, but a lot of it is just winging it, and so, but you still passed the class, and hopefully you got a B plus to an A average. And, your involvement here on Clownhouse, what I don't understand is if you're going to sit here and just listen and be a non-active participant, I would hope in your real life you would take even more action than you would on a social audio chat app that you spend so much time on and listen to so much. I mean, without Mojo's positive vibration experience, I wouldn't be here, because Mojo is the chief primary organizer of everyone in this room right now. And if Mojo is telling you to give $1, just think about how that will enhance your positive Mojo experience.
Sorry. I'm laughing.
From what's the movie with, the Mojo quote from, what the hell's that Canadian's name? Austin Powers. I mean, that's where the mojo comes from, that type of attitude, that James Bond 007 spy attitude, but patriotic and fun and friendly. And $37 trillion in debt is not patriotic, and that's not fun, and that's not friendly. That's mismanagement. That's incompetency. Let me say it a little louder for you. Incompetency. That's how you create $37 trillion in debt. Does anyone here have a debt bubble that, was as a result of incompetency? Anybody here?
No, John, but there could be an opportunity slogan-wise to play off of your last name and the debt and the money, like grab the kitty.
That's also misogynist, to be quite frank. I apologize for saying that he is kitty.
Can I just pay you a compliment? Are you open to that? Can I do that publicly? Can I pay you a compliment? Are you open to that, Dismal? I need your consent.
Are you, what compliment?
I was gonna say that you're a pretty woman. What if your face was used on campaign literature? Like just a smiley face that said, Dismal for Kitover. Like an endorsement, if you will.
No. No. I didn't consent to that.
Well, because I can utilize the photograph that you have. You look very nice in your photograph. I think if we just had a quote from you, we could put that in the poster, and that could really help the campaign. I feel like the red hair and the blue eyes, the lipstick. You're very, very American. Is what I get when I look at you. I think this could help the campaign.
I think that would be incredibly irresponsible of you
to do that, and
Well, it's
it
only
wouldn't
with
be
your
something
consent.
that I would have consented. No.
Yeah, okay. Well, without your consent, then it wouldn't work. I'm a big believer in consent, but I just wanted to tell you that I think that would win over a lot of voters.
I don't think, I think, um, I think people, like, fundamentally, like, the issues they would, support that win the day, not, people.
I don't know. You have a trustworthy face. If your face was on the poster and it said "Support John Kitover for Congress," I feel like there's a lot of people that just the look alone would convince them.
Dismal. So I just read, I had to remind myself, because it's been a while on that. So you're saying that it wasn't systemic, the Mangione thing, and I would agree. I think it was just a case of fraud by the healthcare system specifically. Yeah, I agree with that. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I don't think that that was the thing that would be repeated, necessarily. It was like an issue of basically like a response or action related to something that, yeah, I wouldn't see that being repeated.
What do you mean you don't see it being repeated? I'm not understanding what you're saying.
I wouldn't think that that would be repeated.
Like it would happen again?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Do you think that other company, yeah, I see what you're saying.
I think it was just like a fundamental breakdown, and that person sort of rose to publicity because of his stunt. But I don't think that stunt would be repeated.
What do you think about these campaign slogans? John Kitover, the people's takeover. Vote Kitover, make Illinois prosper. Kitover for change, no more strange. John in Congress, ending the mess. Kitover's the pick, quick and slick. For Illinois' sake, Kitover's awake. John Kitover, discover real power. Kitover's call, justice for all. Vote John, get it done. Kitover Rover, problems over.
Kitty. I think you're a little like.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand
you.
What were you saying? Kitty, kitty, kitty?
Kitty. You have good ideas.
Giddy, 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 or kitty, kitty, kitty?
Kitty. You had some good ideas, and you're unfortunately just not the right person.
Well, should I change bodies, or maybe how do we find the right person, Dismal? Because I want to find the right person too. I assume you do as well. Are you looking for somebody? I don't understand. Why does Adams think I have a cartoon voice? I mean, it's late. I don't want to disturb people who might be sleeping below me. So, I'm trying to do a little bit of a whisper. Does it sound cartoonish to you?
It does sound somewhat performative.
Like saying kitty, 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 kitty? See, I'm glad I can get some laughs. I know this is a tough crowd.
I was asked for feedback, so I shared it. I was being quite honest. Sorry.
Ooh, what was that? Was that a kitty queef?
Thank you.
Sounded like a kitty queef in the background.
What? Sorry.
No, I thought I heard something in the background there, but nobody knows what anybody's doing in the background here. I don't know why people are talking about Columbine. Could never happen again too. I don't understand. while you're talking about that, Mr. Howard Kaufman, but
No, the point was, and I respect his move very much, but she believes what happened to United Healthcare CEO was a one-off event and will not happen again. My view is, it's not if, it's when.
what, when, or what, or how, or where, or what are you talking
And
about?
you're gonna have, call it domestic terrorism, where some other CEO of some company is going to be, there's gonna be an attempt on one's life. I mean, it's similar to political violence, it's a form of that. That's just my view, it's my opinion, but I think it's a little naive to think it won't happen again.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, violence is going to happen again, absolutely, but nobody knows where, when, how, or what. I mean, these are lone wolf attacks and they're freak shows.
Yeah, these are, from my perspective, like, they aren't something that's, like, a repeatable offense, for example. It's not something we're necessarily going to see, like, on an annual basis.
And all I was saying is, I recall in the beginning, some people said that about Columbine, that would never happen again.
Well, people said that, World War II would never happen again, but did World War I ever end? Are we still in World War III, 25 years of war, and we're still, funneling tens of billions of dollars, $50 billion worth of weapons here, $300 billion worth of weapons over there? World War III, is it now, or is it all just an expression?
Okay, I'll give you that candidate, but there is a school in Florida called Parkland. I mean, it did happen again. There was Sandy Hook, it did happen again.
It's in Central Illinois, from
First
Rockford to
school
Peoria.
shootings is a completely different conversation than
I'm going to restart this
we
live.
were discussing with regard to the healthcare CEO.
Gun violence is gun violence, so you can go ahead and try to.
Yeah, I think that sometimes, like, by trying to, like, do that, we end up like in a weird place where we're not able to, like, have the same discussion.
Do you know what was frustrating? What was frustrating was after it happened, you had like a split, and this is the only reason why I think, Dismal, that Howard has a point, is that this wasn't like an overwhelmingly, a decision like, okay, yeah, we're all on the same page, this was murder. We had like, the country was split with trying to figure out if this guy was a hero or a murderer. That was insane to me. Like,
he definitely murdered somebody. Like, that should just be, that is something that should be identified. Like, he murdered somebody. He murdered somebody who had a family. I don't think that, like, there was any heroic nature of this. It was criminal, first and foremost.
I mean, like, you and I agree, but my issue is like I said, the only reason why I think that Howard has a point is because, like, half the country, I mean, everywhere, people were split on whether we were going to exalt this guy or condemn him, and I think that that was a point of, hey, look, wake up call, America. There are a lot of people that are unhappy with the state of the world and the state of this country and understanding the injustices that are happening on a systemic level, but the problem is just, we get so upset and we don't really care to look at and identify what the actual problem is. Like, this particular problem, like, you and I, we can say, yeah, this was absolutely murder, because it, at the most, the worst case scenario, what United Healthcare committed was fraud, right? They didn't kill his mom, right? They didn't kill even, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was a service.
And the issue too is, like, the CEO of this company is, like, likely under quite a bit of pressure and asked to, like, report on a quarterly basis, like, what the earnings look like, etc. And if you want somebody that would be the point person for that particular individual who is unhinged and you're criminally acting. So I think we wouldn't want to see that behavior like repeated. And by opening up the idea of like creating a hero scenario for this person isn't like a good look for the future of society.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. But the issue is just like, that's not what happened. We literally watched the world and, you know, definitely the United States, like, be split on something that should be so obvious as a murder. Like, how are we so disconnected to even understand? Like, we can't make basic to figure out, like, what actually happened, and then
The idea of politicizing murder, like, would be just degree murder not good, right? Like, that would just be like basic principle. And unfortunately, like, we're now so divided that we're literally like legitimizing murder. We're saying, oh well, this was acceptable because we didn't agree with that politically. I don't think that would be a good foundational principle that we would want to inspire in society going forward.
yeah, I agree with you. I just don't think that that's, I mean, what, it's just like factual, like if we like look back, like that's just not what, like why did people, why did society come to the conclusion that you and I came to? That's my question. Why do you think, Dismal, that like half of the country did not come to the same conclusion that you and I are at?
Declaration of inability exists. He shall preserve the powers and duties of his office unless the vice president, majority of either the principal officers of the executive department, or such other body is compensated by law provides resident within 4 days to the president, according to the Senate. The Speaker of the House of
Yeah, I think that and maybe a gross entitlement, a gross like misunderstanding of just basic like service. I mean, yeah, this company committed fraud, right? They were absolutely stealing, and
Dima,
what?
do you want to save the nation?
Do I want to save? I want to save the world.
If you want to save the nation, we're going to ask you very kindly to make a donation.
That one's good.
Have you made a donation yet?
I would make a joke.
I'm wondering if I can convince Abby.
Doctors Without Borders is like a really good cause, and I would recommend donating any funds there, not to political.
Well, thank you very little, Dismal. Since this is my political campaign hour, I'm wondering if we can get Abby from Philadelphia to come up here and I can convince her to make a $10, not $11, $10, not $9 contribution to the campaign to elect John Kitover. We haven't taken APAC money yet, but we would like to. And Darren LaHood, who we're running against, has already received quite a bit of money from APAC. So I'm just wondering if you could be my APAC sugar mama for the night, dear Abby.
I consider a donation. I need a DeFi wallet, and I'll be able to donate in some crypto.
Save your shitcoins, honey. Click the link above and send us $10, not $11, $10, not $9 to the campaign to elect John Kitover.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Well, you don't want to save the nation and make a donation. That's because you just want to save the world. You
I
don't, if
do
you
want to
want
make a donation. It's up to you. It's up to you to understand what DeFi is doing for the world. And all you gotta do is accept. I'm giving it to you. It's worth as good as the $10 fiat that you're
you and I both know, lost 90% of its value since 1975. It's like, come on, like I think you eat your dang fiat, no problem, but you're gonna have to cash it out, and it'll be money, yeah, no problem. Cash out and go through Coinbase, take out your $10 in fiat, but give me your DeFi wallet address now, don't we?
Do you guys realize that the American Revolution, it started in a bar, and it started with less people that are in this room right now?
Yeah.
This could be the moment for the biggest change in U.S. history. All you have to do is believe that your voice matters, that your dollars matter. Now, if you believe that your voice doesn't matter, your dollars don't matter, then, just continue doing what you're doing.
Did you ever hear the theory of how, like, the term bar came about?
This is something you learn in Chile.
Wait, before you tell us about a bar,
No.
Bima, hold on, before you tell us about the bar, I did the Paul Revere tour in Boston, Massachusetts, and it was at that moment, I think we went to that, I know I went to the Cheers bar, but anyways, if that bar is there, whatever, but I just realized that, like, they must have had, they were giving rousing political speeches in these bars, and they must have been getting drunk prior to, like, going out and shooting at British soldiers. Like, I can't imagine how one doesn't go with the other, because it takes a lot of courage and balls to go out there with a rifle and start hunting redcoats and forming lines and doing hits. I mean, it's pretty wild. So it is crazy to believe that, the American patriots probably, slugged a couple beers down before arming up and doing, weapon checks and cleaning rifles and preparing for battle. Like, it's pretty wild, that there were people that would do that. But, I am a nonviolent candidate. I believe in de-escalation, peace and meditation, yoga, going to the gym, having a nice smoothie afterwards, maybe having a nice New York strip steak on a Friday night with a beautiful glass of Pinot Noir. I mean, I believe in living life to the fullest, but with moderation and priorities. And I think most people in this room can admit that your government does not know a priority from a priority, their left foot from the right foot, their left hand from the right hand, and they are not prioritizing dollars, and it's status quo, status quo, status quo. And we have to break the status quo and wake up the American voter electorate to take action now. And giving $1 or $10 to this campaign can help future people take action and organize. Because if Barack Hussein Obama, who worked at International Business Corporation, a CIA front group after graduating from Columbia or Harvard, not sure which one, if he is considered a community organizer and you're using this app nonstop, but you're not engaged in actual community organizing, and I am the outlet to this community organization known as Congress, you're missing a big opportunity. And I think everybody who has given to this campaign, we had 2 more donations tonight. I put it in the chat. Thank you, Howard. Thank you, Ann. You angel. I want to thank all the women in the MUF, because I do believe, that women are, the most beautiful, precious, and wonderful thing in this world. And, I like women as much as I like wisdom. So those are my 2 favorite things, women and wisdom, and they both start with W.
I think we got a new slogan for the campaign up here. Break with the status quo, work over the dough.
So, when I was in high school, for a history project, you had to, like, get this partner, and you had to go visit some historic site and then do, like, a report. That was part of the project. And I wrote my partner's name, her name was Caitlin, and I don't remember the name of the site that we went to, but we went to this place, and it's super obviously old, I don't know, maybe 17th century, and they brought us in to this area. There's like a ferry, and they explained that when the person that would be known as the bartender or the ferry guy, right?
he would be behind. There would be like a pub, so everybody would come in from outside, and they would stay at this location. They'd come across, on the ferry, and the guy would have to go and pull them over with a rope, like pull the ferry over, like physically. But inside of the location where everybody would come and they would drink, and there'd be alcohol, right? Once the bell rang and he had to go out to pull over the ferry, he had to protect that alcohol that he was selling to the patrons. And so there would be these bars suspended from like the ceiling, and he would pull them down and lock it so he could go out, pull the ferry over, and then he'd be able to come back in. And so it's basically, that's apparently where the term bar came from.
Well, you know what, tip, did you know tip is an acronym, Bima? Tip, you go to a restaurant, you leave a tip, tip is an acronym, you know what it stands for, Bima?
I'm thinking it would have to be 3 words, TIP, right? Or
Yeah,
is it like,
that's right.
yeah? Okay, let me think, TIP, I don't know what.
It stands for to improve performance. To improve performance.
Oh, I would have never guessed that.
So if you want to improve the performance of this campaign, guess what you got to do? You got to leave a tip, a donation to the campaign to elect John Kitover. Click that secure.antidote link above and donate $100 right now. Pray on it. Put it to your heart and say, you know what, is this guy full of shit? Or could maybe he actually distribute some very positive and intelligent communication so the American population doesn't have a dismal outlook. Your turn, Dismal.
I liked some of the points, but I disagree with your method. I think your methodology is demanding, like improvement. There maybe you could be encouraged by like a TIP.
Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Dismal, I think if you joined the campaign, you'd have much more influence on this.
It's true. You've advised presidents in the Situation Room. You'd be a very valuable asset to this campaign, Dismal.
Not looking to join the campaign. Looking to like rid myself from politics.
Well, that's okay. We have a decentralized campaign, so feel free to join here in Clownhouse anytime to offer suggestions, priorities, ideas, opinions. Your information is valued.
I think that is like fundamentally like one of the problems. It's just like civic education in our country. Like people think that if you worked in DC political, if you weren't.
I'm having a little hard time hearing you, Dismal. It sounds to me like education is a priority to you. And it's a priority for the campaign to elect John Kitover. Therefore, I think you should give $10 to this campaign right now. Turn that dismal outlook into a positive mojo vibration. You're here because you're dismal. We are the positivity you're looking for. Give $10 right now to the campaign to elect John Kitover.
Does he sound like a, I don't know, like a Smucker's commercial or something?
Well, honestly, it's getting late, and I have to kind of force project what I'm saying right now because I'm so exhausted with doing this. But look at my PTR. That's me when I was a freshman, second lieutenant, when I got commissioned by the Citadel Military College of South Carolina after completing 4 years of intense ROTC training. That was my lieutenant commission photograph into Army intelligence. I was then given a silver coin and a little booklet there, a commemoration booklet, where I signed a piece of document swearing to uphold the Constitution and defend this country against enemies, foreign and domestic. Domestic, Dismal. Is the domestic situation dismal? I'd say 37 trillion is pretty dismal. I would say if I was a real lieutenant in the Army, might be concerned about the debt.
Would you have been concerned about January 6th? That would be my
Was I concerned about January 6th? Of course, chaos, violence. Who's not concerned about chaos and violence? That's anarchy.
The actual attack that occurred. I'm curious, like, what that.
The attack, you mean poor Ashley Babbitt, who had her head blown off by a piece of shit cop who just wanted to get a shot off? Fucking coward murderer? You mean that piece of shit, that Capitol Guard scumbag who, if I ever get in Congress, can't wait to do anything I can do to get that guy arrested.
You're in favor of the people that were domestic terrorists then?
Yeah, that Capitol Guard police officer is a real domestic terrorist cocksucker, blew that poor girl's head off. Ashley Babbitt, say her name, Dismal. Ashley Babbitt.
Okay, so, yeah, you and I are pretty here.
You mean to tell me you didn't see the video? You didn't see the video of that cop blowing her fucking head off? I couldn't believe it when I saw the video. Holy shit, he shot her fucking head right off. She was just trying to get through a window. She's being crushed by a crowd. Poor Ashley Babbitt had her head blown off. Boom! Bye-bye, Ashley.
Look at the root
It's a
cause.
dismal situation.
You don't look at the root cause, and that is unfortunate for you, which means that you wouldn't be a good lawmaker.
Dismal, do you think she deserved to die?
I think that anybody that is unfortunately put into a situation like that, yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing, I would look at the root cause, like, why did this happen? It wasn't because of it wasn't because, no, it wasn't.
Well, when he pulled the trigger, that's how the bullet hit her face.
But the actual root cause would be more like
No
looking at,
trouble with stuff, the bullshit.
like, why did this happen? Like, what was the upset that occurred? And the upset would have been, unfortunately, like, Donald Trump. I hate saying his name.
Dismal, what do you think about the idea that some people want January 6th to be a national holiday? And we call it Ashley Babbitt Day.
Are you fucking kidding me? No.
What do you think? Would you support that?
No. No, I think it's...
What if she has a federal holiday? You got the day off.
I think it's a relatively
Day off day.
dismal day. No.
What would you do if it was a day that paid off? What would you do on that day? How would you celebrate?
I wouldn't celebrate that.
It'd be a little less. It'd be a week after New Year's, January 6th. I mean, the New Year's just setting in, and here we are with a patriotic holiday called Ashley Babbitt Day.
I think that would be ridiculous, and I think we would need to reinvestigate, re-examine, why did that? What happened at that time?
She was murdered.
No. There was also
still alive?
There was also a Capitol policeman that lost his life to officer.
Yeah, he was unfit. He had a heart attack.
Dismal, I'd like to change topics from January 6th to a more positive mojo vibration. I feel like it's getting late, and we should all, go to sleep with great dreams and happy thoughts as opposed to chaos and anarchy that you like to bring up. So, Dismal, I'm just wondering, how do you find peace in your life?
I think the strawberries, blueberries, or something. Probably the only peace.
Man, the way I find peace, you gotta get some more money, fuck more hoes. Shit don't stop people, dude.
Sorry, you interrupted Dismal there. You're breaking in the muff rule.
Kind of also just being a jerk.
Yeah, I want to protect women, so he's been removed. And I think John Kitover supports protecting women. So if you want to protect women, you can give a donation by clicking above.
Yeah, protect women, especially the women on January 6th that had their heads blown off by a murderous cop who should be arrested for murder.
No, that is also unreasonable. I think you have to actually, I think this is this is like the fundamental breakdown is, there can be like facts that you would investigate, you would identify, like who was at fault, who was not at fault. And
Can we identify the facts? Is she dead?
that arbitration would have occurred. No,
she's not dead?
It's a punch,
so she's alive.
It's literally a bumper sticker approach
Do you believe that her head exploding is a bumper sticker?
Your bumper sticker approach to thinking is unfortunate.
Because I think that it's a shame that a young woman had her fucking head blown off, you think that that's a bumper sticker?
I think it is, yeah.
Wow.
I think it's unfortunate that you're not, like, investigating what was the actual situation. Why was she there in the first place?
Dismal, can we maybe...
Then you would have to criticize Trump.
Dismal, do you think she was there to get her head blown off?
I think she was there because she believed that the election was
Okay, let's say she believed the election was stolen. Is that a reason of blowing her head off?
That's like literally like if we are debating that is like, do you understand like why I might laugh at this? Like